Yo, 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 what's up? I'm going to chill for a second before I start sharing the links around. I just wanted to get the stream started. What is up, though, Gary? What is up, Matty Ice? Good to see you both. As you can see, I'm ready to go. Macros, SPY, Triple Q, everything posted in the chat already this morning. A lot of the TA is still good from yesterday afternoon, but I still like to repost it, just kind of remind everybody. But yeah, should be a pretty crazy day. There's going to be people looking for just upside, just downside, but this is going to be, I mean, I've been saying this whole week is going to be like this, and it sort of has been, but today especially is going to be an up and down day. We shall see where we go. Morning, Mike. Good to see you. I haven't shared the stream link around yet, so we're just chilling before I do that. Because once I share that button, there's no going back. What's up, though? What are you guys up to this morning? Fighting traffic? Oh, God, I hate that. I genuinely, I think that actually might be one of the worst things when you leave your house. It's fucking, it's what's it called? It's traffic. Sorry, I'm trying to type at the same time. All right, let's go, dude. Let's get these links shared. Let's add some emojis to these good morning messages by these beautiful traders. Oh, nice, Mike. Too. I see what you said. You said you like how SpaceX came down to this first fib extension, and you bought a share in your Roth earlier today. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely buying at a better price than people were at IPO. I don't really have a number for SpaceX, and I'm tired of people acting like there is a number. I'm not going to buy any shares of SpaceX until it's at 85 a share. That's the number I've seen the most. And I don't know where people are pulling that number out, but there is no such thing as a perfect number when investing at value, investing at discount. Exactly, DCA. DCA is the only way because it's slow, it's boring. You collect a small amount of shares here, you collect another small amount there, you keep collecting over time. Hopefully the thing stays down for, 6 to 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, a good majority of a year. And most stocks do. Most equities do. Most equities consolidate at discount for almost a year or more when they actually make those big dips, those big terminal downfalls. Everyone's like, "Oh shit, this thing's never going to come back up." It's crazy. But like when it comes to any stock, there is no the number, especially on SpaceX. I keep seeing people type, "I'm not buying until it hits 85." Okay, what if it never goes to 85? So that's like if people are buying at 100, I already can kind of understand why. Also, just to kind of compare that to like another space stock, just to not stare at just. Damn, you can't adjust shit when you make the chart that small. But like, these have taken a downturn too. They're now at 60. But are you crazy to say this isn't also a decent buy at, a decent spot? Sure, can it go down lower? Sure, but in the long term, it should recover all that. You got to remember, you're talking about companies that are going to survive the future. You can't sit here and talk about these stocks like you're looking at a penny stock or you're looking at an OTC stock, some over-the-counter trash. You got to remind yourself you are looking at value. That's why most people give up and hesitate and sell early. It's all because they just sit there and they focus on the wrong things. I bought Microsoft too high, but bought Tesla when it was way low. It eventually works out. And yeah, and each case is different too. Like Microsoft has its own thing. Tesla has its own thing. They connect to different things that have their own. There's so much shit going on. Good morning, by the way. Good morning, Garden. Working today. Good morning, Venture Fit. Good morning, Fire, Water, Divine Paradox. Good to see you again, Fire. I'll DCA if it goes down. Aloha, what's up, Aloha? Always good to see you. Good morning, Terry Budd. Always seeing Terry. Shout out to Terry in the Discord as well. Terry be dropping some nice charts and some just good, simple, clean info. Bro's not trying to go crazy with it. He's just keeping it simple yet effective. I like to see people doing that in the chat. And it's funny because a lot of you guys heard me at the end of the day yesterday. There's actually two really crazy things that I called out in yesterday's stream. One of them is potentially wrong right now. One of them, though, is fucking crazy. And it kind of ties into the second thing. So yesterday, and I'm going to go find this after stream today. After stream is over today, I am going to find this in yesterday's stream, and I am going to make a little funny video out of it. Because I sat here and I said, and it's funny because I took inspiration from seeing Leland type it, and it kind of reminded me, it's like, wait, yeah, we're kind of in that same situation again. But at a lot of the time in the past, and even here recently, you could probably search it up in the Discord, he always says, news comes around levels. But not just any levels. It always comes around pivot points, big key areas that we're using to be bullish or bearish on, So like in this instance, yesterday I was like, I'm kind of expecting a higher open because, and then a pullback. Why am I saying that? Because I'm kind of expecting it to go and test this area first, right? The fact that it's done this all in pre-market and is rejecting to the downside now, yeah, that kind of confirms what I said. It's just happening quicker than I wanted, right? I would have liked that to happen after market open. It's not happening. So we are already seeing that pullback. But two, oil. Does anybody remember what I said about oil yesterday? Holy shit, my dog. Does anybody remember what I said about oil yesterday before we continue? And yeah, no daily watch list today. We're not doing a watch list today. I'm going to stick to the ETFs and the sectors today and the macros. It will trigger news when it hits 81-ish. Yeah, we're saying, I didn't want to be like too bullish on oil because saying what I said yesterday could get you in hot water on the internet. I was saying that, be scared of oil. The fact that it's under 81 now, we're probably going to get news. It's probably going to re-break it. We might even see 85 again. Let's go check out that oil chart. This morning, we've been breaking above 81. We're just under 85 right now. And it's because of news. It's not because of random oil movement. It's because of news. But the movement is not random. If my dumbass on YouTube for free can sit here and call this out, what do you think big money is doing with this? They're taking complete advantage on both sides, too. They're going to be long oil. They're going to be shorting equity to start today. Now to see if that continues into the open market session. Because if you look, hold up, let me zoom it out more. We've held here for 2 days now, popped up, hit resistance. We're now hitting resistance. Okay, so if I was to flip this chart on its head, technically this is doing the exact same thing as this. Right, we have low held, extended hours held, another open session held. Open session held, or resisted, rejected. Extended hours rejected twice now. So are we going to get another open market rejection of this key area of 740.45 before seeing that larger dip down to the 736s, which again does bring us down a lot, but isn't really the end of the world yet. Breaking this would bring that scarier dip most likely. So getting to this is just kind of putting the market in a hot seat. So either looking for it to pop up. Sorry, let me remove this junk. Either looking for it to. Sorry, I wanted to turn that off now. Either looking for this to pop up and reject one of these two areas, because again, it really is this whole area as a whole. Or do we just see that continuation down? Does it just continue under PML and we're just at 736.30s already? We shall see. Oh shit, I was supposed to go live on Spaces and I totally sat here and spaced the fuck out. Yo, make sure to like the stream, guys. God, I'm so bad at this. Here we go. Oh, did y'all see the article that was posted yesterday on Twitter? Make sure you go support that too. Or just go to Discord and download it. I'm probably talking to my main people here now. I actually had a good idea for once. I was like, wow, I should post this, considering this is probably one of the biggest FOMC events in a while. In Landman, it's mentioned $78. In the movie, it's oil is mentioned at a perfect buy spot. What the hell? Or is that the show? Everyone, please do me a favor. If you trade today, please do a good job. Yeah, no pressure, guys. Data J's, no pressure. Good morning, ESP. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, the show. Okay. That's crazy, actually. I mean, I don't know historically what's a good buy spot. I just know right now that around that number is a pretty crazy spot for news to come out right now. And the only reason I said that is just because of what we've experienced, what we've learned. I wouldn't sit here and be like, "Oh my god, dude, I'm Jesus. I can see the future. I'm Marty McFly. I can tell you when oil's gonna have news." Like, no, I kind of just got lucky today, but I genuinely, it just felt like it was going to happen. I don't normally say that kind of shit on stream either because I don't want to sit up here and be like, tinfoil hat everything. Oh, I need to tweet this live on YouTube. Oh my god, I fat fingered. And X spaces. What is up, Jada Day? Yeah, man, I've been grinding, man. I got like 7 Twitter posts scheduled for today. I got fucking all these charts posted ready to go on Twitter and Discord. I mean, I'm fucking on it this week and last week and the week before. I'm fucking on it. Something woke up within me. And I'll read out the updates and all that stuff again right before open, just so we're all clear. If you guys have any questions before now and then, they'll throw them out. I'm just kind of chilling, sitting here. I'm not making the daily watch list today, so that's what I normally do between 8 and 8:30. I normally just talk my ass off between then and there. Do a couple macro updates, which we'll do that again. I'll repeat all that again. There's a lot of shit today. Warsh. Upstart secures $4 billion loan purchases with Castle Lake. Holy shit, let's go Upstart. Let's go Upstart! I'm not even invested in that shit, but let's go fucking Upstart! Need to know market risk for today. U.S. stocks rose ahead of earnings from two of the world's biggest AI spenders in the Fed's interest rate decision, with investors still leaving room for the possibility of a surprise rate hike today. Trump, U.S. strikes will take place against Iran in response to attacks on U.S. targets in Jordan. It cites Fox News, but there's actually everybody's reporting that right now, so it's not just Fox. Dollar, oil, and bond yields are all stronger, while U.S. indexes are weaker now. As you guys know, the bonds, oil, the dollar, like we go over in here in stream, these have pressures on the market, right? Let me zoom back out to a single chart real quick. Go to the daily on the dollar. You can see they're still trending up short term from this recent retake, hold of recent area that should have been used as resistance, but now as support. And now happening here again at 101.30. So if they can still hold this, the dollar actually has a chance of making 102s, not even just this week, but maybe even today. So we'll have to see. But yeah, potential move up on dollar, which is bearish pressure on the equity market. If you go over to oil, you've already seen the strength of the news that's already started to come out today. We have a single white soldier popping up, retaking 81, hitting towards 85. If we get any excess moving over 85, that will bring extra extra pressure on the equity market, the SPY, triple Q, all that stuff. If we do pop over 85, keep that 88.30 on mark. That's that gap fib right here. I'm just trying to keep it clean with just the levels right there, but there is a target in between that. IGV or software stocks. They had a bullish kicker to start the week this week. Yesterday, bit of a settling candle, but they actually did a really good job of holding part of the tech folder up for a majority of yesterday, while stocks were, struggling their ass off. Stocks did hold on to a key level in the larger time frames, but they also didn't go up and give us that better retest of a higher level. They're going to be opening lower today. So a second day, again, this week of semiconductor weakness, or I'm sorry, actually it'd be 3 days. 3 days of semiconductor weakness this week if with this lower open to start the day. So watch out for 482.38 in the previous day low. If that ends up cracking or, price is pushing towards that, you understand we're still in bearish mode on that. Any hold of that, though, any retake of that, definitely going to be a good sign for bulls short term. So far, that is not the case, but I still like to point that out because I'm not just trying to be a bear or a bull up here. I like to cover both conditions and what conditions should make you bearish or bullish. Here on Bitcoin, too, any crypto guys in here, we have taken a bearish trigger under good levels. They are above a higher low still, so you're still looking out for it to go down and test and potentially hold that. If not, and they are breaking that, that is a good sign that they are trying to make it down below towards 60K, maybe even 58K. If we see a break of that, of course, that is going to be a little scary. As the halving process chart does still line up with more pullback, we just don't know if we're going to get it or not. But essentially, this is either the discount buy on Bitcoin or it breaks this and it gives you the discount buy on Bitcoin before the halving process is over. Or not halving process. Whatever the fuck's happening till October. I already forgot the name of it. And yeah, that's that. Chinese tech, they're slightly up in the morning, only 20 cents. T-Triple-Q is a big one I'm watching too, just because of the Leland chart. I really like that example you showed. But yeah, so that's like the macros of the market if anybody's interested on that. I'll also be going through the sectors as they pop up more. This will be opening lower, so that's actually really bad for the tech chart. Banks, they're going to be slightly lower, which honestly, I think it's fair enough that they finally have an inside bar or a slowdown day because they've just been ripping in the background while everybody's focused on just semiconductors and AI. And that's why I like to go over this stuff because it really reveals other parts of the market that are emerging or pulling back that you might not have been focused on. Continuation up here on the communication sector, your Meta, your Google, your Netflix sector. This one has been popping up from discount. If we do see a major, market pullback, this is actually a really good one to be looking at because it's actually up recently. That's it. If we do see continuation up, though, you're going to want to see a hold of the 108 with this potentially lower push we're going to get at the open. If not, though, then don't even worry about that. Comms are in a great spot to continue ripping up towards those recent highs. Similar to here on discretionary, except they're not even in their consolidation range. They're still below it. So we're looking to see if they can go up and bump their head against these lows here today, around the 113.30s. If you guys remember, before this week started, going into last week, we've actually been using the 113.30s on multiple examples over the last 7-8 months. It's actually crazy how helpful 113.30 has been, and now it's about to be a potential target if we do see that discretionary move up. If not, look to see some of these gap fills or some of this gap here get filled. Healthcare, they were also very similar to banks. They've been running at all-time highs. They're going to be opening pretty flat, so just keep our eye around the extension target. And if they do pull back, keep an eye around the old all-time high. That's the 5-minute all-time high. Staples, I am expecting a lower open on this to some extent, but with tech pulling back a little bit, this could get a higher open. Now, if this pulls back and tech is pulling back, that might be a sign that the market is genuinely just weak overall, and we're going to see a full rotation out today. But yeah, keep this on watch. This is a fucking crazy signal. The fact that we have an inverted hammer at a very key resistance on Staples on the daily time frame is crazy, because this is screaming pull back, pull back, pull back to this level, pull back to this level. But you might not get that all in one session today. This might be a multiple day event for Staples, where they pull back towards the 84, 85 area, high 84s, low 85s. So keep that XLP chart on watch. Staples are very important right here. If anybody's been in the stream paying attention, this has been sometimes our only signal, and we just take it and it works. Like, it's insane how well this has been helping us. By the way, that's not true. We don't always use just one signal by itself, but I just wanted to hype up that chart. It is pretty crazy how easy it is to use it for signals and counter signals. If I'm too bullish, sometimes that thing reminds me, like, hey, staple stocks are on discount. They're going to pop up soon. It reminds me, like, all right, slow the fuck down. Not everything goes up always, as much as that would be cool. And yeah, great morning, everybody. Hopefully these updates are good enough for you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, what does Upstart actually do? Yeah, I do. That guy's voice is stuck in my head. Yeah, halving cycle. Okay, I was right. Morning, friends, and ESB. Wow, why are you leaving ESB out? Good morning, BB fam. What's up, Timmy Two Tappity? How you doing, brother? Let me know, though, guys. How was that update? Drop me a fire emoji or not, or a trash emoji. Maybe it's a trash update. I don't even know if there is a trash can emoji. Ace would know. He probably spams it to everybody in his contacts. What's up, though, Ace? How you doing? Yo, be nice to ESB. They've been asking good questions. They've been trying to learn. They've been keeping it in the chat. It's really nice. Be nice to ESB. I'll stand up for it. I won't take this, Ace. Reminder, dollar, Bitcoin, oil, software, semiconductors, all of these covered even the sectors here in pre-market. Need to know market risk. The stocks were rising ahead of earnings from two of the largest, biggest AI spenders and the Fed's interest rate decision, with investors still leaving room for the possibility of a surprise rate hike. Trump today, almost an hour ago, actually, U.S. strikes will take place against Iran in response to attacks on U.S. targets in Jordan. This increased strength in the dollar, bond yields, and oil, and weakened the indexes. The things you and me like to look at on stream a lot. SPY, Triple Q, all that good stuff. What's up, brother? That's a great name. Don't give him compliments. Fuck that guy. That name sucks. I'm totally capping that. That is a good alias, but no, don't compliment him right now. Ace only deserves your hate. Better than my plain name? Yeah, but you don't come into chat and troll. You know, Ace, this guy's malicious, man. He just wants to see this channel just be taken down or something. By the way, I still have no clue which one of you goons got a bunch of people in stream yesterday, but it's a noticeable amount of people. Look, same amount of time in stream. Somehow this one got another 130 people or something. That's fucking insane. It's probably Ace. Probably got like 26 bot accounts for all I know. Yeah, whoever did that, thank you. You're the GOAT. You're on X now, so you're pulling in new folk. Yeah, but I can never really tell who's all actually coming over and who's not. I would like to assume that when people hear me on X, they're like, wow, this is so cringe. Why don't I just see his chart? And I hope they click on over to YouTube. Because that's where I would want them to go. Considering you can see my screen. And type in this little chat. On X, it's like literally it's like a live podcast. Dude, did you know something I found out that a lot of X spaces do too? And this is like the laziest thing you can do. I used to do this. That's the only reason I know that's because I used to do this on Discord stream way back in the day. Some of these people will just put on like the news squawk in the background, which honestly is kind of cool, but it's kind of crazy how many of these like big space groups do that. It'd be even funnier if we found out they're all listening to delayed news squawk. I think Ace does it, but I'm pretty sure Ace has been doing it as long as I have, though, on spaces. So I don't think he's doing it for that reason. I think he genuinely is just too used to it now. Because we used to do that like 5 or 6 years ago when it was Charlie who talked on Squawk. Was his name Charlie? I don't remember what the name was. I think it was Charlie, but that was like OG Squawk when like that guy would talk and drop news. I could play that on stream, but I don't think you guys would want to hear that, to be honest. Would y'all want to hear an example of what that sounds like? It's honestly pretty awful to hear audio-wise. Let's see. I know that's a tick strike. Here we go. Here we go. Hold up, we gotta set up a source for it. Here. Can y'all hear this? Or wait, he just stopped talking, of course. When a guy starts talking that isn't me, let me know, and let me know if you can hear it. Or I guess I'll ask y'all when he speaks again. Yeah, let me know when that happens. I'll let you know when I need to hear it. The fuck was that? What the hell was that? Oh. My other YouTube tab like started clicking something, like spamming something. That's weird. That looks sus. Well, now he stopped talking. Like, bro, say some more shit so my people can hear you. Also, my headset's gonna turn off if bro doesn't speak again. Bruh, he's not gonna speak again. Because I asked y'all to let me know if you could hear him or not. Now we're cooked. Alright, let's go back to this, because this was more entertaining to look at for a bit, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Why are all these set to 1 day, 15 minutes? I don't even have the 1 day, 15 minutes set. Look, 2 day, 15 minute, 5 day, 5 minute, 10 day, 30 minute. Where am I getting this 1 day, 15 minute shit? Damn, he really ain't gonna talk again after I asked y'all to hear this. That's crazy. Jim Cramer's top 10 things to watch in the stock market Wednesday. This ought to be a good read. Bro's gonna label the most like obvious things ever. Yeah, Procter Gamble, Ford, SK Hynix. Oh wow, let's just put on Bloom Energy on here while we're at it. Seagate, Bloom Energy, United Postal Services, GE Healthcare, PayPal. Wow, this guy just wants to see the world burn.
And NHK say no tsunami threat from Japan earthquake.
Did y'all hear that? Wait, why am I hearing about earthquakes? Oh, because Japan just had an earthquake. Shaking intensity lower 5 on a scale of 7. Holy shit, they're having a horrible earthquake over there right now. That's horrible. All right, since I have to play music in the background now, since we have the audio of Google playing, let's find some, one second. All right, sorry, I was checking on what the hell I was hearing outside of my door. I low-key thought I was getting robbed, yo. Yo, can someone help me find a non-copyright classical playlist? The one I keep playing is actually not UK Charlie. The one I've been clicking on and playing for y'all is actually not non-copyright. It's actually kind of cringe. A minute 50 seconds, by the way, folks. A minute 50 seconds. If you guys have Twitter, go repost my Spaces thing. You don't even have to join it if you would rather be in here, but just go repost it if you can. It's on my page. Like the stream and sit pretty. Honestly, we've had a pretty amazing week in the streams. Pretty amazing week on the market. These past few weeks, honestly. Hopefully today is nothing different. No forcing stuff, guys. This is probably the last day you really ever want to sit here and be like, oh, I don't want to force. Things should open up a little bit better over the next couple days going into next week. You know, next week is where you should really be putting your attention. But please don't sit here and be like trying to force things, especially when you're not feeling up to it. Or
1 minute remaining for the market on open imbalance.
God, that scared the shit out of me. I'm like, who the hell's in my stream? Oh my God. I need a non-copyright classical playlist. A few of them are not, but say they are. Fuck it, who cares, man? Let's just play this.
10 seconds.
Wait, it's not even that delayed. It said delayed 15 minutes or something, I thought. He said 10 seconds when it was like
market
8
on open
seconds.
imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 90 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 42 million. Dow 30 sell side 106 million. Mag 7 sell side 32 million.
All right, his voice ain't that bad, I guess. How's the quality sound on y'all's end? I was like hating on it, and I turned it on, and I'm like, I want to use it now. You should be sellers. It's seller friendly right now. We're under 740.45. Good post by Project V in the Discord. He said, "Good morning, heavy news day. Don't blow your load. I'm off today. We'll be back
Four
next week.
shares up 3.4% after the company raises fiscal year profit outlook.
Wow, bro's just gonna cut me off mid sentence. Fuck you, dude. Honestly, it won't be too bad. I get to hear someone else's voice every now and then. Maybe I won't go crazy, you know? Let's go, YouTube. Who's all in here? Everybody say hi if you're in YouTube stream right now. I want to know who's all in here today. Immaculate vibes only. I want to know the people I'm talking to today. That voice made my dog bark? Jesus. What is that voice? You've never heard Satan? No, I'm kidding. That is... On Financial Juice, there's this thing where it plays news. I used to do this, Like literally 6+ years ago on Discord, with the original like Squawk guy, Charlie. But he just reads off news from the financial news feed. And I have a lot of news turned off, so he should only be reading the things I have filtered on. So it's going to be like some global news and then a couple from news sources that aren't too political. Like I don't have Fox and CNN on, but sometimes you are going to get a major headline that is from one of those places, so you can't really get past that. But not every headline's a piece of shit headline, so it's okay.
So Ford rises as much as 4.7%, to highest intraday since June 4th. Procter & Gamble shares down 4% after the company forecasts annual sales and profit largely below estimates.
Yo, what's up, Venture Fit? What is up, Gary? What is up, Keith? What is up, Tammy? What is up, Aloha? What is up, Data J? I thought you spelled Ohio for a second. What is up, Letterbuck? Yeah, it's not Charlie's voice, but it's good. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's not great, but it's good. It's good and loud. Should I turn it down a little? I have him on full volume. Here, I'll turn him down a hair. I said down a hair and I turned it down like 30%. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet. Let me know if the music is too loud or quiet.
Now 5.8%, the most since July 2024.
He doesn't know when to talk though. He keeps cutting me off. It's kind of pissing me off. Or am I cutting him off? Am I the rude one? We'll have to see. Starting under a key pivot area on SPY to start today, I would like to say XOK is holding support beautifully. And so is semiconductors. I don't see why this shouldn't bounce if we could see a continued hold of these. If you start to see 170.64, 482.38 on these two charts here give up, you're probably already seeing a dump on this chart. And this one as well. A key trigger for Triple Q today is actually these levels here. I reposted it in Discord, but I'm not doing that on Twitter. 673.64 to 675.42. Everything's still holding to start the morning. What did I say on Triple Q? I already forgot. All right. Relief bounce towards pivot points. The stack is still above a good level, but indexes are in between good level. Keep 170.64 marked for XOK. Keep 482.38 marked for SOXX. Keep 740.45 to 743 marked. 743.40 marked for SPY. Triple Q 673.64 to 675.42. Lower open on SPY. Pretty flat on everything else. The longer we sit under this level, though, that is definitely seller friendly. Good little short-term bounce to start the morning, though. These are our 15-minute candles on a lot of these charts right now. I'm going to switch this to the 5 real quick just to kind of see it a little quicker. And yeah, just let me know if the volume, if anything gets too loud or too quiet. Everything should be fine right now, though. SPY's still rejecting 740.45. Like I said, being under this is a red flag for me. It's just not as a big a red flag because we have tech holding, you have semiconductors holding, you go to triple Q. You can see they're still above really good levels, 675.42, 673.64. But if these levels break, that will add on to the red flag that's popping up on SPY. Everybody see that? We're all clear on that? I don't want anybody to be like, what the fuck? I don't understand. This is a great day to go slow and ask questions. Or point something out even. You guys don't have to just be questioning everything. You can also share something that you point out. And I'll be happy to share that. Welcome to the stream though, guys. Welcome, welcome. Make sure to drop a like on the stream. If you're in spaces, just sit there, be pretty. Trying my best to update on YouTube. I mean here in YouTube as well, but on Discord and Twitter today with just a couple charts on what we're looking at. I won't lie, I don't know how people click over so much though. That shit's way too much. Still seeing the 740.45 act as resistance. That red flag still showing there for SPY. Just not seeing that continuation of a red flag on tech right now. XLK and semiconductors both still holding a good pivot point. Keep an eye though. 170.64 popped on XLK. You should see the downside continuation across SPY and triple Q. It also helps too because banks are down, comms are down, discretionary is down, industrials are down, and base materials are down. And there is no sector that is up enough to truly take away this impact if they do start to fall more. Energy is up 2.5%, but that's not even 5% of SPY right now. Like I said, that weakness is still very real here. Trying to see if we can get more of that weakness here for a new low of day. Not seeing it just yet, though. Here in a second, I'll go back through a couple of the top weights, then we'll go back to the sectors again. I just wanted to see how this panned out to start the first, like 20, 30 minutes. Almost the end of the first 10 minutes of the morning. Again, just to remind everybody of the need to know market risk for the day. Stocks fluctuated ahead of earnings from two of the world's largest spenders on AI, as well as interest rate decision in which markets still expect a hike. Oil's popped up, USD is up, bonds are up, indexes are weak. US strikes will take place against Iran in response to attacks on US targets in Jordan. Sorry, I thought to read that backwards. So, a very appropriate response to SPY lower open, oil going up. I will say this though. I will say this. I'm shocked we haven't opened lower with all the shit that's on our plate. So I have to say this again, and I said this last time. I can't pass this up. The market is so fucking resilient. It's insane. It is so resilient. I don't think people truly realize that we actually should have had such a larger lower open than this on SPY specifically. Triple Q even, they're actually barely down, but they're basically 0% today. They're flat. And both of them right now. They're both slightly down, but I just think that's crazy. I don't know. Oil's up 6.5% almost. The last time that happened, SPY did teeter and fell like almost 2% that day. It was like 1.4%, I think. It was like 1.5, 1.4. It still is a big ass drop. We didn't even see any kind of drop today. So that is another red flag kind of sitting there, but also it kind of reminds you like, man, imagine if we were to retake some levels though, after not being as bearish as we probably should have been. That might even cause the opposite reaction. You might see a really good push to the upside. Right now, we're not seeing that. We're just still seeing red flags, but I don't know. Just kind of thinking about other scenarios that could happen. Don't want to be 100% bullish or 100% bearish. Don't want to just blind yourself to your bias. That'd be weird. Morning, Shack Attack. How you doing, brother? Okay, y'all gotta hear this shit from this guy. Go ahead, tell him. I showed chat the picture, but go ahead and tell everybody here in stream how quick your wife got contexto. And give him the real answer. Give him the real answer. Don't tell them the word, but let them know. How many guesses it took your wife to get contexto on probably her first time playing it? Oh, okay. From a game in May. Okay. So she has known about it a little bit, but still. His wife got a word, and technically 2 words. Now, there were 3 guesses, but the one he helped her with was pretty useless, so she pretty much did get it in 2 guesses. Yeah, don't tell him the word, but yeah, that was the starting word she used, and then she typed one more word and got it. Is that not crazy? I think our best one has been like 7 or 9 guesses or 11. It's like somewhere around there. It's definitely not lower than 5. And it's definitely not close to 1. But I was trying to tell him, like, dude, that's like, I wasn't calling her a cheater, but I'm like, dude, that is like almost like a cheating level guess. To get 2 guesses out of a database of almost 90,000 words is actually crazy. I mean, it could have been anything. It could have been Lozinger. It could have been aerosol. Oh, but you know what was funny though? And this happened to us too. He said his wife got the one in like a couple guesses, and then the very next game she had one that was like 77 guesses, so she got humbled. But still, it was like, dude, she might not ever. None of us are gonna get that. Like, we're never. I would almost bet money against all of you that we're never gonna get a contexto word within 2 guesses, ever. Like that's how sure I am of like how hard that is to do. Welcome to the stream though, guys. Right now we're seeing weakness under key pivot areas on SPY at 740.45. On XLK, your core of your tech sector is 170.64. Semiconductors also still holding on to their recent lows, but we do still have a lot of red flags. Let's go through a couple of the weights real quick. So you guys know tech. You guys have been staring at it all morning with me. Banks giving up that all-time high a little bit, but we were saying that already in pre-market. Kind of a little bit to be expected, just because again they've been showing really good signs of strength. Healthcare as well. You know, if they don't go any higher above VIP extensions, that's fine. They're at all-time highs. They've been doing hard. They've been doing Lord's work really. Comms, a key pivot point. Keep this marked 109.50. If that gives up, it's an extra red sign, a red flag to throw on top of everything else we're already seeing. Discretionary, being our pride and joy. The Tesla Amazon sector is breaking a good level and is actually trying to work towards that pivot point we talked about, 113.30s. But again, this was also kind of expected if we got any kind of strength from this. We do want to see this level at least get tested, at the very least. So we'll see if that happens. Healthcare flipped green. Tech flipped green for a second. Industrials recovered a little bit from that low. Energy cooling off from its recent high, which again, this isn't a 5-minute or a daily watch. You need to just be watching this on the weekly. Go down to the 5-minute again. Base materials, really big dump start today. You can see they're cooling off a little bit now. So are utilities. So we are seeing a couple things cool off a little bit, but we still see tech at a very, very key pivot area. It's still teetering on a very important level. If it breaks that, we will see the gates unleashed for sellers. A retake of that, we talked about that scenario as well. Retake would be a beautiful sign. You might even see SPY test 742 pretty quickly. So far, we're not seeing that, but I'm just pointing that out because it is a red flag, but we are also still holding on a couple sectors. So I don't want to sit here and act like everything's 100% bearish. No, but your more impactful sectors are still teetering on very key pivot points. If they were to fall in the next 5-10 minutes, you're going to see that impact very quickly on SPY. And probably triple Q as well. Are we all clear on that though? We're all good? I just want to make sure everybody's clear on what we're looking for. Also, what's up with
Voice
this?
news disconnected.
What's up with this British guy? Is you gonna talk again? There's actually one on here too. I don't know if y'all knew that or not. I think you get it for free. I don't even want to know where it is. I think it's chat rooms. Look, that's my name. SPX Boys. There's that weakness popping up. I'm assuming tech is pulling back a little bit now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. There's some of that weakness on tech. You can see it here on semiconductors as well. Hopefully I'm not being too bearish for you guys. I don't want to sit here and be like, we're going to go down. Everything's scary. I just want to point out why we're going to go down if something happens on a certain chart that has impact on the market. That's all I'm doing. I don't want to sit here and act like a complete bull or a complete bear or scare anybody. So that's why I'm constantly asking, does that make sense? Does that make sense? So if something doesn't make sense, speak the fuck up. Don't just sit there and suffer in silence. I'm very clear on the direction I talk about with the market. It is a very big red flag on SPY and triple Q right now, but we still haven't broken these key levels. We're just pulling back under short-term stuff right now, so it's a little bit of a seller relief move right now. No new low on SPY. That first candle's a bit of a bitch, but still feeling that bearish pressure to start the morning. That lower open on SPY doesn't help. Oil being up 7% now doesn't help. Did you guys see, by the way, oil is at 85. It's about to go hit 85 again. Software, it's really our only saving grace, and it's not really helping much. So still just seeing red flags everywhere. Really good opportunity for some short-term downside trades on SPY, triple Q most likely. Just keep that shit tight. I bet a same day 736 would fucking pay. My Twitter's all like frozen. I can't click on anything. Apple just doing its own thing as usual. Well, it's because software's up. Software's been doing that though. That's actually really common right now. I keep seeing that on Twitter too. I don't know why people are so shocked and so surprised. That's actually like very normal. That when software's up, Apple's probably green. It's the same thing. Like when you know semiconductors are down, your brain instantly should go to, oh, so Nvidia, AMD, Avgo, those are down right now, and all three are right now actually. Quick little dip to the downside there. Still no new low of day on SPY. I would like to point that out. Still no new low of day on SPY. Tech just broke that support. It wicked it. SOXX, still no new low. Same seat as SPY. Come on, my people need Lambos. Give us a new low of day, damn it. I'm going to trim some 736 there. That was 168 when I said it. It's over 200 now. Can I get 737 in the money? Oh no, I'm
US stocks sustainable. Dow Jones down 1%.
Bro, this guy just gave me a fucking heart attack.
So according to the Prime Minister Office, Iraq Security Council directs Foreign Ministry to pursue legal action over the US and Saudi strikes.
I forgot this motherfucker was in here. There's that dump we've been looking for all morning.
And furthermore, from the Prime Minister Office, Iraq says that the only government has authority to respond to attacks on its own territory.
There's that weakness we were all looking for. Yeah, don't be greedy. I need to take more there. 218.
And Iraq urges all parties to avoid escalation, says it wants to keep the country out of regional conflicts.
I broke my rule. I wasn't going to trade FOMC. Here I am trading on FOMC. But to be fair, this shit is screaming at us to short it. It wasn't down enough yet. Look, SOC's making it down to support now. Or down to the next level. There's that selling. 244, 244, 240s, 240s. Give me 250s. Can I get 250s? All right, I'm gonna take with the rest there. 242. I don't care if that goes in the money. We just got a very quick 10-minute dump. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go stream. Let's fucking go stream. I think I only felt I felt like I wanted to break my rule of not trading FOMC days because I didn't trade Monday and Tuesday on purpose. I was like, you know what? I don't need to trade this week. We've been killing it. Let's fucking go! All right, enough of that. Let's calm down. Let's mature a little bit. It felt like a red flag all morning, dude, because this was breaking a key level very early in the day, rejecting it. It had room to the key level below. On a FOMC day, when you're expecting up and down, that's how you have to think. You know, it's going to move from here to here. It's going to move from wherever it started to here. If it holds this, it's going to go back to here. If it's going to reject this, it's going to go down to whatever's next, high or low. Then you have here. Thanks to the Lambo, no problem, bro. Make sure to get a red one or a blue one or a black one. Fuck, get whatever color you want, man. You could afford whatever color you want now. Just don't get red. Insurance be a bitch on red. And blue, I think, too. I think blue's horrible for insurance. I think red's the worst, though. I can't remember. Great call out, B. Thank you, Ace Ventura Trade. Thank you, Shack Attack. Appreciate you. Can't afford insurance until the next call out. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, dude, that's smart. Split it up. If you can afford a Lambo, you can afford the insurance. Yeah, but the thing is, the way my bank works.
The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index set for a fifth straight day of decline, last down 1.8%.
Hallelujah! 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 There's the dump to start the day. Oh man, you love to see it. You just love to see it. It should be an even more impressive dump on Triple Q because this is a mainly tech-focused sell-off right now. If you go to your sectors, it's tech, banks pulling back. Your healthcare was pulling back. I think they're actually going up right now, yeah. Discretionary is still trying its best to go up, but it doesn't have any help from comms today, which here recently that actually has been helping. Staples getting a pop is another red flag that we do have a rotation to safety. Alright, I'm gonna quit updating on Twitter. I don't give a fuck about Twitter no more. Oh, yo, check this out. Check out my new tweet. Part 1 plus Part 2 Candlestick Handbook is ready to post. Want me to post both in article section, drop a fire, or yes if you want me to? Which most people in here already have this, but it took me forever to format that into X articles. When I tell you I was in pain doing that, I was in pain doing that. First, it wasn't uploading the images correctly. It kept like ruining the quality. I can't believe that level actually tested. I'm not even mad I took profit towards it, but that contract is in the money. That is fucking hilarious. The 737 did. The 736 is not, but the 737 actually went in the money for a quick second. Yep, in the money right now as I'm talking. Holy shit. Well, that's a fucking crazy day. Let's just call it there. Let's end it. Let's cut it there. We'll leave the recordings up. They'll be like an hour long. What a crazy freaking day, dude. This is why if you only get 5 hours of sleep or less, you should still get the fuck up. Opportunity and potential is always around the corner. Welcome, all 30 people in here. If you're just now tuning in, we just shorted the fuck out of this market. Now I'm chilling out for a second because I want to see if tech is going to continue lower with semiconductors, and if so, then we are going to see a break of 736.60s, which is crazy. I think me saying from here to there is one thing, but to see a continuation of that would be crazy. Welcome to the stream, though. Drop a like on the stream. Hope you guys enjoy some of the energy in here. Hopefully I'm not scaring away too many people by yelling and cussing and all that, but I honestly don't care. I'm gonna be honest. Honestly, I'm so happy. I was so fucking disciplined this week, and that was just dropped onto my plate like a fresh hot dinner, except it's in the morning, so it's breakfast. I have a lot of stuff to clip from yesterday's stream and today's stream, though, because yesterday we talked about oil in the news. Today we talked about, you know, the early red flags. Like, man, we're fucking on it, man. We have such a good read of the market recently, and I honestly can't take any credit. I give all credit to the macros of this of the market and the sectors of the market. By being aware of those, by constantly clicking onto those, by constantly gathering context on those, we are always aware of the bigger picture. Maybe we're not 100% on it. Maybe we are wrong here and there, but that's going to happen. That's naturally going to happen. You and me are humans. We're not robots. We're going to make those mistakes. We're going to misread something. But majority of the time, oh my God, guys, we have been fucking killing it. I'm so proud of all of you. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of the levels. I'm proud of everything we've been looking at. I'm proud of everything right now. Yo, today's your birthday, Terry. Everybody say happy birthday to Terry. Terry's always in here. Y'all make sure to appreciate a real one. Happy birthday, bro. And you have a fiance. Holy shit. And he's not single, guys. Y'all can't have him. My fiance is taking me down to Austin this weekend. Ooh. Honestly, Austin's pretty good, man. Like, I would never live in Austin. It'd be horrible to live there. But if you're just visiting, it's probably one of the best places in Texas you can visit. The people there are super cool and weird, but in a good way. Like everyone, like if your car broke down, don't think it's like one of those horror movies where they're there to kill you. Like, no, they're probably actually genuinely there to help you. People in Austin just think that way. First time, check out the music scene. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the arts, the music up there, you're gonna love it. Him and his fiance are 100% getting stoned in Austin this weekend. That's where all the stoners are. My people reside in Austin. Whoa, Ace. Ace, I don't even know if I want to retweet that or not. Fuck it, I will. That's my boy. That's my dog. Yo, good shit though. If you guys are on Twitter, definitely check out that post by Ace. Holy shit. Why did you do that under my great morning post? What the fuck? That's funny. Ace is my dog, bruh. That's a crazy game, by the way, bro. Oh, they're futures, okay. Them red flags were there all morning. I really like using the spy levels. You know, if we're breaking a key level on that, that's our, like, we're already bearish on that to start the day. But it's about getting these to help you out. You know, seeing this pull back like this, that was a little bit of a buffer. Same thing as here. But then seeing the red open push into towards those levels is what we want to see. It breaking those levels is like a cherry on top. That gives us that extrinsic value. But it making the initial move does help out. Towards those levels. That's all I was trying to do, was just see these make it to those levels, make it to this level, because by then this would be at about 738. Now it doing this allowed it to go down to 736.60. So that's why I said a bit of a cherry on top. Ace did so well, he's being sincere. No, he pretty much pasted a message from Twitter. Great morning, great call out. This guy. It's not rigged. Yes, we got Ace to not type rigged. Let's fucking go. It's Terry Bud's birthday. He's checking out Austin. And we got Ace to be nice today. Let's go. Turn your trolls into believers. And they will come back a leader. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Austin barbecue? Oh yeah, you definitely need to just try anything barbecue or Mexican food. I don't know how the Mexican food is Austin, but I would assume it's pretty good. It ain't gonna be as good as down here. Austin is where everybody goes from California so they can ruin that state too. Brother, you know ball. That's actually, it's funny that you bring that up, because I was just telling my mom that, because a lot of people down here don't believe it. But I'll tell them, I'm like, yeah, dude, a lot of people from California are migrating here, and a lot of people that are from Texas have actually migrated to California in the last 5-6 years. And it's funny because there's like two main states people go to from Texas. It's California and Colorado. And I remember when I visited Colorado, like fucking 5 years ago, 6 years ago, who knows? I remember I bumped into multiple Texas residents down there, and or over there. I keep saying down there like they're below me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I like read about that stat, read about that migration of people to different states, and then I witnessed it in real time. It was creepy. The voters moving to Texas tend to be conservative. The young people tend to be liberal. It's them cities, man. It's them cities. Them cities got all the blue in it. Which you guys know me. I don't even partake in politics, but it's just cool to understand like how that works and why people are doing what they're doing, why everyone's migrating, and that's just 2 states. Imagine the rest of the country. I don't know how the rest of the country migrates, but a lot of people from Texas and California have like switched places. It's really weird. And then the people who didn't go to California went to Colorado. It's like that's like our other biggest like state we go to. I don't even know why. No clue why. Not even hating. I just that one's weird.
The US sanctions oil tankers over Iran ties.
This fucking guy. You know why he's probably not reading out a lot of news? And I keep forgetting I did this. It's because I genuinely filtered out so much shit on my news feed. I don't even remember when I did that, but I remember I was frustrated because I kept getting the same news in my feed. It was like something stupid and didn't relate to anything we care about. Bro, it says delayed, but he's reading it before I'm seeing it. I don't think it's that delayed, actually. I'm gonna Google it. How delayed is this? I'm starting to think it's like 2 seconds delayed. It says 15 seconds, dude. That's not... I actually think they're lying, but in a good way. It says 15 or more seconds compared to live feeds. I don't know. I'm seeing it in the same, like, 3 seconds. Whatever, I'll let them lie, because they're lying in a good way. Yo, who's No Neck again? Y'all gonna have to remind me y'all's aliases a couple times. Which one of you are No Neck again? Isn't that Terry? No, Terry's Terry. Terry's not No Neck. Terry's Terry.
So according to the Treasury website, the US issued
Venture
sanctions
Fit. I almost
against
said your
8
name.
tankers and 10 entities in Iran-related action.
I'll read that one out again because I kind of cut him off. What's this guy's name? I feel like I should know his name. I don't want to call him British Charlie. Honestly, that's a pretty good way to figure out
And
if
the US
someone's...
sanctions Chinese entities over Iran ties.
Oh, I guess he is reading them a little late. U.S. sanctions against 8 tankers, 10 entities in Iran-related action. I would like to point out to everybody in here, by the way, I don't care what side you're on or what politics you support, but I would just like everyone to know that the first round of attacks were not backed by other Middle Eastern countries except Israel. This most recent one is being backed by Iraq and is being backed by the UK. These are 2 countries who had 0 support for us in Iran. And now those are the 2 top countries supporting us in the very current strikes in Iran. I just wanted to point that out. It's not like the first round of attacks where it's like, damn, it kind of feels like Israel's pushing us into this. Now it's like, okay, the whole world wants us to do something about this. It's not just Israel anymore. It is the whole world now. I just want people to know that. From a non-political, non-biased consumer, that's what I'm seeing. At least I think I'm non-biased. I'm sure I have many biases. I'm not a saint. I left California, went to Colorado, then Texas, now Florida. Jesus, you really hit all 4 states. Which state would you say you've enjoyed the most, SF? And I'm not even talking politics, just like as a consumer, which one have you liked the most? Which one felt the best? And there is only one right answer, so answer carefully. I left CA too for Texas. Love it here. Yeah, it's like a very common thing. There's probably close to millions of people who have migrated out of Texas to Cali or from Cali to Texas. It's actually crazy. California offers everything except the crappy politics. I've actually heard that. I've heard from people who are into politics that they hate it there. But then I've heard people who are like ignorant to politics be like, dude, I fucking love it here. Life is amazing, dude. The city's awesome. The water's awesome. The people are awesome. Like, it's really, I guess it really comes down to who you're asking and how they live life there. Because, like, normal people don't do that. Normal people don't go out into the city and go, how can I go and get offended? Normal people don't do that. Normal people are just trying to be like, yo, let's try some new food, dude. I've never been in the city. Like, that's what normal people are thinking about. They're not thinking about the politics of the city they're in all the time. But some people do. So it's kind of, I guess it really does depend who you ask. Great weather without the bugs that normally come with it. But you got to pay to be here. Yeah, it is expensive there. I have heard a lot of amazing things, though, about, like, living in California. Like, not just the politics. Again, taking that out of the conversation. But, like, genuinely, like, being there is, like, amazing. I've never heard anyone trash, like, anything else. The only other complaint I have seen people, too, and I've actually read about this online and actually seen it is, like, a legit thing. The number of fucking, like, dead people and feces and drugs you'll have on the street. Like, genuinely laying on the street. Like, it's kind of crazy. And homeless. Like, Texas has a lot of homeless, too, but I'm pretty sure Cali, like, bitch slaps our homeless numbers. Sorry, I'm screenshotting this again because it keeps moving. Yo, thank you, Ace, by the way, for posting that. I don't have a lot of cool, fancy posts like that, so I appreciate you. You looking down upon me like that. You being humble like that. This guy on Twitter said, nice TOS scripts. Want to share. It's not scripts. It's volume, ATR, pre-market, previous day levels, and the daily. Like, I have a really big issue with the internet, man. Everybody in FinX will see, like you guys know when I was looking at, I'm not going to name names, but do you guys know when I was looking at that guy's channel yesterday? And then a couple weeks ago, y'all showed me another trader. I wasn't hating on either of them, but they did have a thing on their screen that everyone has, and then you can see they went into the settings and just changed the name of it so it looks like it's theirs. A lot of people do that, so it looks nicer and kind of fits with their brand. And honestly, I don't even hate on that. But it's when it tricks people into thinking like, yo, I got this special algo and thing that you don't have, make sure you pay me or subscribe to me so you can get access to this. When in reality, it's just open, public, open source information they could have gotten on their own. They just didn't know what it was because the person renamed it. Like right here. Instead of it saying
According to the
DTR.
Telegraph, China to send rocket launchers to Iran.
Okay. That is not what I thought I was going to hear. China sending rocket launchers to Iran. Nice. Back to what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, DTR versus ATR. Like, let's say I went up here and I changed this and I put Bueller's range versus Bueller's average range. Like, it just looks stupid. Because I'm just changing something that is already, it's just a default thing. It's just a vanilla indicator you can turn on. PDO, bro, good looks. Imagine if you held? Nah, bro, don't think like that. Imagine if it reversed. You can't control what you imagine, my friend. So why try? You could afford the insurance if you held. Yeah, you could have got that Lambo insurance, Ace, if you would have just held, dumbass.
Yeah, post the article for the Telegraph on the feed for those interested.
Yo, he said that in a very nice manner, though. When he promoted himself in his article just now, he said it in a very nice way. we're still not going to check it out. Where did I put that in my channel? Does anybody remember? Did I pin it? Oh, I did pin it. Holy shit, I'm the GOAT. Oh. That's what the other thing. Let me do this then. Fuck, how do you do that again? I always forget how to do this. Because sharing shit on Thinkorswim is genuinely stupid. Share chart, there it is. Wait, did I do it correctly though? Because there's a setting that fucks up. Share chart. Yeah, share everything on chart. That has to be on. If it isn't, you're fucked.
The S&P 500 down 0.6%, the Nasdaq down 0.8%.
Yo, this guy's a yapper. Like, bro, no one asked. Just kidding, we did ask.
So a reminder, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting the weekly EIA crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1 million, prior a build of 2.01 million, with a range of a build of 2.639 million, with a draw of 1.755 million. Furthermore, gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 1.092 million, prior a build of 0.765 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million, prior a build of 1.395 million, and Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.674 million. Reminder, the API data we had from yesterday, API crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 3.296 million as compared to the original forecast of a draw of 2.5 million. Cushing stock change came in at a build of 0.273 million. Gasoline stock change came in at a build of 0.918 million, and distillate came in at a draw of 0.125 million.
Bro, you give me 10 man's voice box and I'm taking this guy's job. Or username's voice box. Give me either of those two guys' voice box and I'm taking that guy's job. That'd be a cool job to have, bro. You just read off the market feed every day. I mean, it probably is boring, but like, bro, that's so cool. Do you know how many hundreds of thousands of people are probably just listening to him live? See, like me on YouTube stream, I have a number that goes up and down as people join me. He doesn't probably know exactly how many people are listening. But I promise you, there's at least 100K listening to that guy. That shit's been going on since forever. It was way more popular when it was Charlie, though. I won't lie. I'm pretty sure this is the same guy that replaced him. I don't know if this is Squawk though or not. That was Squawk I'm talking about. Squawk was the GOAT. High as a kite, 6 a.m. Not financial advice. Use that info however you will. Wait, I did read the rest. It's days like today where I'm happy to be above the draft age. Oh, from the China rocket thing. I got an interesting story while I was late today. I managed the house of a large hedge fund manager. Holy shit. AI offshoot of a larger hedge fund. Normally very nice, happy-go-lucky guy. Today, stress pacing around his pool on the phone. High as a kite, 6 a.m. Jesus. Dude, if you were to tweet everything you just sent, I don't know if it would get views or not, but that shit's fucking funny. Charlie is still around? Like old Charlie? Because I'm pretty sure there was a guy that replaced him and his name was also Charlie. Is Charlie still on Squawk? I don't even remember his full name. I just remember his name was Charlie and he's the GOAT. And honestly, every time I look up Squawk Charlie, it's giving me military searches. Oh yeah, Benzinga Pro Squawk. I won't lie, I've had Benzinga before. It's worth. I don't say a lot of programs and sites and stuff and things you pay for are worth, but Benzinga is actually worth. I used to have it when I first started out, and I felt like I was never unaware of anything. I'm not even sponsored by them. I don't know anyone over there. I don't make anything from saying that. That benefits me nothing. But I can't tell you Benzinga is actually worth. The amount of content on there and the like team they have of people is crazy. How they're constantly shifting people in and out. And then, but then they'll also have like historical people who've been there forever. You know, it's like not a lot of places have that. You know, you're used to hearing Jim Cramer, but imagine if you had like a usual name you're used to hearing for another group of, you know, people like that who share news and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, no, Benzinga is actually really cool. I haven't used it in forever though, so I don't know what it recently looks like. I just know there's no way they got worse from what I used to see. Tech still selling, semiconductors still selling. You should still see red candles on Triple Q and SPY. Your indexes should still be bleeding. Let's check those weights. Tech still pulling back, as you guys already see in that middle chart. I don't know why I bothered clicking on it twice. Banks pulled back. They are relief bouncing off of a historic level we have at the old all-time high. Comms did break under 109.42 or 109.46, still rejecting with the lower high. Discretionary was strong today. You can see they added to that weakness here in the last 30 minutes. Healthcare in a position where it can add to the weakness if it continues to reject 167.73 and push to the downside again and reach that low of day. If it retakes 167.80, it's most likely going to see some relief pressure on that. Staples, if you continue to see it hold on 87.35 and bounce, that is a bullish signal.
In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the weekly EIA crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1 million. Prior, a build of 2.01 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw 1.092 million. Prior, a build of 0.765 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million. Prior, a build of 1.395 million. And Cushing inventories prior, a draw of 0.674 million.
He said 6.7.
The Nasdaq 100 falls 1%. The S&P 500 down 0.7%.
All right, shut up. This is a defensive signal, so if this continues up, that is bearish for this chart, the tech chart, which is very impactful to all of your indexes. So, hopefully that helps. Let me know, guys. How am I doing today? Hopefully the updates are sufficient enough. Still seeing a continued rejection of 736.60s can bring more downside in the market. Still seller control. That's all I'm going to say. There's nothing else to say. I actually have to open up this chart a little bit more and see what's underneath. What's up, though, guys? How are y'all doing? Hopefully you guys are catching some good trades. If you're not, hopefully at least understanding some of these signals and some of the things we're using to help us be bearish or bullish on certain things at a certain time. And yeah, I would like to say I saw a couple people just like the tweet. Make sure to check out the Twitter page. 54 minutes ago, starting the day under a key pivot point. That was after the first, like, 5-minute candle. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That was 2 minutes after the open. Welcome, though, guys. If you guys are in spaces or on YouTube, hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. That was dumb. Had to self-censor. I didn't even see what you said. I'll just trust you. Can you just do a quick explanation like I'm 5? What are fibs? What is the 50%? Why is the 50% so important to your trading style? Like you're 5. Oh, wait. I think I need this chart, actually. Hold up. Oh, no, I don't. I could rechart that 1,000,000 times. Actually, that was the one I posted, so let's not fuck that up. Let's fuck this one up. Oh, real quick, one more thing before I answer this. Where's my bearish setup? Oh, it's the letter buck chart. Our bearish setup chart might actually still be in effect here. When we drew this, it was like during this move here. It's gone up, rejected this again, pushing away from it. Here's the first fib extension target of your bearish scenario. So we're almost at our first real bearish target. 733.40s. If we make it past that, there's a good chance we make it to the next target. I would keep 730 as a second target, though, just to kind of keep it passive. But yeah, that's still crazy. All right, let's fuck up this chart, I think. Yeah, this chart. All right, so like you're 5. So real quick, let's just throw this up. Let's start all the way over. Like you're 5. I got to think about that.
1 minute remaining. I'll be dealing with crude oil inventories.
Shut up! All right, so when you're marking a fib, a lot of the time, you're marking of something, right? If a level is breaking, I want to know of the move that broke it, how much of that move from high to low is it going to go down to, right? But if it just goes down to a random spot, like, how do I act on that? You know, how do I do that? So you have to come up with some sort of consistency, right? These are historically known. I didn't come up with either of these. The golden pocket, for anybody who doesn't know, is an area between the 0.618 and the 0.65. That is actually the golden ratio. It's not just one level, it's actually 2. A lot of the time, you'll see us just mark the 0.65 because it's the furthest extent of that ratio. The 0.5 is just a halfway point, so it's just another little median for us. So when we see something go up and return back to this, we see this as a valuable area.
A draw of 7.167 million. A draw of 7.167 million.
You're getting muted.
Disconnected.
All right, so we see this as like a discount value area, but it's also directional, not just valuable discount, but directional in terms of, like, if we're above it, we go higher. If we're below it, we move lower. Probability wise, nothing's ever 100%. It's just, if we're above this, we most likely will move higher. If we fail in here and we reject out of it, we most likely will move lower. It's not just break of a level, it's the break of a valuable level. It's historically accurate. I definitely am not going to sit here and be like, you know, we back tested this over 60,000 charts and we came up with these results. Like, no, I've just used it over the past 6-7 years now. It's just been something super consistent. So but in a sense, though, that's what you're looking at when you see this. So it's just of something. So a lot of the time when you see us charting this, like in this instance, so we have a high to a low before it bounced, right? So I'm going high to low before it bounced. Am I going to be able to trade it that next day? No. I mean, in this instance, you probably could have actually. But in most instances, you're not going to be able to trade it the next day. You want to see a couple days move up towards that 50% and then give you that signal. And that's when you look at your candlestick patterns. Oh, I have a bearish candlestick at a level from a bearish dip. So I'm essentially trying to chart the lower high. In some cases, when you flip it, I'm trying to chart the higher low before it's happened. We're trying to calculate where the lower high or higher low can happen. Why, chat? Let's try to answer this all together. Why, chat, do we like to look for that around those parts of the chart? Why does the positioning matter so much? Why is that so beneficial to us? What is pattern with positioning? Why does that matter? Why is it so important that we try to chart out the lower high or higher low of a move before trading it? Why is that so important? Does anybody know? And yes, if you don't answer, you do have to give your house up. That's just how that works. It's in the contracts. But why is that? Why do we care about the lower high or higher low of something? There's honestly a bunch of right answers. It gives you context. True. Risk reward, though. Risk reward. The best risk reward you have is when you have a lower high, higher low. But also another thing to add on to that, kind of ties into garden answer with context, is you don't ever really want to trade the breakout. Everyone likes the retest. Everyone likes that. And a lot of the time it is a lower high or higher low. What's the best way to trade that? By calculating it out, but based on its most recent move from its fib. Right? So I like the 50%, is just historically what I've used. If you use both, that's fine. That and the golden pocket, that's also fine. They both work. But you're not always going to get a test to the golden. When I see the 50, it's like it's a very average median move. It's just an average recovery. It's an average, resistance. So I'm going to see it tested a lot more. Your more aggressive moves, your more impressive tests are going to be done at the golden pocket, though. But it gives you the best risk reward. The best chance for your trade to have, no resistance again as it moves forward. That's mainly it, though. It's directional, and it gives you valuable parts of the chart to look at. Letter buck. I mean, guys, I'm sorry, but just look how clean this shit is, man. Like, these levels have been too easy lately. Not to toot my own horn, but it just feels good. It do be hitting good. These levels are absolutely nuts, though. Hope you guys were ready for that today. I'm glad I was here ready to go for FOMC as well. Makes sense? Thanks. No problem. If you have any other questions about that or you want to, whatever, anything else interests you, let me know. And there's tons of playlists and videos and stuff, too. And you'll see other examples here live on stream and stuff. But we rely on it very heavily. It really is like a risk reward tool at the end of the day, though. Because it almost tells you what you should know and what you should be looking for at what part of the chart. So right here in this instance, for today's case, not really that helpful because we already know we're against resistance. It's not like I need to find another reason to be bearish. We already are bearish. It's just about finding those extra red flags to finally push yourself into the trade. Because you saw in the first 15 minutes, we weren't calling out, let's get in, let's get in. We were just saying there's a bunch of red flags, and if this still holds on to this level, it should drop, right? Then we got this candle. Why did we get that candle? Because XOK started pushing towards that support. SOC started pushing a little bit lower. Your other sectors started becoming more weak. We didn't have enough of the sectors to go up to kind of counteract that downside move from those other sectors. Those were our final push me into the signal type call outs. So then we got it. And that's when the sell-off started happening. But just to show you, though, another thing, because remember I told you, we don't always get a gap. You don't always get a gap 50%. Now, in today's case, not that helpful, but you can see it does line up around the other level we're using to be directional. We know to be bearish under that because we rejected the key pivot point. This just adds on to that. Same thing with your previous day control point. So let's go to Tuesday's low. right here to Tuesday's high. You know, I'm not surprised, and most people in my chat are not going to be surprised that we perfectly closed on when it finally did start selling off. It was the candle that closed under that level. There's a reason for that. The previous day control point being so directional, being something that we literally use to either go up or go down every single day. Seeing that break, yes, of course, probability only further increases for it to drop there. And you already have other reasons for it to drop. Now you're just adding on to that. And that's the whole point of this, is to kind of stack probability in your favor to push you in. You should never be like, oh my God, let me make some shit up and get in. Because a lot of people do that. And they don't think about it like that. They just get in randomly. They don't actually, they see one thing and they get in, you know. That one thing is just one confirmation. It's not the whole chart, you know. So it's kind of nice when you can stack a couple things in your favor, and then when you reflect on that too, you can be like, why was I so bearish? Why was I so bullish? Why did I like that? Why did I do so well? And then you look back at it, you're like, oh, okay. Here from my notes, I can see I was bearish because of this, this, and this. So it's also important for people in here who don't go back and review stuff to write some stuff down. If you're not remembering or reviewing enough, you do need to be writing something down to help you for the future, because it's crucial. But good question, though. Thanks for asking that. I really, really like just how simple it all is, though. It's not rocket science. We have 2 levels that pop up on our chart every day that give us direction. Every other level is just there to be a little boundary or a support or resistance. They're not as high priority as the other 2 levels. And then on days you have the gap, that also helps too. And so honestly, every day, a cool little practice thing you could do, and everybody in here can do this. Fuck, what chart was I messing up? Oh, this one. Every day, I want you to do this, like as practice. If you really, really, really want to actually like progress, go from your low. So let's say I'm charting for today. So let's get our today's open, our previous day control point. So low of Tuesday to high of Tuesday. There's our 50. And then on days that you have it, in today's case, you do, draw that 50% gap. And I want you to start highlighting them together when they're close. I want you to start understanding that they're like magnets, right? Let's say this one's way up here, this one's way down here, you know, and then our other one's like right here in the middle, and price is teetering it, and it goes above it, and then it breaks below it. Your thinking should be it's trying to go towards that one because it broke the median. On other days when it holds the median, you're thinking, okay, it should go up here before giving us that sign. In a lot of cases, you do see both levels get tested. Okay, maybe not this wide of a range. I don't mean this wide, like 740s to 730s, but you know what I meant. And a tighter range that is very, very, very normal. It is very common. And I want you to start highlighting it. Everybody, start highlighting them all 3 together, or using them as magnets to go from one to the other, you know? So, and start mapping it up yourself. Do it yourself. I want to start seeing y'all do it, you know? Me sitting up here saying it works is one thing, but you going and testing it and doing it on your own is another. I don't want to just sit up here and act like, you know, I'm the prophet, you know, everything I said works. No, I definitely make mistakes as well, and I want you to go try it for yourself so you can make mistakes on your own too. Learn from them, experience from them, grow from them, move on. Also, chat, when should I drop those part 1 and part 2 of the Candlestick Handbook on X? They're both ready to go. Should I show y'all what they look like? I mean, you guys already know what they look like because you own them already. What the hell? That was weird. I will say part 1 is longer, but it has a lot of shit in it. And then part 2, because I hit my image limit, I didn't even know that was a thing. Kind of the same intro, and then it shows you the part 2 candles. I would say part 2 has less candles in it, but just as much information. Anybody in my chat that knows the inside bar, outside bar, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. But yeah, shout out to Leland though. Took me a little while to get all that on there, considering you can't just copy paste images because it looks like shit when you do. So you gotta be careful and actually download each image and then upload them individually. Letterbox. Letterbox. I keep forgetting what chart I'm supposed to be using because I have drawn the same levels like 6 different times, and so they're all like every chart's the same, but I'm trying to find the one that has the most like updated levels to the downside because I don't always chart that low for every chart. I'm not always expecting downturn like that. Just dropping some updates, nothing crazy. What's up there, chat? How is everybody? How many likes we get today? 21 likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. If you haven't already, be sure to thumbs up the stream. It does help out a lot. If you're on Spaces, you don't have to do shit. You just sit there and be yourself and be pretty. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed all the updates so far. I feel like I did a really good job of like orchestrating like the weakness, what was causing it, what's going to happen next. How do we see more weakness if it does? You know, if it doesn't, how do we see that we're going back up? Called out the trade as well, which I already said at the beginning of the week. I did not want to do any trades this week. This is like the one week I always avoid because it only happens, you know, every so often. It's only like 3 or 4 times a year you're going to see a week like this, so it's not really that big of a deal if you don't try to trade too much. But today just felt so obvious that it felt like I had to do something. I had to get in, you know. It was just one of those, which I think I'm okay with breaking my rule when it's like that. When it's something that feels obvious, something that feels like it's going to definitely happen, you know, when you feel in control, that's just confidence laying out. So ooh, cool post, Chris. I just now saw your... I don't know why I'm just now seeing that. History tells us new Fed chairs like to lay down the law early. That was why I stopped saying, I don't think we're going to get a hike. I said it like 2 weeks ago. And then I started seeing this Warsh guy. I'm like, man, this is actually the perfect time for them to do a hike because the whole, like, you know, regime change, I guess you could say. But it makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'll go back to this chart for y'all so I can see all 3 again. My bad. Oh, you know why it's going back to the 1 day 15 minute? I just realized. Because that's how I saved it on the drawing set. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with Thinkorswim. It was my fault. Oh my god. It was my fault the whole time. All right. What's up, though, stream? How's everyone doing? Almost 10. We're almost an hour and a half into the first part of the day. Make sure to drink some water. Stop taking personal responsibility. It's unhealthy. Always blame others. True. Actually true. Why worry about it now when you can worry about it later? Why worry about it at all when it's not even your fault? Genius. Also, where is T-Bone at? Where is T-Bone motherfucking Panda? Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully reconnected. What the heck? Is my YouTube getting doxxed? Man, I'm just so proud because we literally mapped this out so early in advance. Now, did we know SPY was going to go to 733 today? No. But 736.60s was on the plate. And it sold right through that. That's so impressive. I'm glad I zoomed down to the 5-minute when I did, because I would have definitely missed that on the 15. I mean, the signal was there in the 15, but the entry was definitely not. The entry was way too late. I haven't heard British Charlie since I unmuted him. Tuned in, but hands busy. Let's go. All good, Maddie. I hear dump. I ask how are Staples. Yeah, literally.
So according to sources, Iraqi Prime Minister calls off meeting with Saudi Crown Prince.
That was a big. That was another big signal for us today. Was the Staples chart? I'll just switch this over because I'm tired of messing up my charts. On the 5-minute, I switched over to it beforehand, but it was just seeing that spike. It kind of gives you that extra signal of like, okay, there is a flight to safety to start the day. You see, tech has room to a level below it, without ruining the chart. It's got room to pull back. Semiconductors have been pulling back since the open. So there hasn't really been anything that has said otherwise, you know? Everything has just been saying, yeah, we need to go down this morning. There hasn't been a single thing that says anything else. We have yet to see a counter signal to the market. Oil's up 7.5% now. Remember, it wasn't even up 7% yet. It was like 6.5%. It's only increased since the open.
So a bit of context just behind this latest headline with the Iraqi Prime Minister calling off meeting with Saudi Crown Prince. There's a bit of old news. We did see that earlier reported in the morning.
Thank you, British Charlie. Can someone look up who this is I'm hearing on Financial Juice? Because I tried and I could not figure out who the hell I'm hearing. I'd like to be able to know his name at least. If it was Charlie, that would be hilarious. They're just all named Charlie. Everybody who speaks stock market news into a mic is named Charlie. That would be gold. Or is this that squat guy? I don't think it is the new squat guy, the other new squat
So coming from IRNA, Kuwait's foreign minister meets with the Prime Minister and Army Commander of Pakistan.
If you guys are on Spaces, by the way, you guys ever need anything, just tag me on Twitter or message me or whatever. I honestly don't know where I'm supposed to be looking when I click live on Spaces. It's like my 6th Spaces now on my own. Still have no clue where I'm supposed to be looking. Hopefully some of you guys got the call out. And if you didn't get the call out, like I always say, I hope you at least got something out of it in terms of like, okay, why did they enter? Why did they like this? Why did they take profit there? Why were they seeing signals the way we did? And that's why I like to keep going over it over and over again. So I understand the reasoning of it more, not the feeling of, oh, we won, we got money, let's go. That feeling isn't going to help us on future trades, but understanding the reasoning of that trade is going to help us on future trades, which I'm sure all of you are very well aware of. But I just like to repeat it, you know? Everybody likes to sit here and talk about, look how much I'm making, or, oh, damn, dude, fuck, I lost, dude, look at this. Like, I'd rather focus on the thing that's actually getting me in and out, the reasons that are getting me in and out of things, the things that take away from my confidence, the things that add to my confidence, why, when I see them. I want to know the reasoning. Oh, holy shit, Chris did tweet it. I got you. I'm gonna get you at a good quote tweet. Bro has insider info. That's funny. I don't know who needs to hear this, but a really rich guy has been pacing around his backyard, and he's really deep into AI. It was 6 a.m. and he was hitting the bong in the back porch. I can't wait for you to see my other scheduled post today. I've never given a shit about having scheduled posts or posting on Twitter before. Here I am. I should have like 6 more posts that go up today. I do need to quit putting so many scheduled posts Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in the morning, though, because I keep going there and spamming my page. And I don't actually know if that's good or not. I don't think that's good, though. Also, what should I do with the articles for part 1 and part 2 of the Candlestick Handbook? Should I just drop them both at the same time, or drop one and then drop the other? Because there's things that are in the one that talk about 2 and things that are in 2 that talk about 1. So I feel like I should just drop them together, not one at a time. I don't really care about milking impressions or anything. I genuinely just want to release them at the right time. I do appreciate everybody who shared that stuff around, though, seriously. I think it's crazy that that you guys are helping me out that much on that. And it's funny because we're just sharing information. It's not like we're really getting much out of that. I won't lie though, I really, really, really like that articles feature on X. Because I have so much saved material and so much shit I already use that way, that article feature is perfect for someone like me. There'll be a couple months where I don't want to do any of that shit, and then randomly it'll click, and I'm like, I gotta make an article. I just like get that passion back. His backyard is littered with empty muscle milk and roaches. He smokes joints. Oh my god. He ashes in the muscle milk bottle. Dude, it's crazy, like, because if someone was reading this, they'd be like, oh, I don't know if I believe you, but, like, reading this, it's, like, too genuine to not believe. Ashes in the muscle milk bottles. God. Yeah, this person manages billions of dollars, by the way. I mean, that is a lot of money to be managing. Bro, you just need to tell him one day to just join my stream and ask what stocks to buy, and then I'll just take it as a hint, and I'll be like, yeah, bro, just buy Sophie, buy PayPal, or no, don't buy PayPal, it's past its limit, buy Netflix, you know? Buy the boring shit that's gonna go up over time, not the exciting shit that is at all-time highs. Which, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people who like catch quick all-time high moves. I'm not talking shit on any short-term traders. I just mean like it's crazy how many people like sit there and be like, yeah, bro, let's buy SNDK at 2K a share. What? It's just crazy to me. Like, repeat that out loud to yourself, and if it doesn't sound crazy, then okay, run it. But It just amazes me how many people don't like repeat that sentence out loud. They don't hear how crazy they sound. But I guess that's what gambling is. You know, in the moment, you don't know. You don't know that you need to be chilling out. You don't know that in the moment. It's easy for people like us to say after the fact. But in that mindset, when you're gambling like that, like you're not thinking about the downside. You're only thinking about how much more upside you can get. I tried once a few months ago. He's not there very often. Oh, I was just kidding. Dude, don't actually have to tell him that. I don't want him in here. I think I would probably piss him off. He just said AI is overvalued in the short term and undervalued in the long term. Yeah, I mean, sounds like Michael Burry. That's the most I've got out of him in stocks. Dude, he sounds clueless. I don't mean to hate on him. AI is overvalued in the short term and undervalued in the long term. Like, that is the most cope someone could say out loud. The thing is they don't know how to value AI's future in the long term. So anybody who tells you that they know what its value is for the long term in the future is lying to you. Now, anybody who says in the short term it is very overvalued, I do agree with that. I think that is something someone can actually break down, but nobody can actually tell you what the future of AI holds. Yeah, I'm a bit shocked he got pegged to launch this fund. Yeah, that's crazy. They just needed... Maybe he's the downfall guy. That's what he is. He's like one of those guys they make like a sidearm fund for, just for a specific thing, and if it fails, they just cut it off. A lot of the time you see that for emerging markets. Actually, if you guys have seen The Big Short, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they are. They're just a leg of something. A leg of a bank. That has like a direct focus on something. And if that direct focus ever fails or looks stupid, they just cut it off. Therefore, the bank still gets to be a part of that emerging market, and if it fails, they can cut it off without looking stupid. Just be like, oh, well, those weren't our guys. They were just attached to our building. If it was real AI, it would tell us how to make a lot of money. Yeah. The thing is, though, is like, and I stated this before this year started. I would like to say this. This is not my first. This isn't even my 50th time saying this. But most people think LLM is AI. And that's where the real problem lies. It's not, is AI valuable or not? It's not, is China's model more complex than ours? Or are we just going to scrape theirs and make a more simple version, which is already kind of happening? But it's that most consumers are not using real AI. Most consumers are using LLMs, the large language model. Think of a big box full of 1 billion answers inside of it. That's all it is. It's not an interactive living creature with a soul actually thinking and on the fly giving you answers. It's giving you a set amount of data.
This is Channel 12 News commenting on the meeting yesterday that says Israeli concerns were expressed about the accumulation of terrorist elements in Syria in light of Turkey's control of the region.
Dude, I bet on Spaces it probably sounds crazy when I stop talking like that. But if anybody's in here, I stopped talking like that because the guy on Financial Juice talks. I didn't even think about that, but that probably sounds crazy from their end.
Iraq's Khatib Hezbollah says response to US-Saudi attack is inevitable.
Well, you heard it from him. He said it's inevitable. Sounds like a guy I could trust, right? But yeah, but what I was saying is, like, most people think they're using AI, but it's just LLM. And that's where the real problem is. Because if you just make a bunch of AI products and no one's using it, they're using the dumbed down version. Where's your consumer base? Where's your customer base? You don't have any. So yes, it is overvalued on all kinds of fronts. Now, when you're actually talking about real AI, actually real AI, there's only a few companies that are actually using...
Iraq's Khatib Hezbollah says response could target US tools in Saudi Arabia.
This guy talks about Saudi Arabia one more time, guys. I'm going to lose it. Oil's up 8%. Can they stop telling us about Saudi Arabia? I'm just joking, by the way, but... Actually, instead of SOXX, let's throw up oil on that right screen, because... It is a pretty important part of the market we've been going over. Oh, hold up. I need to fix this. Nobody wants to see all that. Futures, turn that off, turn that off. Go back to the 15. What's that 4 hour looking like? No, maybe not the 4 hour. Let's do the daily.
And Iraq's Khatib Hezbollah says it will give government until August 6th to show it can defend Iraq's sovereignty.
What are these green lines I'm seeing? Oh, it was the change events. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it on the daily. You guys cool with that? You guys cool with oil being here? Hopefully there's no oil haters in here. I mean, I want it to come down too as a consumer, but it is kind of cool seeing what I said work out. But now I'm like, damn, do I really want that to work out? I wouldn't have minded being wrong there. I wouldn't have minded them just keep falling to 70. I don't think any one of us would have complained about me being wrong there. Actually, we should have been hoping I was wrong there. But does that not look like the most like perfect setup though for a retake candle the next day? Does that not? Like anybody? I don't even think I was like I was giving a hot take when I said that. I thought that was a pretty mildly temperatured take there. Not even a hot take. That is the most like setup for bullshit candle I've ever seen. Mosaic theory. Oh yeah, here's my new tweet. Mom, stop calling me. I have to close this trade before this Warsh guy talks. Oh, this guy had a cool name for his spaces. Washed Out Wednesday. That's smart. I don't know if he took that or not, but that is a really smart name for that. Washed Out Wednesday. We're all washed out. Oh shit, I closed Financial Juice while he was trying to talk. Fuck.
Not yet begun there.
Begun what? I didn't catch it. What did we begin? I caught 50% of that, luckily. I just got out on the new higher low in the 1 minute. Damn, ESB! You crazy as hell. Oh, that's what I could have done. I'm stupid. Oh, this is what that message was. There are centrifuges at Mount Pickaxe. They have a mount called Pickaxe. But uranium enrichment has not yet begun. That is from a senior Israeli official. LOL, I need subtitles. Dude, speaking of subtitles, that's why I wanted T-Bone to be here. I was over here hyping up that Infinity Castle movie being on Crunchy. It finally happened yesterday because we've been doing these longer streams back to back. My mind has been in somewhere else. My mind's somewhere else. If we can get today's stream to 40 likes, I will do... No, sorry. 35 likes. I will do a third back-to-back-to-back full-day stream. Full session stream. Not full day, you know what I meant. Don't try to fuck up my words. So make sure y'all like the stream, share the stream link around. 35 likes, I will do a third full session stream. Jesus, I can't speak today. But yeah, speaking about that though, if you do go to the YouTube channel, click on live, you can see we did 7 Over 7 hours? Over 7 hours? Could we do it a third day in a row? And wow, look at that. Bueller's actually changing his YouTube titles. Holy shit. We're truly moving up in the world. Do you guys want to know what I adjusted to be more on my shit? Absolutely nothing. Let's go, though, dude. I'm very happy about these last few weeks of streams, man. I've been on my A game. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the streams, enjoying some of the breakdowns. We don't just do call-outs. We also do... A large majority of the streams really just educational, going over the stream, quizzing everybody. So if you enjoy that kind of thing, you like interacting, please feel free to interact in the chat. We have a lot of fun in here, though. We don't normally play music, but today we got music, because why not? Let these non-copyrighted playlists lie to me so we can get my channel taken down. Why not, you know? Why not? All right, I'm going to do a vote in the YouTube channel because I am actually split on this, so I'm just going to go off of how this vote goes. All right, so I split the candle book up on the X articles. Please vote on that. Let me know. Do y'all think I should just post them together the same time, the same day? Or should I put one up on like one day and then one on the other? Let me know. All right, how many times did you watch Infinity Castle? No, that's what I was trying to get you in here for. I was saying your name a couple times. I was like, is T-Bone in here yet? Is T-Bone in here yet? Because I wanted you to know I didn't watch it yet because all these like full day streams I'm doing, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of lost track of time. It was like 1 o'clock last night, and my brain finally like clicked, and I was like, wait, I didn't even see if it was on there. And I went and looked, and I saw it was on there. I started to see if it looked good, and then I clicked off because like, all right, I'm gonna wait till today or tomorrow to watch it. But yes, I did see that. Do you know how long it's gonna be on there, or is it just gonna be on there forever?
SIBO volatility index at 1.44 points at 19.65.
I won't lie though, I'll probably watch it twice at least this weekend. Okay, it says it is staying on Crunchy as a permanent part of their catalog, not for a limited time. All right. Yeah. Life's good. I'll probably see it at least 1,000 times. I'm not even bullshitting. Before I die, if I haven't seen Infinity Castle 100 plus times, I didn't live life right. It's crazy too. Demon Slayer's not even in a top is not even a top 5 for me personally. But I know when it comes to their animation and some of the deeper story, it is. Whew, it's pretty peak. Waiting for the next movie. Oh, we're fucked. We're gonna be waiting a minute, bro. We're gonna be waiting a minute. I'm gonna watch that pirated too, probably on GTA 6 YouTube. Would never do that in real life. But yeah, that was. Whew. I can't wait to see it with like actually good graphics finally. I was already glazing it, seeing it at like 360p for all I know. Done posting on Spaces. Alright, I think I'm actually going to end my Spaces so I can just focus on YouTube. Great call out this morning. Who said that? Oh. Oh, it's Terry. Why am I not following you back? I got you, King. Alright, well, if anybody is in here on Spaces or was in here on Spaces, appreciate you. I hope you enjoy this. If anybody's here watching the recording, love you. Hopefully you enjoy that call out and some of the TA, some of the breakdowns. If you want to come and check us out and watch for the rest of the day, come join us up on YouTube. I'll be there for the rest of the day. See you guys later. Alright, YouTube, it's just us. We can cheat on them now. All right, now that we're off that, did anyone catch any downside plays during all those callouts? And if you didn't, did you at least understand some of the reasons that we liked it for downside? It's okay if you didn't catch anything, but you do need to at least understand why we were liking that downside. It was very clear today, so I want to make sure we're all good to go on that. Now we're out of the part of the day where you could start to seek in some consolidation. A lot of selling has already happened on tech and SPY. And you do see oil finally reacting to that resistance of 85. So we might see some consolidation finally appear. If not, probably more downside, let's be honest. What a fucking great day, though. No, I did, T-Bone. But I had to leave it kind of early because something happened at the theaters I was at. And then it kind of gave me a really bad experience, and I didn't want to go back. I don't really want to talk about it. Nice, Terry. Good shit. Thank you for the Twitter stuff too, dude. You know, I don't even care if you guys ever go out online and are like, yo, Peter, thank you, you know, so I can share it, look good for other people. If you guys win in silence and keep it in here, I love that too. Y'all are more important to me than getting attention of other people, which I think is what a lot of people have lost focus on. They care about people's opinions too much, but it's like, dude, you should care about your community more. I did as well. I traded triple Q instead as they... Honestly, I was going to say, if anyone did trade any tech over SPY, your trade was even better than ours because you got a stronger dip than we did. Even right now, you can see they're down 1 point, almost 20%. You can see SPY's not even down 1% yet. And of course, that was because we are using tech to confirm that. So if I am getting a good dip on SPY, a lot more times than not, I'm getting a more aggressive dip on triple Q. So if you caught triple Q, you're an even bigger badass than we are. Good shit, Garden. I'm happy to see that, though. I'm happy to see you guys taking risk and, like... But not just taking risk when it doesn't feel right. Like, y'all saw me. I didn't want to trade this week. Something finally popped up, but I'm like, all right, I can't ignore a third call. I can't ignore a third signal. You know, wait till it pushes you in. That's how it should feel. All good. Hopefully you can enjoy the next movie in full. Oh, I got you, bro. Oh, we're going to be going to the TV later. There's a big-ass TV in that living room. Adobe flying, though? Is it actually? Holy shit! 5.45% with a red apple is nuts. Good shit, guys. I'm so proud of y'all. And if there's anyone in here right now and you're constantly missing out, you're constantly hesitating, please speak up. Please don't just sit there and continue to just suck. Let us talk about it. Let us go over it. Let us fucking make something make sense. Let us try to speak about it in a different light, so you can actually, you know, take it and use it. guess is what I'm trying to say. Now up in V broke 371. Jesus. Good updates actually on that. Because yeah, Visa being up 1.2% with a mildly weak financial sector too. If you see that too, they're down 0.75% right there on banks. So good mention on that. And good mention on Now. I don't ever look at Now or talk about it enough, but I always see it, and it does look like we should be talking about it more, so I am happy to see you bring it up. Credit services up, banks are down. Okay, good looks. Yeah, I don't know the subsectors of banks that well, so thank you for breaking that apart. It makes sense that Visa is different than your bank stocks. A part of the same sector, but different subsectors. It's like when I go over software versus semiconductors, but for banks. Help me. Shut up, Base. Oh yeah, we didn't even show your gains on stream. I gotta like glaze you. What? Did you not just say Adobe, Chris? What the fuck? That's crazy. It's listening. It's crazy that it's from him, though, is why I'm freaking out. Because this is like someone who actually knows what they're talking about. So, like, loading this up and seeing him mention it. See, look, I was really excited too because I posted ZS a while back and it didn't work out at first, and I'm still looking at it now. So, seeing him, like, look at this still kind of gives confidence too. And I don't really go off of his stuff. But if I'm looking at something and I go over here and I see him looking at it too, I'm like, okay, dude, I'm looking at the right fucking chart. I have a lot of love for this guy. He's super, super, super fucking smart. The gains. Oh yeah, here's the meme again. This is how I picture Ace actually. You know he's trolling because he put this under the Great Morning Message. Open image and new tab. Damn, son. He's gonna lose it all in the last day of the month. When's the last day of the month? Friday. Everybody look in the chat Friday for Ace. I want everybody on Friday to tag Ace and say, don't do it. Everybody. I mean, I need everybody on Friday to remember that. Just remember to tell Ace, don't do it, and that you're thinking about him. And hopefully it pressures him to not fuck up. Because he's still going to trade. We're not going to be able to stop that. He's still going to trade. But hopefully we bully him in the right direction. Positive reinforcement? What is that? That doesn't work on Ace. Negative reinforcement. Now that's something he reacts to. Y'all said both together same time. Thank you guys for helping me out with that. When should I post those? When do y'all think is a good time? Probably not today, of course, because of all the shit that's going on. Nobody's going to be looking at that. What is up, YouTube? How do you spell teetering? Did I make that word up? Is teetering not a word? Oh, it is. I'm spelling it wrong. Cool little AI update by one of the big brain nerds in my chat. So the other day we were talking about, because you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when I look at this stuff. The deeper thinking behind it. I'm just the levels guy. He said, I think the model companies are going to have a hard time. I think inference companies are going to have a great time. Cloud, OpenAI, these efforts stole our data, then build a frontier, but nobody trusts them with their data for long. So over time, people are going to steal their data. So bigger companies are going to take an open source model and then train it on their own. But the cloud stays hot. And he says, but nobody's going to build their own compute. And that's when I said, well, can you break this down for a 5-year-old? He said, long Google, long Musk, long Cerebras, NVIDIA, CoreWeave for long term. But then he said, to come back what I shared in the chat, because it was like late for him. He's in the Netherlands. He's really far ahead of us in time. Bro's basically in the future. He said, Anthropic has gone from a couple of billion in revenue in December to almost 80 billion today. That is more than a 10x increase in half a year at a scale that is simply insane. But it underlines a fundamental point. If a model crosses a threshold of economic return, like Claude 4.5 in December and Fable in June, the usage of that AI will go through the roof. It is essentially that simple. If a model delivers a clear economic return, usage will go up and it will go up fast. If the price goes down, usage will also go up fast. There is no loyalty. Nobody wants lock-in. Everybody simply wants the cheapest and best model available, and they will switch the moment something better comes along, as we've already seen. And he already stated that too. So it is safe to say that whatever happens and whoever wins, it is not really going to matter. There is going to be one winner that will always be there: compute. Data centers, producers, and whoever can provide AI infrastructure for rent will win. The reason that I'm long Cerebras is simple. Their chip increased the speed of AI models by a lot, like insanely fast. That will drive an economic return that deserves a premium. So they will. Do y'all not have the word AN in y'all's dictionary? I'm making fun of him, but I actually am curious now. Do people in Europe not use the word AN? An? I'm sorry, that was random. That will drive an economic return that deserves and premium. No, I'm kidding. So they will get unlimited business for the foreseeable future. At the same time, I think software as a service is death. It's just over. The bigger and critical ones like Salesforce are just last. The rest is it's just race up the value stack. After robotics come, it's going to happen to all things on the idiot index. Jeez, I can't speak. To down to material cost in same order as software is now. Good read, honestly. I really like reading this stuff from Tobias specifically because he's been talking about this stuff for fucking ever. I feel like everybody in the internet just started talking about it, but when I read it from Tobias, I feel like I'm listening to someone that I've been listening to this shit like forever. It's the Church of Tobias, basically. It was such an obvious buy that I'm kicking myself for. I opted for Google. I mean, honestly, I can't hate you for opting for Google, though. I mean, that's a hard choice. I think you lay down those two in front of anyone and they choose the latter. Google, that is. V at 372. It's still going? Oh, yeah, 1.38. That means it almost hit. That means it did hit like a fucking 1.5%. Damn. Good looks. Aloha. Good shit. You know what I realized I closed? Financial Juice. Let's see what he's talking about now. I need to move that tab. I keep clicking X on it on accident. But yeah, T-Bone, I'm so excited, dude. I can't stop thinking about it now that I've finally got it in my head that it came out. The first thing I did at like 1 a.m. was like, because that was when I finally realized. I clicked on it. I was like, all right, does it have subtitle? I don't want to just see English on here. I'm so excited. You know what's really cool too is I'm at the end of I'm in the middle of the end of the last AOT season, and you know how that last like 2 you can just skip the episodes and go straight to the movie now because the movie's out. I technically have 2 movies I could watch now. I won't lie though, the streets have been begging for this kind of content. Keep 731, 62 to 732, 76. You know what I didn't post today? I didn't post SPX today. Oh, I forgot. Where the fuck is my chart? Jeez, look how clean that was. It's the same thing as SPY, just like the most obvious dip ever. And yeah, shout out to anybody who watched Triple Q. I've also been trying my best to update this more and more and more and more. And it also did amazing today, based on just key levels and control. I mean, when you're looking at this middle one, you're pretty much are looking at Triple Q for the most part, looking at most of it. So that gives us a good picture. I like this more than Triple Q in terms of like how to picture what's moving Triple Q and SPY though, because this is tech. When you're looking at Triple Q, it is a little bit of a mix, so you still want to keep this in mind if you are trading Triple Q. And XLY. You know, if you see XLY pumping like it tried to at the first of the day, then yeah, that is something to take note of for a Triple Q trader, because that is like, okay, shit, part of the sector is going up. But if tech's going down so much it doesn't matter, then no point, you know. But it's still good to just keep that in mind so you know the distinction between the two. I can't believe I'm zooming down enough to see a level to say 727. What's up, though, stream? How's everybody doing in here right now? How are you guys feeling? How are you doing? I'm going to try to make this one smaller, so we don't need this one to be so big. We don't need this stupid purple line here anymore, do we? The SNDK chart is insane. Yeah, that chart is... It's a chart, all right. Bro, there was a guy talking shit to me on Twitter because I was talking shit to him, but I was being kind of mild still. But he started getting crazy with it, and he was like, "Bro, I've been telling people to buy since 1600. What'd you do?" I told him not to buy. I haven't been telling anybody to buy this shit. Yeah, that looks healthy. Why can't I zoom in? Oh, that's why I'm doing the bug on the middle screen. I hate that bug. Oh, I still can't zoom in. Nice. There's people who legit bought at 1600 and thought they were shitting out gold. There's people who bought at 2K thinking this would never stop. Where are they now? We'll never see them again. They're never going to post again because their ego will not allow them. I mean, look at this one. I still like MU and SNDK, don't get me wrong. Like, I think that, so now I can zoom in. Nice. I think they're still amazing companies, but I just think like people trying to buy up here in like the most uncertain time of the year is a little insane. Now to long-term investors that are not part of this move, that are just they don't care about any of this, like, dude, they're not thinking about any of this shit. I know a couple people who've owned MU since before 200. I promise you, they're not thinking about any of this stuff. As a long-term investor, they just want to see what the hell's going on in the whole memory and AI space right now. You know, what's about to happen next. They don't care about that stuff though. It's the people that are short-term invested that are going to be freaking out right now. God, Apple has done amazing things. Truly a work of God. A work of art. God, once you stare at the 15-minute long enough, you cannot go back to the 5. That is such a hard thing to look at. I only saw it for a few seconds, but man, that was hard to look at. Well, I said it. This is the first real curl of the day, but like I also said, it's still very mid. You have an inside bar at your low of day, followed by 2 bearish hammers, followed by a positive reaction. The 2 bearish hammers have not gotten any break under the inside bar. We still have no close over outside of the inside bar at low of day on the 15-minute SPY. Dude, does anybody know how to get rid of that Norton update? I think I could send Norton like $1 million and pay for their security, and I would still get that notification at the bottom of my screen. I even went into the settings of my computer, turned off notifications for my computer and the app. Still didn't work. I don't know what the hell is causing that. I don't really want to uninstall Norton. Dr. Parik Patel has fucking 1.7 million followers now. Bro, I remember these pages when they didn't have any followers yet, like 100,000. I mean, at the time, though, that was a lot. Have y'all been seeing all the Fauci stuff coming out? I haven't heard that name in forever. I saw it was trending on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I'll see. I don't really want to get into the drama of it all. But man, the shit I read in like 5 minutes fucking blew my mind. But yeah, did y'all see all the Fauci stuff that came out? I think Norton is actually a virus that poses as an antivirus. Yeah. Where's McAfee when you need him? Dude, the McAfee documentary on Netflix is fucking hilarious, honestly. Your Norton expired! It's crazy, though, because I don't even think it's about money, dude. I genuinely am serious. I think if I sent them a bunch of money, like, yeah, protect my house and computer and all this stuff, bro, I would still get that notification. I could even set up like a contract and be like, guys, I'll pay you $100K a month to stop giving me this notification. They'd be like, no, sir, we don't want your money. We want to spam your computer screen with notifications you don't need. When I close my eyes at night, I just think about Norton. Yo, Data Day, back on the mic. Today we're going to be looking at SPX. Just kidding, premiums are fucking jacked. We're moving on, folks. Today we're going to be talking about... Sorry, I'm practicing. That guy was a wild man. Dude, Fauci was a wild man. He's up there with like Sam Bankman and them. Bro, we're all going to be like grandparents. We're all going to be old ass people telling these young kids how they used to tell us that if we didn't take a vaccine, we could be imprisoned. And then the main guy in charge was telling everybody, yeah, guys, you all need to take this. Everyone I know is not getting sick once they take this. And then behind the scenes, he's saying, everyone I know that's taking this is getting sick or getting something else. Like, what the fuck? Ego and pride is so he was too ego. Dude, I don't even think it was just him though. Like, that's the problem. Like, I'm not even trying to turn it into a left versus right thing, but I'm just saying, y'all had us thinking we were gonna die if we didn't take it. I didn't take a single one of those shots. I didn't take a single booster. You know what happened to me? I got sick. But it wasn't because of that. It was because it's naturally just what's going to happen. Now, if you're an older person, you don't really want to get it and fight it because there's a chance you do die from it. So you don't really want to get it to build your immune system as an older person or a child. But for all of us middle-aged MFers, you know, it was kind of a scam. Kind of a scam, not going to lie. I do think that they should have acted that way, though, for older people and younger people. I definitely don't mind that, but making people and telling people... I don't even mean making people, but, like, making people fear something to the point where they do think they need to take a vaccine is pretty crazy. I've never seen that in my life. And anytime that's in the history books, it's normally followed by pretty crazy shit. And I remember this from swine flu when I was really young.
Cafe shipping services, an explosion hit the LNG terminal at Egypt's Diameter port during cargo discharge.
Oh. Dude, they're like actually like launching.
Philadelphia Semiconductor Index hits about a 3-month low, last down 3.9%.
Damn. But like during swine flu, it was nationwide. Fucking everybody was getting it. But the news, and I can tell you this with honest jest, me being there, experiencing this, and anybody who's older than me can agree to this or add on to this. It was never in the news to the point where it was making people go get a shot. They were more informing people, like, hey, you can go to your local CVS or go to this or that, and you guys can get your shot for the swine flu because it is just a variant of the flu. You know, but they weren't like in the news like, we're gonna head to your house and hunt you down if you don't go get your vaccine and boosters. And there was never like a get your boosters, get your booster. Like none of that ever happened. That same energy never happened during swine flu. So whenever it happened for COVID, it was a little like, what the fuck? Like even people who were like super into being clean and like the medical stuff and knew low of down spy, by
So
the
furthermore
way.
on the story, the vessel involved in the explosion has been relocated outside the port. Operations are expected to resume at night time at other berths and terminals.
Whoa, stutter? I can't talk shit. I would stutter like 60 times if I did that guy's job. Per reading, I would probably stutter once. Venezuela. Mike, are you in stream? I saw what you sent me on Twitter. I think they're legit though. It would be really sus if they were like a newer account, like someone who's been around only for a few years. But those people, I'm pretty sure I've even seen them before, so they might actually be legit with that. That whole thing does look like AI though. Am I wrong? Aren't those pictures AI? I'm like 90% sure those pictures are AI. If that's someone's drawing, I'm even more impressed. I don't really care about visuals though. Like if people use AI for visuals, that's cool. But the AI videos need to relax. And like people trying to pass things off as real when they're AI, it needs to stop. But if people make like a thumbnail or something, like who the fuck cares? Or like a template. You know, I see people do that now too. Like people post their trade reviews or trade like log for the week on like an AI image, and it's like, it's really not that. It's actually pretty cool looking. It's like the one AI use for visuals I've seen where I'm not like cringing out on. The problem is they kept lying and were surprised when we stopped trusting. Yeah, I know that's what I was trying to say though. Like they were lying their asses off, and then they were like mad that we were like calling them out on it. It's like, huh? Like none of that shit happened during the swine flu. Literally none of that shit happened. Also, I won't lie, when Fauci even became like as popular as he did for him being so like part of it, I was so weirded out. It was like we got our first Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory character in real life. Except they were like forcing him on the camera, so it was like, even if he is a fall guy, like bro is still in the wrong. That whole thing is just weird. Like, why did we have a Fauci character? Why did someone like that ever get famous? Why was that person ever in the light? Why was someone not from our government not in the light? Oh, but he worked for the government. Okay, yeah, sure. That's why he was in a lab 24/7. Yeah, Fauci. The whole why did Fauci even exist? Like, why did that even become a thing? That should have weirded everyone out. Honestly, that was my first red flag. When there was a main character for COVID, that's when I was like, "Yep, this is weird." And it never happened in the history of ever. Yo, my name's Jadaday. I'm here to do a sectors update. You really got to put some emphasis in that first yo to get it started. Yo. You know, and then kind of let the last two fade away. There's a method to the yo. Yo. Yeah, Netflix is up 0.2%. So what? Is anybody in here? I genuinely just want to know. You don't have to say how much or what you're doing or how much you're buying or what you're buying, but has anyone been buying any of the stock picks from the last like
According to
7
two
months?
security sources, Egyptian gas storage tankers at Damietta port might have been hit by drones.
Why did he say it like that? It might have been hit by drones. Like, was he a part of the drone attack? Why did he say it like that? And just to remind everybody, what are those tickers? Target was one of them, but the buy stopped a while ago. Like, we haven't been able to DCA on that for a while now. Like, it's up, but it's, you know, can't really do anything with it now. So that's good, I guess. But UPS also in the same position, but not up like Target, so it's a lot closer to its DCA buy spot. It'd be nice if it came down again. If not, then we'll just sit pretty with what we have. PayPal's also in the same position. It's above a buy spot. You know, we don't really want it past 50s, 55. 55 is really like the limit. And the fact that it gapped up to that, that's where it's like, all right, let's chill for a second. No more DCA for a bit on that. Also, I think it's a good time that all of those hit a part of their charts where we're like, all right, no more buying. We're hitting our DCA spots. We like our averages. Because now we're up on like everything except like Netflix. And it's cool because the whole market looks like shit and we're telling ourselves to stop buying. So it's like our signals are lining up with the market rotation. Didn't mean that to happen, but it's just something that I noticed. Netflix, of course, we've been buying Netflix. That's still a buy. You could keep DCAing that, which honestly, I told y'all I would love for Netflix to stay down all the way into the rest of this year because there's a lot of stock picks we do in here where you only get 6 to 8 months of DCA. For normal people that have jobs, kids, families, they're only going to be able to put in 25, 50 bucks a week on something, you know, set 50 bucks every 2 weeks even, so they're not going to own a lot. So the longer we hold our consolidation, discount, value ranges, whatever the fuck you want to call them, the area in which we're DCAing, that gives you more opportunity to own more. So if it's something you really like, you can own more of it. Like Sophie right now. Sophie's a great one in my opinion that we've also been doing DCA on. That's really our only two right now that we can DCA. If I go look at our list, let me double check that. I don't want to lie to y'all. Yeah, so Bull, no more buying, but it's just, it is in the buy range. But that's not a DCA play. I'm talking about the DCA plays. Yeah, this is still above the buy. This is above the buy, even though I wish I owned more of that just in general. That's well above the buy. That's well above the buy. This is in buy range.
According to Ambury, a US-owned and operated Marshall Islands flagged LNG floating storage facility was struck by at least one unmanned aerial vehicle, so UAV, whilst at the Damietta port in Egypt.
Jesus. Someone just got taken out. Sophie, though, is in DCA long-term range, and Netflix is as well. And those are it. So let me remove all the ones we don't actually own. I do want to own UMAC, but I think I'm going to chill on that. We already have Bull. That's already our speculative play. So that's all this is our list. We're down on Bull. It's also not really a DCA buy for old buyers. If you're someone who's new to this, it's a speculative play. That's our one speculative play. UPS is above the buy. We like this under 102s, really preferably under 100, 102. It's holding that perfectly. So anywhere in here is your DCA. LW, the DCA is under 50. It's well above that now. PayPal, well above it. We like it under, like I said, like 50, 55 area. You can see it's a key resistance. Range trade here for a while. So we had a good chunk of the year on PayPal. I've been screaming this name all year. So we're doing good on that position-wise, and we have a good number of shares, not just a little bit. It didn't pop up too quick.
So furthermore, from the Ambry Security Company, no party had claim responsibility, no casualties, and damage to port infrastructure has been reported.
Okay. Well, Target's up a lot. Their buy range is down here. Okay, I'm not opening up my chart enough. That's very helpful. Under 107. I was trying to remember if it was 108 or 110, but it's 107. So in this range is where we've been buying. We were late to this. We only got it at the end of last year. So as it turned up in February of this year, we haven't really been able to buy for a while, but it's just been going up this whole time. So I really can't complain. You know, if it's not going to give me time to buy, at least pump. Sophie, I like this a lot, just as long as it's under 20. And then Netflix, like we said, we like this. At first, we liked this a lot when it was under 90. When it first started, you know, when it gapped up above this, and then it came back down again, rejected it. We're like, all right, we like this under 90. And then more bad news started coming out. I still like it a lot. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to be that guy that just gives up on it because one more piece of news came out. I got to be honest. I like this a lot for long term. And I said it many times at the beginning of this year, middle of this year, end of this year. I hope this stays under 100 until the end of the year. So it gives more people, the real believers in Netflix, time to buy this. And if you look through this list, you never see me go into chat and be like, oh my god, guys, who's all up on this? Because
The
I don't
Nasdaq
think
100
short-term.
extends dropped to 1.5%.
Shut up, I'm talking. I don't think short term on our DCA buys.
So your stocks extend for the S&P 500 down 1%.
When you get into these, we're long term. We're not in 6 months am I up? In a year am I up? I'm hoping in 5 years that I'm up. In 6 years I'm up. So I can look back at these buys and truly be proud of the trade we got into. And if we do get some miraculous move or something like that, you know, then take advantage of that. An example of another one that we own that I don't have on this list because a lot of you guys really aren't from the generation of people that I had buying this. I don't even know who even has this still, to be honest with you. So that's not really part of the list, but like we were owning this under 15. Under 15, we owned this for a very long time. But it took forever to get to this point. Once it got to 100, 110, we're like, all right, we need to take profit on this parabolic move. You know, not all of it, but we took profit on 40% of that position. Now I can own the rest of it very comfortably for a lot longer. You know, every trade's different. Some of them are going to take 2-3 years. Some are going to take like 5-6. Some of them are like Target. They're going to work the very next year into the beginning of the year, the very next year, you know? Where in August, we're like, we like this a lot. We like this a lot. Going into February, now it's like, okay, it's above our buy spot. Let's chill. Now it's like, now we're just stuck in a winning play. That's a good situation to be in. And I really like the dollar cost average thing because it's kind of like a fun little stack game. You know, you get under a price you like. Hopefully you stay there for more than just 1 quarter. And you have time to dollar cost average and not put yourself in a position where you're putting everything in one spot of the chart. You're kind of developing it across multiple parts of the chart. And you're creating patience for yourself. You're kind of understanding over time as you do this, oh, okay, I don't really care about if it goes up or down short term. I'm really just focused on collecting it and owning it for the long haul. But under prices you find valuable, you know, whatever that may be. You saw what I said about these. That's just, you know, not financial advice. Again, I'm not anything special. I don't work for a bank or anything. I don't know anything like that. But just through my experiences, that's something that's helped me out a lot. And you got to take it from me too, because I genuinely have seen some of the craziest investments from people that I've missed out on, you know? I've owned a little bit of Tesla in my time, but I know people who own Tesla under 50 a share. I know people who own Tesla at 150 a share. You know, these people are never going to see those prices. We're never going to see that again. You're never going to see 150 again. If we do, miraculously, buy the shit out of it. But it's probably a lot larger problem if we're seeing that price. Apple, you know, I'm from the generation where before COVID happened, everybody was just buying Apple and Tesla, and that's all you really needed to buy. You just bought a bunch of it, you held, you won. And then COVID happened, and that was another big discount buy right here. And then we had more news. You know, it's just crazy, like the trades I've seen across just my time span in the market. You know, I've probably seen about this much of Apple. Hold up, what year is this? Yeah, about this much of Apple. Like I've seen splits, I've seen it all, and it's just like it's crazy. Just patience does play. Patience does pan out. It's insane. But it's hard. It's hard to build that patience, to build that trust. You know, you can't do this with, you see on this list too, we have 6 plays that are all good companies, and we have 1 speculative play. If you have something in your list and you have 5 things you're in, right? And 4 of them are speculation plays, yes, that is a problem, because that just shows you're just gambling and guessing and hoping you get lucky. It's okay to do a couple of them, but your majority needs to be companies you truly think are going to be around for a long time. Like, I didn't choose anything special. We had Target, Lamb Weston, UPS. Bro, nobody even looks at those. PayPal, bro, everybody on the internet hates this thing. People like Sophia, so I can't really agree to that one. And it's kind of 50-50 on Netflix. There's a lot of people who don't like this, and there's a lot of people who do. So, it's kind of up in the air. Not that social sentiment matters that much, but it's just something to think about. Just cancel your Netflix? Hell no, I will never. That would be the only good reason to do it, though. Would be to buy more of its stock. You don't even want to know my Apple cost basis? Is it high or low? Like, are you saying that to a good extent or to the other side? Because I know people with some pretty insane averages on Apple and Tesla specifically. Like, in a good way. I don't really know a lot of people buying tops right now, I'm going to be honest with you. The people I personally have talked to or have messaged in the recent past or in the past like few years, none of them are buying tops on this market. They've been invested for 7 years before this plus, you know. And that's what I think a lot of people don't realize who are new to the market or newer. Like, I would still say I'm a beginner and I've been here for 7-8 years. But there's people who have been here for 19, 20 years who have already been invested at lower prices. And when they see these current market shifts, like, it's just reactions to them for them to think about for future movements. To newer traders, to newer investors, they see this as like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. Oh my God, it's going up. Everything's great. Oh, pre-splits? Yeah, that's who I know. That's all the people I know. Everybody I know is pre-split Apple or pre-split Tesla. On either of the, and pre-split Nvidia. There's so many people who have pre-split Nvidia from the past that I know of, and they're just like, they're not stressing about this shit. Sure, they're like, damn, it'd be cool if it kept pumping. You know, I'm sure they're like that, but I doubt they're sitting here going, oh my God, I have to sell everything I have. They're not even thinking about it. Because they know if they just wait, it'll most likely recover and be back at a new all-time high, whether it takes a year, 2 years, 3 years. Because they know. They've seen multiple market downturns. This isn't their first rodeo. This isn't even a market downturn. I'm just trying to explain what I was talking about. I would still say this isn't even that crazy if we'll pull back on larger time frames still. Like, people are probably freaking out now because we're down at 733 again, but it's like, go to the weekly, go to the monthly, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, I really need to stop fucking up all my charts. There we go. You know, if you're zoomed in too much, you're gonna think the worst. And holy shit, do you guys see the candlestick patterns on this? Okay, hold up. Nobody answer yet. I want y'all to answer a couple of these actually. I'm gonna number them though. And then these. Here, I'll make it look good. 1, 2. I actually want to see who knows their shit. I would say this is a little tough, honestly. I would put this at about a 7 to 7.5 out of 10 difficulty for these 3 patterns I'm about to ask y'all to tell me. I have to circle that because they're on top of each other. That'll look confusing. All right, so go ahead and try your best. But what are the names of these 3 candlestick patterns highlighted? I don't give a shit about any of the other candlesticks. What is this 2 candlestick pattern called? What is this 2 candlestick pattern called? And what is this 3 candlestick pattern called? Who knows their shit? And I'll be honest, this one's a bit of a trick question. It's technically 2 different candlestick patterns, but I'll let y'all go. I'm gonna give y'all like a minute or 2 because I want y'all to like, you know, have time to get it, type it out. I understand that's like a little extra typing that I'm making you do. By the way, thank you guys again. If you guys haven't already, be sure to thumbs up the stream. I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully you guys like that background delayed news voice from Financial Juice, and then the probably copyrighted sad piano ambient music. Oh, it says copyright free. Who wants to call bullshit? I would say this one's a little tricky. Just don't overthink it. I would say the exact same thing for this one. Just don't overthink it. And then 3, all of you should get that. If you're just not aware of the pattern, you're not going to get it. But if you're aware of that pattern, you better fucking get that pattern. I'll give you another... At the top, my clock says 11:05:31. When it says 11:07:31, I'll give you 2 more minutes. Because I want to grab something. I'm still here, I can hear you. Or I can't hear you, but you know what I meant. I can speak. I want to see who all gets it. Plus, when people get things wrong, it's not just to see if they're wrong or not. I also just kind of like to see how they're thinking about something. Because if someone calls like... Well, I see a lot of the time a mistake I see is people will just like accidentally call one like the opposite. Like if they see a piercing line, they'll be like, oh, it's a dark cloud cover. And it's like, that's not really wrong in my head. Because I know what they're thinking. I know they're thinking because it did the lower or the higher open, it broke to 50%. They're like, oh, it's a piercing line, because they know what the bullish one looks like. They're calling the bearish one the bullish name, but I know what they're thinking. So they're not technically wrong. They just called it the wrong name. Like some people, it's like that. And then some other people are just way off. You know, I'll be like, hey, is this a bearish or bullish engulfing? And they'll be like, it's a pin hammer. Like, huh? Where'd you get that one from? Brother, what candlestick are you looking at? Plus, I like quizzing you on candlesticks. It's fun. It's easy. And again, kind of similar to a lot of the other things that we go over in here and in spaces on Twitter, on YouTube, on Discord. We mainly go over things that we actually like to use. You know, I don't really want to go in here because I used to do that in the past, and I look like a fool. And some of those videos are still public. You know, I don't want to hide that. But there's many examples where I just made something to get views. You know, I don't really care. I don't understand what I'm looking. I'm just talking about it. I don't want to do that anymore. That's pretty stupid. I haven't done that in many years now, but there's many examples where, like, it's just, what does that help? That doesn't help anybody in the community. It doesn't help me. It might help some random person on the internet, but it's like, do they really want to hear that from someone who doesn't actually know what they're talking about on that particular subject? Probably not. So I like to really talk about things in here that we actually go over and actually utilize day to day, week to week. And so when we quiz on it, it's really just, you know, You guys should be getting them more and more as time goes on. All right, let's see what y'all said, and then we're going to go over it. You should screenshot this for X to lead into the handbook. Like, screenshot this and then do like a promotion tweet or something. Oh, here, look. This is the guy that's in stream right now. Shack Attack. This is him. Should I quote tweet any? Oh my god, I forgot I posted this. Fuck, where's that post? I tweeted way too much today. I don't like to tweet charts all damn day. Should I tweet it like that? Yeah, see, the problem is I tweeted this and I started spamming my feed with fucking charts. I kind of fucked up my own promotion post. Alright, so let me read some of y'all's first, because I want to see where y'all's heads are at. Alright, so Michael said, and it's okay if you guys typed a bunch or got something wrong, like who the fuck cares, really, it's just me. Y'all know me. 1 single crow, 2 IB, single crow, 3 crows. 1 OB, 2 IB, 3 crows. Outside, inside, 3 soldier. Well, not the first 2. Bearish engulfing on 1. Timmy said bearish engulfing 1, 2 IB, 3 black crows. Aloha said bearish engulfing. Inside bar, 3 black crows. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even see this at first, but is that an inside bar? Okay, it's not technically, but I'm not gonna take that away from y'all. But that's not where I was going with that one, but you're not technically wrong, I guess. Alright, so the first tricky one, number 1. A lot of you guys are kind of in the right direction, honestly. Bearish engulfing, pretty easy one. But what else is it? Got your outside bar. Got your bearish engulfing. And you have a crow. Why is it a crow? Why is it also a crow, not just an engulfing? Well, we're kind of lucky that it's even engulfing because you got the new high and it fell. But where's the open? Remember, the open and close are the real tells of these candles. The open and close. Look where the open is. It's under the previous day close. Breaks the previous day control point. Closes lower. So you have a very strong bearish signal is what I'm trying to say. Very quick, short-term bearish signal. This one's a little tricky too. This is also a crow. If you typed IB, I'm not even going to take that away from y'all though, because I didn't even think about that at first, and when I looked at it, I didn't think it was, but then y'all saw y'all type it, and it made me question it, and now I'm like, okay, it kind of almost is, so we'll give y'all that as well. But yes, crow. So you got crow, or bearish engulfing crow, also outside bar, to bearish engulfing, not bearish engulfing, to crow, and then everyone got, I think all of you got 3 right, 3 black crows. Now, I said it's tricky because I think the crow is like the hardest one to remember, because you're always having to remember that the open is lower. A dark cloud cover has a higher open, and that's why I like it more, because a dark cloud cover has liquidity that starts above previous day close, and when it breaks previous day close, it's most likely going to go test previous day control point. So in some cases, like in this, it's not really worth it to trade just to that 50%. It's not that far, right? But then when it breaks that 50%, that turns into a larger signal, a bigger picture signal of like, oh, okay, it's probably going to previous day low. And if it breaks previous day low, that's an outside bar. And that's where a lot of you guys allude to super quick a lot of the time. A lot of you guys jump straight into the, oh, potential outside bar. It's like, dude, hold up. We haven't even gotten to PDCP yet. So I have been seeing you guys, though, recently say, if we break PDCP, then we can get that OB. So that's good y'all are saying that, because you do need that to happen. Just because it gets the higher or lower open isn't always the thing that seals the deal. It's just something that's possible. Also, this is the weekly time frame on SPY that we charted that on. That's pretty crazy. Good answers, though. Honestly, I didn't really see any answers where I'm like, how did you get that? Good shit, though. Oops. Oh, wait, wrong chart. I won't lie, navigating with all these buttons is... I'm not used to it. Alright, the reason we're looking at this one is because I need to update this on the channel. If you guys remember, I did like a bearish scenario chart. It low-key's cooking. So let's go find that together. Service now, carrying my whole portfolio. Honestly, that's kind of baller. Based. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember when I posted this, so give me a second. It was definitely not this week. Is this it? That's not the first one I posted, though, is it? Where'd that chart at, though? Maybe that was the first instance I did post that. I could have swore I did it before that. Maybe I'm tripping. Bro, look how consistent the levels are, though. Look, I'm back 9 days, and I'm looking at the same shit. If you go back 3 months, I'm looking at the same 2 levels. The consistency, man. You gotta have consist. Oh, here it is. I knew I had an earlier one. I knew I wasn't crazy. When was 720? Last Monday. Dude, I don't want to see anybody doubting me. That's disgusting. Let's get that on the single chart. I want to get a good picture. That's ugly. I don't want to draw an arrow like that. Draw it like that. I need to overlay this picture, honestly. Me sending myself YouTube stream titles. Because I needed to see which one looked best for mobile, and then at the end of it, I just stopped. I didn't care. I stopped caring. Save image. All right. 1 second. If you guys are in here, make sure to drink some water, stand up, let that blood run a little bit. Don't just sit there all day. Come on, load. Any day now. All right. Oh, fuck. I did this wrong. Fuck, I'm stupid. I'm just gonna do it like that. And we're back. Excuse me. Yo, Jada Day here. Yo, Jada Day here. I just realized I uploaded the wrong chart. Yo, we out here, boys. We're fucking out here. You know what's crazy too? I didn't even realize what I said in that post too, right underneath it. I said, if we do not see oil and the dollar reject, you've only seen the dollar go up. So where's 720? Here's 720. It has only gone up since this day. Or 720 on oil. 720. Okay, I mean, it's kind of back to where it was, but having news reacted to it went up, you know, telling us, hey, short-term pressure is picking up. And even though it is back down, it's still right there in that area, still off of this huge leg up. So just kind of another thing, just kind of taking away from our market. And then, you know, 720. Had a couple day buffer, and then it's like, GG. Couple day buffer, GG. People are going to sit here and blame news, but there's been so many indications of the market doing this for a while now. And this is just this lower high, this move. It was the same thing over here. you know, just as strong as the dips were, you know, when we saw it go down to this, about this area, it's 50% of this candle. We knew, okay, it's still holding a good bullish level. Every time it dips down, it should buy off of this until it doesn't, you know. But the same thing kind of on the other side of things. Like, you get a single black crow, okay, nothing serious, it's just one bearish candle, but it's still a bearish candle. And then this day doesn't even retake 50. I don't even think it does the golden pocket of the low. Okay, it does get over the 50%, but from here to here, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's too close to be like, yeah, it's still super bullish. So you're definitely at that point. Maybe you're not saying this is going to happen, but you're like, okay, there's definitely a slowdown happening in the market. And I'm sure at that time, too, you could have confirmed that further with sectors. But then you see that dip, it happens, news comes out, whatever. It comes back up. Where does it go? Right? When price rejected, this is that fib from high to low. Look where it pumped up to. So even if this one wasn't super clear cut, this one was. This one was super clear cut. Look at the bearish candle you're getting at a key resistance. Just like you're getting good key support candles at support. You know, it's pretty clear once you clean it up like that. Anybody tunnel visioning on the short term too much is not going to see that. And that's the whole purpose of this slowdown a lot of the time too. People think like, oh, it's to liquidate, it's to do this. It's like sometimes I think it's just to take away attention. You know, look how clear these moves were, right? It was like a little unclear, but still somewhat alarming. Super clear. Super clear. Super clear. Super clear up until it got to about here. Then look at this. It starts going up, down. You start getting indecisive news in the market. It's like, what the fuck? What's going on? Look at the area we're still rejecting, though. We're still rejecting the first time it went bearish. All of this was to take your mind off of that. We get up to this and get a second bearish candle, a third bearish candle. 1, 2, 3. They were screaming. If you were just reading the candles, you would have sat here and been like, damn, dude, this is kind of alarming. So even if you don't, like, you don't need news or to sit here and blame news either. I don't think anybody in my chat is going to, but it's just like, man, people just like to bitch about whatever they can. Anything, it's anyone's fault but themselves. You know, it's really what it comes down to. I'm sure I used to do the same thing. I used to probably be like, oh, dude, it's never my fault. I'm fucking never wrong. No, bro, I'm definitely wrong. But here we are very correct. You know, and it's honestly just been, you know what it just came down to? It has nothing to do with, like, is the news still bearish or not? No, it's, what did the candles tell us? Or the candles have been telling us that, yes, a slowdown has occurred. So what needs to happen for me to change that? What needs to change for me to change saying, oh, I still feel bearish because of the candlesticks? What needs to change? The candles, the chart. The chart needs to start showing something else. I start indicating some green flags, something that's telling me, hey, we're trying to go back up, we're trying to bounce, we're trying to build base. We haven't gotten that yet. Since this candle, what have we gotten? A good little rejection of an obvious lower high fib. Okay. Came down a couple of very indecisive candles. What are you supposed to do after indecisive candles, though? Wait for the next candle. This is actually a bearish candle. But let's just throw it in there with indecision. You get a higher open. Sure, starts off, sure feels bullish, closes back down. So essentially, gain nothing. What did this do? The very same thing these two candles did. It buffered but did not take over anything. It literally rejecting an obvious fib. What did today do? Get a lower open under the area we already are suspecting is bearish. And I mean, we drew it like 60 different ways. Okay, not that one because it's that weekly one we fucked up. But like, we drew it like a million ways. If you are still failing to grasp the concept of the lead test fib, you need to genuinely ask more about it, or chart it more, or practice with it more. It has got to be the easiest thing to find slowdowns in the market. It's the only thing I ever put faith in. Retaking the first extension fib target, by the way. I don't know what chart to sit on now. Every chart's the same. They just look different. So not look too bad, I guess. I think this is the one I've been chilling on. Been chilling. But yep, that's my rant. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Man, it's only 11:30, dude, but we've seen so much movement. Does anybody see what I see up here at the top of my screen? Does anybody see that? That DTR versus ATR? Anybody see that percentage up there? 105%, but only a third of our volume has been used. Does anybody even remember why I labeled that chart that? There was something Letterbuck said made me draw this. What did Letterbuck say that made me draw that on the 20th? I'll have to go look in the chat. It might have been in YouTube stream though, so it might be impossible to find. He had to have said something. I do know that when I see this though, it's like, oh shit. If we go any lower, that's fucked. And then it did. Then we go up to it. It's like a perfect rejection. But you're not ever going to go up and reject it on the very first candle. Sometimes not for a few candles. I mean, that candle did perfectly. It dumped, and then you got a higher open. It's like, okay, what the hell? Kind of. This candle definitely fucked some people up. Probably even people who know what they're looking at candlestick wise, just because that is kind of crazy. And then that candle's just, oh, that candle's beautiful, beautiful candle. Honestly, this one's pretty beautiful too. Are they still doing FOMC? Yeah. Is that canceled? Can that be canceled? Warsh? Oh, dude, hold up. We need to watch some memes together. Hold up, I need to test something. Will it automatically play the audio since I have it playing from Google? Did y'all hear that? Oh yeah, I did. Alright, not my memes. Man, I found a fucking hilarious one. So I actually used to be in a group, not with this guy. I used to be in an Instagram meme group with what's his name? Doug. With this guy. And he doesn't know I exist, but in that Instagram group, we used to all make memes, and he'd do like motivational posts and stuff to promote because he's genuinely fucking hilarious. Him and his wife are fucking geniuses. They do this thing where they work together. They teach couples how to like invest together, do real shit together. You know, like he said, read money together. So he's really cool. But he like led me on to seeing like so many of the best content creators there is in the financial space on Instagram, like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Like really early on before a lot of these guys blew up, and these guys are fucking hilarious. And I called it too. I remember back in the day when I was making content, you know, because I don't have any like legitimate financial education. I look up to these guys and I see them as like really fucking smart, because when you read their jokes, you're like, wait, why does this guy sound like he actually works at a bank or like he actually works at a fund? And it's funny because a lot of these guys do, and they come here and just kind of like release their inner bullshit, you know. So pretty insane to think about that. But I remember seeing all these guys before they were even like that. Like they were always pretty big. But it's crazy, like all of them are above like 1 million followers now and shit. Like and their content's fucking hilarious. But there's so many pages like this. I'm trying to find the one I found yesterday that was so good.
Pay you out, or if you want control inside or outside of the assets you love, that's cool. I would want you to maintain prestige. I'm not about making you small.
That you'd rule the roost. It would be your board.
But I would structure it so fucking nice for you. I would make everything.
Oh, this is good. I actually used this in a meme today.
Years. I died in the trench. Years back. Thought you knew that.
South Korean retail traders who have already been wiped out, seeing it get even worse. Oh, this was the one. This was the one. We're full screening this. This is fucking hilarious. Hold on, we're watching this full volume.
Okay, let's see what we got here. First one we got is Bernie Madoff. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's from the 80s too. That's good.
Yeah. I've seen a few of these around before. Up next, solid Sam Bankman-Fried here. That's
Pirate
nice.
citing Israeli
That's
media
really
say
nice.
a U.S. ship was damaged off the coast of Egypt, and reports suggest that the incident was the result of a drone attack. So again, we have reported this earlier from Ambry, as well as from two security sources.
Damn, we're hearing the start of the war pickup again. All right, sorry.
What's this made out of?
I think he made it of balsa wood.
This is balsa wood?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. This is a vintage Zuckerberg.
Yeah. 05?
This is a vintage 05 Zuckerberg. Let's just check the back really quick.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. That is a patch from his Fruit of the Loom boxer briefs. You can tell by the smell. Yeah, that's it. Onion, hand cream. So that's great. We should sleeve this one.
Yeah.
All right, up next. Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Elizabeth Holmes. We do have two,
Yeah,
I believe. We have two, but a triple Holmes is what every good collector has in their arsenal. All right, we have one left.
Last card?
One card left. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god! 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 It's a holographic Epstein.
There it is. That's a genuine holographic. His moniker in the corner.
Bro, the comment that got me the most
OpenAI
was this
CEO Altman discusses a new AI model with U.S. lawmakers, expresses support for AI safety bills, and gives no details, though.
They pulled the hollow Stein. Shit had me cracked up the other night. Well, I saw this guy post it, and then next thing I know, my feed had like 50 other pages post this. But yeah, that one is... I even bookmarked. I'm like, bro, that is fucking hilarious. That is perfect. That concept, too, of like... Because it's so trendy now that people open cards on stream. Like, this is a genius idea. Whoever came, I mean, I know they're part of the team who comes up with it, but like whoever like actually came up with that is a genuine genius. That was so fucking good. What? HBO Max is launching launching HBO Max Shorts, a mobile feature designed for users to watch iconic and memorial scenes. What? Are we that cooked? Bro, that's crazy work. But yeah, this guy's page is fucking perfect. There's others too. I just can't find them all the time. This guy has some pretty funny posts. Some of them promote like call she and shit. Though I don't really like that. But then they have some pretty funny posts like this. Lord, just get me back to break even. I don't even want to profit at this point. Oh my god, I should have known it wasn't a normal song in the background. I love when people do that. They like edit the music in the background. Oh, there is another post on my page that's actually pretty crazy. Because I've been telling you on stream, but I didn't want to like go too hard on it because I don't have the numbers in front of me. But I've been saying for a while, like everyone keeps hyping up Michael Burry, and I don't know why. Because of like 2 charts that he's doing really good on. But they don't outweigh the things he's losing on. So there's this post the other night that did release the actual numbers. And there's an actual moron in these comments. Hold up, I gotta show y'all this. Maybe he deleted it. Oh, his 5-year return is better than the SPX. Like, genuinely blind. Genuinely blind. Right? You go up into the post. 1-year return, minus 5.5%. SPX, 16%. Minus 10% over the 3-year. 63% on the S&P. A 15% return after 5 years. Meaning, he's kind of burning up his gains that he had a couple years ago. 68% on SPY. Like, no, he's fucking not. He's doing so good on 2 trades, sure, and a little bit of Tesla, but he's not even positive from his previous Tesla shorts. People keep, like, forgetting he's been shorting Tesla since all-time highs multiple times. And he's been also shorting from multiple dip buys that led to all-time highs.
Can News, citing Egyptian security officials who have denied the Al Hadath channel that there was an attack in the port of Damietta, are claiming that it was a fire that broke out in the engine room of a decommissioned ship.
Jesus, we thought the war was starting and it was just a decommissioned ship having some shit go off inside of it.
So again, this is in conflict to the Ambry Security Company reports that a US-owned and operated LNG floating storage facility was struck by at least one UAV. So again, Egyptian security officials are denying this, claiming that it was a fire that broke out in the engine room of a decommissioned ship.
What? Okay, someone's lying. One, Egypt is saying it's a drone. Oh no, we're saying it's a drone. Egypt's saying it's some fire that happened. What the fuck? How can that even be mistaken? Dude, I might need to turn that thing off. I was hoping for better news. I mean, honestly, it was reading off some good news earlier, though. I can't really hate. Here, what does this one do?
Voice news disconnected.
What is tick strike? Oh, it's order flow. Never mind. We don't want to hear that. You just hear a bunch of beeping in your ear. I'm 99% sure it's what that is. Exactly, fog of war. A lot of people forget about that too. Like sometimes they aren't lying to like their people. A lot of the time it really is like fog of war. Nowadays it's even more important with how important media is now. That's why I try not to take anything too seriously anymore on the news in terms of like what comes out of the US, because it's like it's so back and forth, but there's got to be a rhyme to reason to it. Some of it could be fog of war, some of it might be some bullshit, who knows. No one really knows. Anyone telling you they do is full of shit. But the price action is screaming at us, man. It is screaming at us. Though how insane would it be if we didn't close under that and retook this today? That would be nuts. Make sure you guys download the FOMC guide either for free in the Discord or go to Twitter. It's free as an article on my page now. We moved it over to there as well for anybody who, you know, doesn't use that shit. Doesn't use Discord. Check that ish out. I actually need to repost this again so people can see it. But yeah, check it out. Pretty cool. And I really like this like article thing we got going here. It's kind of nice. This was definitely the smallest one that's going to get released though. Compared to this one, it's, you know, it's like nothing compared to the other one. V hit 730, 373. Damn! It almost 374. I was impressed when it was at 370. Now I'm just like, I'm out of words. Humana. That's JC today. That's SF today. It's Aloha today. Humana. You gotta be pretty proud of that one, huh? What's the other one you're in? Visa and... I know you're doing good on Visa. There's another one you're in, right? Or maybe it's just Visa I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You gotta be really proud of that one, too, because, like, that's, like, all you. I don't think anyone led you to that, right? I know I didn't. The Tesla low? That was recent or that was a while ago? I don't even remember, honestly. I thought there was one you had beside that. There was another one you had. Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I thought it was you. This Tesla low? Like this here? Or where? I'm trying to get the timeline down. I don't remember when. Low on Nvidia too. Lower? Oh, so a while ago. Okay. I was like, it wasn't recent, right? I don't remember saying that recently. I think they're good to own, but you definitely can't own Nvidia and Tesla above certain prices. I mean, you heard me say, like, I know people who have this at like 150, 160 is double that price. Now, you're not going to get that price, but Jesus, I keep clicking the wrong one. But yeah, like lower 200s would be nice for anybody trying to get into Tesla long term. This isn't really a great buy spot either. I mean, it is if we do see a market rotation, it does end up holding low 300, high 280s, but because technically that is still value for a long term investor. Somebody trying to make money in 6 months isn't going to like that. Nvidia, I think I was saying around like low 200s. Like it already kind of is good, but like you definitely can get better. And then Apple's like, if you're buying this right now, you're crazy. I mean, good for anybody who owns this, but nobody new should be buying this yet. And honestly, you're a whiles away from a real discount. Apple is really on a generational streak, which honestly, I'm not even surprised. As long as I've been trading, Apple's been the king. You know, Nvidia sometimes likes to step in, but Apple's been the king for a very long time. You're in UPS, Netflix, and Apple. Bet. So you're up on UPS then, I hope. I wish it wasn't up yet. I'll be honest with you. I was really hoping it didn't do what Target was doing, because now UPS feels like one of those stocks that's just going to slowly go up over time, and it's like, damn it, we're going to miss out on being able to get more. So I feel like with whatever you have now is what we're going to be stuck with. I mean, that's not bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, you see this conversation we're having, it's like a good versus a better evil. I mean, they're not even evils. They're like goods. A lower good versus a better good, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like this is a good conversation to have as a long-term investor, not should I cut or should I gamble? You know, so it's really important that we talk about this stuff so we always know what to do next. Good shit, though. I'm proud of you. I like that you're doing the stock stuff, because I think that's truly what's most important. Like, swings are fun. You know, that's nice to do. But I think everyone needs to stick to doing it, kind of like how I've been doing it. It doesn't need to be like an everyday thing. And then scalping is another story. You know, if you guys are like super comfortable with it, definitely get your reps, but try to stick to quality over quantity. And still remember the importance of long term, not just options. Like I've said a million times, and I'll continue to say this: if we were having a steak dinner, options trading would be the salad. It needs to be something you occasionally eat. You know, it's kind of nice, but you shouldn't really be getting it a lot. You know, you're not going to eat it every time. You're going to be wanting to save your hunger for the good stuff, for the steak, the long-term investing. That's the steak dinner. Not that salads are bad or anything. It's just you're not really going to eat them every time you go there. You're going to want to save your hunger for every bit of that steak dinner you're getting. Scalping is a whole nother story. This guy. What is up, Ace? How you doing? My bad, I put you to sleep because I wasn't talking about options. Dear God, I talk about long-term investing. You know what? I'm actually really proud of myself for that, because we talked about it a lot in the past. And then I kind of just like focused on options for the chat because it was the exciting part. And then I kind of got back into like talking about this kind of end of last year. Like I'd say like August of last year into all of this year. I feel like I've done a really good job of continuously updating the long-term picks, the things we're looking at, the areas we want to buy, the areas we want to stop buying at. You know, and it's boring. I say it every time. It's a really boring process, but it's really, really consistent. Out of like the last 9 stock picks we've done in the last like 3 years, I think we're right now, currently, we're only down on 2 of them, Bull and Netflix. But we're up on UPS, we're up on Target. We're up on fucking PayPal, for Pete's sake. I mean, who's even up on PayPal besides us right now? The only other people that have our average are like long-term investors. Like really long-term investors. Sophie. Oh no, we are slightly down on Sophie. That's a lie. We are down on Sophie. I lied. I keep forgetting about Sophie though. I won't lie. I've done a really good job of throwing that one in the back of my head. That's on purpose too, because that one's definitely like a really long. That's like a definite long-term investment. Like, I'm not expecting that to move for like a year or so. You know, to a notable level where we're like, oh my god, we're killing it. You know, you don't really want to get ahead of yourself. But besides those, you know, we're doing really, really well. Not to count the swings and the scalps we do in stream and in the Discord. And I really like that I stuck to my guns on that too. We're not doing a shit ton of callouts. We're not doing a shit ton of swings every single week. You know, it really is like a hand-picked amount. Every time I load up Twitter, it's just like you see this unrealistic world where everyone has like 55 trades a day, and in this Discord there was like 60 trades you could have gotten. All of them were over 100%. It's like, holy, it's just not realistic. So I really like that we're trying our best to keep it realistic as we can, you know, without throwing in the, well, look how much we're up, you know, to kind of, you know, almost greed mongering in a way, to kind of get people to join in with you. Did I get rid of the futures channel? No. Trying to get your ass whooped? Actually, speaking of the futures channel, I'm glad you said that. To start the week, I uploaded some levels for you futures bums. Oh, it's here. I'm so blind. I don't have another level below it. Nice. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that then. I guess I didn't think it could go lower than 7360 for this week. You didn't see that post in there, dude? That's crazy. Who would have guessed you didn't see that post in there? Never mind, found it. He's probably staring at it the whole time. Just fucking with me. Just to fuck with me. You know, you're something else. You're something else, Ace. You really are a piece of work. You just got VIP access. Shut your bitch ass up, dude. You don't even have a YouTube membership and you're talking about VIP? Who is this guy? I was kind of just doing it because I just want to like keep proving like it doesn't really matter what market you're trading, as long as there's a chart. You can use whatever we use here as like a template. Mike, I saw that picture you sent. Just got VIP, had to save up for lifetime. Okay. Well, if you want to know, Ace, not that you actually care, previous day low is your next key level above current price, but it has done a great job of doing a 90% entry back above 27,487.63. A good little break and retake, you know what I'm saying? Previous day low is a good key level. You got that little pop from that leg. Wouldn't really call that a leg. Got the open up here. Got a little bit of another lower high about right here. I'd keep that on watch. Good luck, Ace. If you're not trading that, you're trading ES. I think the thing I did on that chart that I didn't with that chart was I added a 50% here. That should be where the 90% is happening. Okay, it's a little off, but it's there. Why is it blue? Oh, that's right, I changed colors. So it's kind of doing 90% at 73.94. A little bit of one here at 73.87, but together doing really good. Where's previous day low on this? Just to see if it's that far. Okay, it is a lot higher up. Kind of lines up with that 3 bar. Not a perfect 3 bar, but you know what I mean. Between that 3 bar and that open of that candle, I'd say is a good little lower high area to look at as a pivot area, Sir Ace Ventura. Alright, I'm going back to SPY. Go fuck yourself. Making me read out numbers that are longer than my phone number. Crazy work. Like, how do you people even communicate with each other? Watch out, man. 27K, 383.50 is coming, man. Jesus, I'm running out of breath trying to get that update out. I'm just kidding. If you guys trade futures, I'm just kidding. I like to take jabs at everybody. I'm just kidding. I especially like to take jabs at Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura trades specifically. What's up, though, Ace? Are you going to be in here? Are you, like, in the office? Or what's up? It's Wednesday, so I'm assuming you're home. Home. Apple didn't want to go lower? I guess not. Apple's kind of on its own time right now, let's be honest. It's Apple's world. We're just living in it. Alright, let's change up this classical playlist. Is there another royalty-free playlist? Apparently this is royalty-free, but I'm going to call cap. We'll try it out, though. This has 27 songs in it. Can't wait to hear. Bum, 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 bum. Ace, this is Ace, 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 this is Ace, Ace. Let's go. SPY's on the move up. Oh, wait. Let's go back to our setup. So we can pretend to look like we know what we're doing. I've been really liking that 15-minute Ace. What about you, man? I've been really liking that 15-minute recently. It's been serving me right. You know, I don't know why I keep adjusting this when I can just save the preset again. I'm going to do that here in a second. Make that smaller. Save grid as. Save. Never have to do that again. I'm sure I'll have to adjust it. Oh, yo, did y'all enter that earlier? So we did the poll. Y'all said just post them together. Should I do that tomorrow? Because like today has FOMC and all that shit, and then people have tomorrow, Friday, and the weekend to look at it before losing their attention span. I just don't know what time to post that kind of thing. I have no idea how that shit works. I see a post that I've already seen somebody do before. Like somebody just takes it 100%, changes nothing about it, reposts it, and it does amazing. I go and post like some original post and it like, I don't know, it just doesn't do anything. I'm not even trying to sound like a downer. I'm still going to keep trying and still pushing through, but it's just like, it is a little crazy when I go on here and I see like the most obviously taken content. You know? And there's a lot of copy content. I'm sure I've even done it myself, where it's like similar, you know, but not copying. But man. And then after those posts get big, you'll see like even bigger pages take that smaller pages post that blew up, and they'll post it, not change a thing. Yeah, maybe change one thing, but nothing crazy. It's pretty wild on there, I'm not gonna lie. The times are weird too. Like, I kind of find it weird that when you post something, like, yeah, it's gonna be hot for maybe that day, maybe the next day a little bit, but once that's gone, it's gone. It's like, you gotta keep posting, which I guess is cool, but it's like, dude, you gotta post like every day or you get like punished for it. Because I don't really like to post too much on, you know, Friday, Saturday, so I don't really post too much then. But during the week, man, when we're like super active, it's kind of crazy. Twitter's weird, not gonna lie. YouTube's a little weird too, because I haven't even been really posting that much, but I keep gaining like, you know, a few followers here and there, but I feel like it's, I don't know. I don't really know what works for YouTube, I'll be honest. I just upload. I try not to think about it too much. But maybe that's the problem. Maybe I do need to think about it more. But every time, I'm not gonna lie, every time I've worked hard on a video though and done like an edit, it does flop. Or when I cut a video and like I kind of cut it, you know how like people do it where they cut it so it just goes straight to the action. You're not like constantly flipping through BS. My bad, Ace. Looks like it's hitting that target area. Oh, hold on. Let me turn this crap off. Oh. Whew. Good job, Ace. Good little 90% entry, liquidity grab, as you would say. Hitting a great target. If I go back down to the right time frame. God, dude, how do you actually fuck with this without messing it up again? Alright, you know what? Just gonna make this easy on ourselves. The little retake worked out really well. I wonder if NASDAQ looks a little bit better, because I really liked how my level looked on that one. Yeah, that's like an obvious 90% entry when I see that. That's like, that has to go up in my eyes. Good shit, Ace. Great call out. I don't think there's a lot of futures traders in here, but I still respect your hard work. I know you like to come in here and make fun of me, make me cry, and make it to where I don't sleep too much at night, but honestly, man, I love you. Thanks for being in here. Thanks for sharing. And even though you definitely did not make money with my system today, you did your own thing. I do appreciate you for trying to share the love. I don't know why I read y'all's messages together. So I reread Great Call Out, Ace, and then I start reading, my nephew is 11. My brain went, my nephew is 11, and he just caught that Great Call Out by Ace. Trying to learn video editing. If you need a horrible clipper, let me know. Bro, there is no such thing as a horrible clipper in my community because no one clips. There's this feature on this YouTube channel that no one uses. I don't blame my people, though, because all my people are, you know, most of them are full-grown adults, so they're not gonna give a fuck about clipping. And honestly, I don't blame them. But to my younger traders in here, y'all need to step it up. Y'all should be doing y'all's thing, clipping whatever. Y'all could have clipped that trade earlier. I'll have to clip that later, though. It's okay. Most of my people are busy at work or actually doing something that's like actually benefiting society's future. So I really can't down them too much. If anything, I'm probably the least mature one. Like Alex. Alex is delivering oxygen tanks to people who need it. Like, imagine he doesn't show up to work one day. See, that's like an actual part of society that's like needed. Anyone who has kids, if you're like with your kids all day, that's still benefiting society's future more than what most people do. Even if that kid grows up to not be the president, it doesn't matter. You added to the population. Something a lot of people won't do. Hopefully your kid grows up to be the next fucking Einstein. Or Elon Musk. I'm sure you would also like that. Not me. Oh, you just reminded me. I do need to go bookmark that X post. I need to go save it in my highlights. The spaces thing. Here we go. I didn't add them all. I think I forgot to add like 2 of them, but whatever. I added all the ones that had like trades in them. I didn't take trades in like 2 of them. But those were still good spaces people could listen in on. There were a lot of good updates for sector stuff. Oh, I did post one of them. I posted Mondays. Never mind. I didn't post Tuesdays. Monday, I had 70 fucking people tune in. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. Oh, that was the 6-7 day. Never mind. I didn't know that. My highlights tab is pretty cool, honestly. I've been trying so hard to keep it as, like, clear as possible. Every time I check on the Coinbase chart that I was posting, it's still at the same price it is now. And Netflix is down $10. I wish I set exact dates for all the times I started calling stuff out, but I am so bad at time stamping stuff. Like, I can go back and see when I bought, but it'd be cool to, like, see the chart and see all the different timestamps where I was talking about something, but that'd be too much work. Someone would have to go through, like, multiple streams, and, like, oh, that'd be genuinely impossible. Dun 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 dun. Peep DM on Discord or Twitter? Discord. Oh my god, Ace. Okay, but be honest with me. You're not entering that shit because of me. Quit saying that shit. That is a fucking crazy day, though. Oh my god, dude. You're like the second or third best or coolest trader I've ever met. Dude, I sent this kid. I sent this guy a skin on a game before. Oh my god. And now look at him. I won't share that one on stream. Good shit, though. Dun, 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 dun. My stream will be copyright strike because this song is too fucking famous. Dun, dun, dun. These comments are either bots or they're lying. Could be both. A problem too that I read about for classical music specifically on YouTube is that YouTube's algo has a very hard time of realizing, or whatever the scanner is, it has a hard time of realizing if it's picking up a copyrighted version of a classical song or if it's picking up on a song that someone put up for, like, you know, free use. So a lot of the free use songs actually do still get copyright strike, even though they're not actually copyrights. But if you're taking it from a certain channel, it is. It just depends who you take it from. Not with every song, that's just most cases. Dude, it's already popping up to that next area. That's crazy on Spy. That is crazy. Good shit, Ace. Ace Ventura, come on down.
Temptation, but deliver us. Lead us not.
Shut up, Ace. You in this imagine if I held shit. You know what your problem is? You're never happy with what you have. You need to be happy with what you're getting. Stop worrying about the extras. You need to start treating the extras as a sign of, holy shit, I wasn't just right, I was so right. You know? You got your financial gain. Take a little gain for your ego. It doesn't need to always be about the financial. You have no ego. That's your problem. You have no ego. You need a little bit of ego. You need a tiny one. Every time you take profit early, and not early, you know what I mean, actually early. You know, that's okay. Criticize yourself. But, man, on some of these other ones, bro, you're fucking kicking ass, bro. Your entries are too powerful, and you're getting the first super strong extrinsic move on each move. Bro, fuck getting that extra cherry on top. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, you can't take profit. See, but your definition of early and normal traders' definitions of early are two different things, though. Because when you take profit early, I see that as a good take profit. Like right there, you should have taken profit into this level, not wait for it to hopefully close above it. You did fine. Fuck that extra cherry on top. You're not going to be saying that in a couple minutes. I mean, maybe you will. But yeah, on the other side of that, though, yeah, you can't do that. You got to be as strict as you are greedy. Need to change that mindset? Yeah, dude, you do. But I do think you need to quit doing that to yourself, though, because I honestly believe that adds into it. When you sit there and you go, oh, Matt, I know you're just joking with me, but in all seriousness, like, imagine if you were being serious, though, and you were like, yo, I wish I would have held longer. You're only saying that because in the moment it's still working. But when you're in the trade, that's perfect. You did great. But I think you do need to apply that to the other side, too. Because you got to remember, dude, that's the only reason I even make money. Is because I cut early as fuck. I don't let my losses pile up, because I know there's more trades that are going to be taken. It will eventually work out. You should be able to lose more trades than you're winning and be fine. So if you can, like, micromanage your losing side of trading, dude, it just makes it so much easier. I've been tracking my win rate and profit loss percentage. I noticed my losers were bigger, so I focused on making average winner bigger and ignored win rate. Yeah, so I didn't even bother with micromanaging those losses. I just decided to win bigger. Wow, why didn't I think of that? It's been crazy. My win rate has been like 30 to 40%, but my profits are up. Oh, you're genuinely being serious. You should fuck with your loss rate too, though. Not the rate, but like the size. That's some good data, Jay. That's some good data. You can't hear me over the... Oh, you know what it is, Garden? How's that? Dun, 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 dun. Sometimes I do accidentally kick the mic over when I'm moving my hand. And the music was loud. Is that better, or do I still need to lower it? Because if I do, I'll just lower it on the actual song itself. That's much better? Okay. Honestly, good looks, because, yeah, I forgot to turn that down. The volume on YouTube is fine. It's the desktop thing I had to mess with. I do be forgetting that. I figured, you know, if I'm gonna help the algo take out my channel, I might as well keep the volume up so it hears the music. I'm kidding, YouTube. We're kidding. Do you think YouTube even ever hears this? Anything I've said every time in the last 5-6 years? Every time I've said YouTube, do you think anyone has actually ever heard that? Like on their end? Hoping to change the habit of holding losers and cutting winners. Then we'll focus on win rate again. It's not even the win rate. Like, literally, fuck the win rate. Literally just focus on the losers. Come up with... If, let's say you're in an you're in a scenario and there's an easy level that you see that tells you, hey, this is invalidating, and you sit there and you try to argue with it, you know, are you going with that kind of losses? Like, are you dealing with that kind of loss where you're just kind of going against the grain? Or are you genuinely just entering like a shitty ass chart and just getting unlucky? Or is it a mix? Yeah, it could be a mix. Because in my honest opinion, like, you're never going to be able to deal with the unlucky shit. Your entry, you just need to always keep it as strong as you can. But something you can fuck with is that other one I talked about where, you know, there's an like right here, like on this. Let's say when Ace was getting longs here and he was like, let's go to 74.12. Like, that's good. That's a good trade setup. What's his invalidation, or what's a good invalidation just quickly here? The level we were validated over. If I'm showing some sort of shooting star against this target, you know, it's not making it through it or into it, it's stopping at it, you know, then that's like, okay, that's a cause for concern. That's an early cause for concern. Breaking this should not even be a concern. It should be, I'm the fuck out of this trade. I should have been out of this trade. Gonna write my own book, The Best Loser Wins. But like, seriously, like, your win rate can be shit. But if your losses are really big, it doesn't matter what your win rate is, you're never gonna make money. Because you're gonna constantly be on the back foot. You know, you're never gonna get a step ahead. Also, I looked at my data when I added to losers, and it results in biggest losses and small wins. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, though, if you think about it, though. Because in a case where it is going to get worse, it's a larger loss, duh. In a case where it recovers, it's not going to be a really big win, but it's going to recover your losses. So, I mean, that makes sense. I don't like adding to positions, though. If you're going to add to a position, it should be like a one-time thing, like a very rare thing you don't go for a lot. You know, like, honestly, a really good one I can think of was a grass-fed from the other day. That was a really good example of kind of like, not really doubling down. She got a different contract besides the one she already had, but they were both in the same direction. But that's kind of the same thing. And I like that because she kind of has one that's like, all right, lower risk, higher risk. She knows if it continues to hold, you know, she's looking good. She can take profit on one and then on the other a little later because she knows the difference in the contracts. Nice pump, dude, for real. Are you talking about your gym sesh, Letterbuck? I know you probably get a nice pump going, Letter. You don't gotta lie. Imagine if you only added to winners and scaled out of losers. No. You're not ranting, bro. Stop saying sorry. I'm gonna make you be sorry. Now, that is something to think about, though. Only adding to winners and only... The only thing is, I hate the idea of adding to a winner. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why even enter this many cons if you're going to just add to it when it's winning later? Like, what was the fucking... Why even enter half and do half later? Like, why don't you just use that half as your usual position? Is my thing. Not yet, LOL, working right now. Iron pump later. I can feel the Earth's crust move when you start working out, dude. You don't have to lie. Hope you guys are doing good in the stream, though. I'm not going to lie. If you've been in stream the past, like, 3 weeks, and I'm not trying to come off as cocky when I say this, I have been calling every level, like, almost perfectly. I would say today has been probably one of my most accurate days. This is insane what we're seeing today. And again, I'm sorry to say it. No credit to me. It's 100% credit to these levels. They're all drawdown fibs. They're all 50% of something. There's nothing crazy on my screen. We all drew this together Monday morning. We redid SPY, Triple Q, a bunch of other charts. And the chat, I redid all of the sector charts, so everybody has those updated. So I really do hope you guys are taking time to go through this stuff and review it, or if you're in here live, I hope you're understanding what's going on. And if you don't, ask questions, please. Hey, I don't quite got a strong grip on this, but you guys seem to like this. What is that? You know, ask it. Or bring something up, like Data J and Ace, you know, bring something else to talk about. Ace came in here, got some hype in here, called out some longs. Good for him. Data's in here talking about some risk management, how to deal with his losses and wins more, so he can truly become an Ace Ventura trader. If you guys are in here, make sure to drop a like on the stream. Almost 30 likes on the stream. What did I say? What was the number? 35? I said if we hit 35, I would do a third full day stream. I did not set a cutoff time, though, did I? We're pretty shit at that, aren't we? Or do we just go for the 3 full market days in a row? It was 36 is what I said? Oh, actually, I think you're right. I did say a weird-ass number. So a few more likes, and I will definitely make it all the way to 3. Honestly, though, I already kind of want to. The fact I got 30 is really cool. Very cool, very cool. Honestly, it's... A lot of it goes to the people who, like, lurk. You know, there's people who come in here and only have a little bit of time, and they drop a like, then they gotta go. You know? So there's a lot of people like that who are busy but still come in here to drop a like. I appreciate those people a lot, too. Look at that hammer rejecting 736.63 to the T. Oh my god, I'm yawning like crazy now. Maybe tonight I'll sleep good. I think I've been sleeping like shit because I'm so excited for the stream the next day. I get all these scheduled posts going. I start putting up all this shit. Like, I'm actually like acting like a real content creator for once. And it was kind of exciting. I think it keeps me up late. So if you think about it, it's y'all's fault. Like Chris said, never take responsibility. Always blame others. I'm just kidding, of course. If someone's new in here, they're like, what the hell? This guy's crazy. This guy's got an ego on him. Now you're talking. Be right back. Gonna do some stuff so I can degen same days at 2 p.m. for FOMC. You are crazy. I respect it, though. It's funny because every time someone says they're going to trade FOMC, I say you're crazy. And then they're like, later on, you'll see like they'll show you like what their trade was, and it's just like the FOMC trading guide. And it's like, all right, well, I can't really be mad at them if they were doing that. But no blind gambling. I know Data J is joking, but other people might not be. Some of you guys are demons. I am going to have a tough time finding that clip from yesterday's stream, though. I got to find the part of the stream where I said the oil news thing. And then I want to put, like, a clip of, like, the oil news from today or, like, a chart. What time should I put those articles up tomorrow? Holy shit. Oh, okay, it's Letterbuck. I was like, I actually have a lot of notifications. What's going on? It's fucking Letterbuck. Is this all in the same tweet? It is. Bro, you look like a bot when you post like that. Look. It looks like one of those bot pages where you see like the same comment, same profile pic a bunch of times in a row. That's funny as fuck. I was like, yo, there's a fake Letterbuck on my reply section. What the hell? Dun 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 dun. Alright, I'm done spamming Twitter now. You didn't know it was FOMC today. Brother, I never change my YouTube title, ever. Except for this week. And in today's stream title, it says FOMC Day. My trading view for some reason didn't show it. This guy's fucking with. This guy's rage baiting. Nope, that's me just spamming so we get all the goods on X for free. If only other people had your spirit. To be fair, I don't even think half the people that follow me even see my post. Just gonna keep it a buck. I've even had people show me proof of it too. Nick Trade showed me. He's like, dude, I didn't get this post in. It's like the next day. He's like sending me a post from like 36 hours ago. And in the post, it was like, if you see this, like it or retweet it, or like, if you see this, reply, or like anything. And there'd be people like, I had like 2 or 3 reply at first, and then it was like 12 hours went by, and then like a bunch of people saw the post. It was like, what the hell? Why are they seeing my shit so late? I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just like, witnessing it live is a little confusing. Didn't it play this song twice? Ace Ventura son. Ace Ventura trades us. Ace made a bunch of money, even though this Friday he's gonna lose it all. Ace, don't lose that shit Friday, or I actually don't. If you do, don't message me. Don't send me a picture. Don't talk to me. I'm being dead ass. As someone who genuinely likes you, please do not talk to me if you fuck up Friday. Honestly, I think it's crazy if you even try to trade Friday after another amazing month. But if you fuck up on Friday, I don't want to hear about it. I'm going to keep it a buck. This man is like a god tier trader until the last day of the month. And then all of a sudden, he turns into something else. I don't even know. Not an amazing month, had some big red days. Oh, you already did your end of day, your end of month day, I see. Now you're changing it up on me. I started expecting horrible losses every last day of the month. Now you're telling me you're doing it earlier. Oh my god. Next thing he's gonna tell me he's cheating on me. You know what your problem is you're not in enough of my streams. If you're in my streams, dude, you'd be rich. That's what it is. Everybody in here has car insurance and Lambos, and you don't. Nah, Ace isn't the Lambo type. What would Ace get? Ace is like a monster truck guy. He'd like go out and get like the most expensive monster truck on the planet. Win Lambo. Win Moon. Where Moon? Why Moon? Humble Hyundai. Honestly, I have never in my life talked shit on somebody who owns a Nissan or a Honda or a Hyundai. Like, when I hear someone driving one of those, I'm like, oh, okay, you're like a normal person. You genuinely like, you like your money. That's good. You like a vehicle that's like actually a real vehicle. That's good. When I hear someone drives one of those, okay, I'm talking to a mature person. Gotta tone it down. AMC though. AMC win, AMC why? Bro, there's a guy. I'm not even gonna get into it actually. Paid off Camry hybrid here, fucking legend. Ace paid off my car. We need to get Ace or Leland in a call again one day, or both of you. That would be really awesome. Honestly, if I had Ace and Leland in a call on the same day, in the same call, I think I'd cry. And username? Oh my god, I'd actually cry. Username, Ace, Leland. I feel like there's one more I'm forgetting. I could say Tin Man, but Tin Man and username can't ever be in the same call. They just mog the rest of us. Like, I don't even want to talk when they're talking. We sound like normal-ass people. They sound like people who are paid professionally to speak. It's just not fair. I used to make that as a joke, too. I'd be like, oh, let me guess, you're good-looking, too. Let me guess, you work out. You're tall. You're 6'5". Like, fuck you, dude. And we were all in the same spy call. No. No. I'm not trying to trade with y'all. I just feel like it'd be cool to chill with y'all. Everybody talk in the stream for a little. How you know my height? I actually have no clue how tall you are. I've never actually thought of you as tall or short. You're like this thing that I have to protect for no reason. But not really protect too, like, You're like this like precious thing in my life, you know? I actually, by your voice, I actually could never tell your height. Now, Tin Man, that guy sounds like he could easily be 6'5". Username sounds tall too. He sounds like he'd be a tall, strong MFer. I think Leland's pretty tall too, actually, if I remember, and I'm pretty sure he has that whole mocking voice thing too. I don't remember actually. One ring to rule them all. God, dude. I think y'all, somebody was like, we were talking about favorite movies and shows. I was thinking about it, and I was like, honestly, like, if we're talking about favorite series in general, like, I think I'd have to go with Lord of the Rings. Rigney's got to be 4'8". I actually have no clue. I never thought. I don't even think I've ever asked him. I don't really care about people's height. I think is why I don't ask you guys, because I don't care. Like, it's funny to joke about, but like, who actually cares? There are people who do actually care about that. Like me, I'm fucking 12 foot. You know, clearly I don't care. I'm telling you the truth. Rigney gotta be 4'8" is a crazy post, by the way. I hope Rigney sees that and calls you out and bitch slaps you. You gotta be careful, Ace. Rigney's fucking... He's grinding. Saving. Working his ass off. Rigney's doing what he needs to be doing, man. He's kicking ass. Kicking ass and taking no names. I'm pretty sure when I heard how Leland tall was, I was really shocked. I'm pretty sure he's over 6 foot. Like, by a good amount. I might be remembering that incorrectly, though. Yeah, 5'12". Yeah. No, I'm short. I'm not tall at all. I ain't 5'4", though. I'm the most boring average height a person can be, I think. So I think that's why I don't care. There's nothing special about my height. You're 5'4"? I swear like every chick I've ever met is 5'4". What is with that? What is with the universal 5'4"? Is that my type? Is my type 5'4"? Do I just only see people who are 5'4"? Is that what it is? I'm not tall either, so I can't really talk shit. I ain't no NBA player. I can't say much. Yo, Data J, you wouldn't happen to be 5'4", would you? Asking for a friend. Isn't this like the wedding song thing? Damn, yo, my Twitter page is full, yo. I need to quit posting so much today. You're 4'10 and a half? You're 5'3"ish? Oh, you're not my type, sorry. 5'4" and up, sorry. I'm kidding. 4'10" and a half. Yo, wait, I actually got to see a picture of Garden, and I'm not gonna lie, I would never have guessed that height by that picture. I think that picture was doing you good, though. It makes you look a lot taller. Apple going for high of day. Take your parents' height, average them, and add or subtract 3 based on births or something. Oh, I'm fucked, dude. That piece of shit is tall as hell, and my mom's short as hell. They're on opposite sides of the height spectrum. I think my mom's like 5'3" or something. That piece of shit's like 6'4" or 6'5". I got the average between them, I'll tell you that much. I think I'm on the lower end of the average, if we're being honest with each other. Some recessive ass genes, let me tell you. And then the one brother I have that got the tall genes didn't even use it correctly. Pisses me off. I'm the only one who played sports. And the tall one didn't play sports. It's in-fucking-sane. I could have used that height. I could have actually tried playing basketball in high school. I was good, but dude, holy shit was I short. Like, there's no chance you're playing with people like that. I ain't no Muggsy Bogues. Short people, rise up. Rise up higher. I can't see y'all. Why, how short are you, Jiatsu, if you want to share? You don't have to share. You guys don't have to share any of this shit. This is a pretty comfy place, though. I mean, you really only have to worry about me saying something. But, I mean, what am I going to say? I'm harmless. I'm one of you. How's the weather down there? Like, actually in my state, or are you making a short joke? You bastard. Venture fit 5'6" on a good day. 5'6". Damn, I'm taller than y'all. By a whole inch. I'm 5'7". I'm not one of those people either who are like, I'm almost 5'8". No, I'm 5'7". I'm almost 5'5". No, you're not. If parents were 5'3" and 6'4", my formula says your height is 5'9". Yeah, so I got clapped. And if he's 6'5", that makes the math even worse. Is that not crazy, Data J? I got the wrong end of that. I told you. Whoops, I think I just posted on Ace the Kid's post twice. I think I just letterbucked Ace the Kid, and I did not mean to do that. I swear I thought I clicked on 2 different posts. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I did post on the same post. That's funny. That's awkward. Dude, now he's gonna think I'm hitting on him. Oh god. My dad is like 5'10" and my mom is 4'9". Jesus, dude. We're all just getting the wrong end of this math, aren't we? Damn, you're saying I was supposed to be almost 5'10"? That's fucked. It's recessive genes. You need to have a recessive gene calculation in there. Not everybody gets the dominant gene. Some of us are built not as well as others, you know? Yo, can somebody who is like actually just sitting on their ass help me find a like decent non-copyright classical playlist that is definitely non-copyright, and even if you get it wrong, it's okay. Because I've clicked on these same two playlists and I finished them both already, and it's not even 1 o'clock yet. I'm gonna go create. You've been looking? Oh god. Does it matter what platform? That's a good question. Yes, it matters immensely what music platform or source you use. Okay, I didn't know that. Standard commercial platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, or personal CDs are not licensed for public broadcast or live streaming. YouTube uses automated real-time audio recognition systems that will flag, mute, demonetize, or take down your stream if it detects unauthorized copyrighted music. Whew. Commercial restrictions like Spotify only grant private licensing. Here, let's ask it this. I said, can I play a video from X on stream real quick? It says, no, you should not play an X Twitter video directly on your YouTube stream without explicit permission. Doing so risks copyright violations, stream muting, or account penalties. That's scary. But that's if they're actually, like, you know, capable enough of figuring out how to report you, right? Bueller was supposed to be 6 foot. Isn't that crazy? I can cope on a whole nother level now. Okay, Jiatsu, you actually gave me a really good one. Is that actually good to play, though? Because I'm pretty sure I looked this up, and it actually is copyrightable now. Let me look, though. Yeah, it says no, you... Oh, wait, it says Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. It says Bethesda generally allows their game music to be heard only if you are actively playing Skyrim live on screen. You cannot use it as background music for a just chatting stream or while playing other games. Cringe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard something about that. He said risk it. I'm pretty sure, though, a long time ago, that was a thing people were doing. Everybody would just play Skyrim music or Fallout music because it was good background music or something, and it would just perfectly lead to it. Nowadays, though, I think those companies get pissed because of how many people have done it now. It's okay, though. We're going to ask AI real quick to find it all for us because we're lazy, and this shit's kind of annoying to pay attention to and kind of figure out what is and what isn't, you know? I mean, I've been doing YouTube for a while now, and even I still don't know how to even tell. You know what we need to be playing? Not classical. Non-copyright. They gotta have, like, goofy, like, gaming music. You know, nothing super cringe, right? 50 tracks, role-playing game music, pack loops, no copyright. Let's see if that's a lie. Shit like this is pretty good background music. A lot of it is, like, games you would never play, but, like, the music, you're like, whoa, why is that actually pretty good? That's why Skyrim was genuinely a good ass. Good ass mention. There was another game too that was famous for, and I can't remember what it's called. You're gonna stream FOMC? FOMC has good classical music. Must not be copyrighted. Yeah, I'll probably be here for FOMC, to be honest. It's already 1. I might as well push through and make it all the way. What do you guys think? Bluegrass? Is that a band or what is that? Is that a strain? Yeah, we could play Contexta. When does FOMC start? I haven't looked a single time today since I posted all the market updates. It's in fucking 7 minutes. We can't play Contexta. He said, if you're bad. All right, all right. Motherfucker. All right, first word. Get it going. Come on. Type them words. Come on. You got 6 minutes. Come on. Type them words. Deer. You're a deer in headlights. Short. You're short. Chair. I could have said something really bad with that one. I'll stop there. FOMC. They don't know FOMC. They know federal. Headlights. Oh, now we're just typing anything. I thought we were trying to get this, guys. All right, you know what? Thing. There you go. Person. Place. All right, thing. It's an object. Like you guys, you're all objects. Just kidding. Kayaker, you're an ass. Dog. Spy. Walrus. Get this ad out of my face. Copper. Bat. Small. Oh, wait, that's actually a good one. I thought you were trolling. Stapler. We only got 5 minutes, people. Gratitude. Okay, guys, we're never going to get through this if you're going to have me type words like this. Vegetable. Mineral. Wait, I got to go back up. Postcard. Animal that. Ace. Vegetable, mineral. Gift. Ball. Holy shit. Mouse. Short was good. Yeah, that actually worked. Ball thing small. Ball thing small. Come on, you guys know a lot of ball thing smalls. Dice. I. Oh my god, I thought my screen was exploding. I was like, what the hell is all this on my screen? Racket. Wait, is that not how you spell racket? Oh, I spelled it how you spelled it, and now I feel stupid. Basketball. That might just count as ball. Oh, nope. Okay. Tennis. Marble. Pebble. Pebby. Pepsi. Rock. Game. Pal. Warsh. Pal's a word, but Warsh isn't. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Wheel. Did I type game? I don't even remember. I did. If I typed y'all's again, it's because I don't know if I typed it or not. It's not y'all's fault. It's always my fault. Just remember that. Bearing. Ball thing small. Oh my god, my dog's breaking my door. Quarter. Circle. Oh, circle. Good one. Who typed that? Good shit. Soccer. Flat. Dime. Guys, you have 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Did your dog hear ball and want it in? I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. Because as soon as I shut the door, she like scratched it to go back out. And I'm just sitting here staring at her. Yes, I hear you. Hey. Chill out for a second. Ring. Oh my god. Someone said ring earlier and it actually would have helped us here. Ring, good shit. Garden. Diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Toy. Ring, circle, ball, diamond. Come on, ladies. Help us out here. Come on, guys who've definitely paid for jewelry. Help us out here. Necklace. Okay, y'all are cooking. Band. Bell. Gem. Gemstone. God, my brain went straight to the Don Toliver song. Oh, God, y'all are really pushing this to the last second. 55 seconds. Ring, circle, necklace, bracelet. Oh, God. This motherfucker's like, let's make him type all the big words. Typing this is hard. If I was on my phone, dude, this would be so easy. Wed, earring. Oh, earring was good. Oval. Somehow that was guessed already. Ear. Ear. Oh, it's one word. You can't do wedding ring. You can do wedding. Good shit. 0 DTE. Time. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Jewelry is a good one. Yeah, clock. Oh. Watch. Alright, you'll have to wait. Do we even want to watch it? What the fuck? Oh. Do y'all hear the music still? Am I tripping? Oh, it's on this tab. Whew. Man, I thought I was losing my fucking sanity. This dog. You're driving me nuts. Okay, I'm just making sure we're all staring at the same screen. I wanted to go check the other streams to make sure. Gold, silver. God, watch your mouth, Data J. Oh, Sand Dollar, I'm taking that. I said it before and I'll say it again. Anything that gets posted to trade for, I'm totally taking if it's good. Stopwatch. Jesus, 27,000. Ring, circle, necklace, earring. What even kind of jewelry? Well, hold up. Jewelry's 107 though. So is it actually a piece of jewelry? Or is it just something that's close to jewelry? Truck. Emerald. Princess. We're cooked. We're as cooked as that princess in the tall tower. Gift. Diamond. It's okay if you guys type it twice. Pendant. Sapphire. Okay, we're in the right direction. We're just not getting there. Ring, circle, necklace, earring. Ring, circle, necklace, earring. Ring, circle, necklace, earring. Watch was already guessed. Accessory. Hand. Oh, hand. What the heck? Piercing. Oh, we did piercing already. Ring, circle, necklace, hand. Now I am confused. Necklace and hand are like dumb close. Why is that? Knuckle. Oh, dude, that one day it was knuckle. That was insane. I'm pretty sure I speed ran that when we got to the end, but getting to that point was hard. Finger. I just had a really dumb Elden Ring joke go through my head. So there's these like, just to explain it, there's these like highlighted messages you can put in this game. But you can't type out stuff. It's just like a selection of words they have already like displayed. You have to like select them and you can only pick like a couple of them. So people would put finger and then comma and then the word B-U-T and then whole like W-H-O-L-E because it was one of the selections. So that would be everywhere. And another one would people would randomly go to like really hard spots to make you think you could go there and it would just get you killed. And the message there would be like boss ahead or dog. Or like just really dumb shit. It would make you laugh your ass off while you're also pissed as hell. Cause you're like pissed off because you're dying in the game, and then you like read a message that says dog, and it's like okay. Or it says like special item or boss ahead, and then you like go and play, and you're like okay. And then sometimes they tell the truth. It'll be like invisible path ahead, and then you like walk, and you're literally walking on air. We did piercing. I only know that because I've typed it 3 times. Did we do foot? Yeah, we did foot. Oh, it's right there on the screen. Finger, foot, nail. We did those. Ring, circle, necklace, hand, earring, foot. Palm. Index. Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, hold up. Now is it ring finger or is it ring? Well, let's see. Out of the other ones, the closest one was thumb. Wasn't there another one? Yeah, I guess thumb was the closer one. But then it's finger, so it's definitely not thumb. It's definitely like either the ring finger or I don't know. That was a good thing you were trying, though. That was a valiant effort. Valiant attempt. Yo, am I just tripping, or are they playing some copyrighted ass music? I'm not getting a warning on YouTube, so this must be fine. Oh, cool. Oh, thanks for the link to just see what you already said, but just in bigger text. I appreciate that. I thought that was going to take me to a news source. You know, considering there's a link there. Pointer. Oh, yeah. Nose. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Wait, is that working? Ring, circle, necklace, hand. I'm gonna be pissed when we finally get this word, because it's always like an obvious word that all of us are gonna be like, oh my god, how didn't I think of that? What the heck? Where art thou? Alright, did I get some more words in here? Oh, body. 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 Oh, loop. There you go, Gary. There we go. We need Gary's help. Neck. My 0 TTE lost me $5. Well, you already started doing it? Bone. Band, I don't know, like a wedding band. I think someone typed that, but let's see. Yeah, someone did. I was thinking that too. As soon as we were like getting like ring and someone said wedding, I was like, yeah, wedding band, wedding this. But now I really have no idea what this is, because now it's loop, ring, neck. Like, where the fuck are we going with this? Hair. I mean, I'm not joking. I know I said I'm lost on a couple of the past. I'm so lost on this one. Hoop. Oh, there you go. Contexto trolling us? Oh, 100%. Something you wear. Gloves? Shoes? You know what's really pissing me off about these words on the screen, though? Like, picture all of them. A loop, a ring, a neck, circular, circle, necklace, circular. Like, what the like, I almost want to be like, it's infinity. Infinity. Holy shit, I can't type. Blouse, round. Tie. Tie. Suit. Button. Tie, bow tie. Garter. Bro, please someone get this. Tie, bow, loop. It's definitely like a type of tie, I feel like, because he got bow tie really quickly. Then it was tie. What's something near like a tie? Yeah, cufflinks. There you go. Bandana. I like where your head's at. 3 on tie is going to drive me insane. Yeah, that's what's kind of getting me insane, because my head was in another direction, then tie popped up, and now it's like, okay. I didn't know shit. Suspenders. I mean, I'm gonna go crazy. Bolo. Oh, I just typed bolo. Bolos were good guesses, honestly. Seeing that word, I was like, oh wait, wow, that could be it. Windsor. I don't even want to know what that is. Tie, bow, loop, ring, neck, circle. I would just like to say, too, that I, even when the odds started going up, said, we ain't getting a hike. They're going to keep us here, because it would be too sudden of a change. But September and on, now it's like, okay, well, now they seem really cautious to hike. As you can see here, it was a 9-3 vote. So guess we'll have to see when that goes down. And then also, it's going to be really interesting to see what homeboy Kevin Warsh says, because if he comes out and he's like super passive and cautious and everything, you might actually see the market, be fine, but this won't impact it. You might even see a relief bounce because expectations were like, oh shit, we're going to get a hike. They're really aggressive on this. If they don't come out aggressive, people are going to see that as relief. Now, will the algos see that as relief? I have no fucking idea. All I know is the first move's alright, the second move's bullshit, the third move's a lot of the time the right one for most FOMC events. I know that came out like very simple, but everybody knows if you've read the FOMC guide from Discord or free on Twitter. Sorry guys, I'm trying to catch up to y'all's words. Not. It was not. Who said not? Give that person a fucking raise. Okay, 2 of you said not. I'm proud of both of you. I'm gonna be honest, I read both of them. I won't say which one I actually read first. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Ace. Good job, guys. 124, that might be one of our worst. And y'all wanted to try to get that before FOMC started, before we got any interest rate news. Nah, hell nah. We went 17 minutes over. Man. You know what's kind of annoying too? That one really reminds me of when we got Knuckle. Like, Knuckle's such a specific thing, It's super specific. Not is pretty specific. I'll have to go check later, but I don't know if we typed... I think someone typed rope and chair, by the way. I don't know who did that. But I don't know how rope wouldn't be close. Wouldn't rope be closer to not than, like, a couple other words? 17 minutes over, perk, yeah. Not make sense, like tie the knot for wedding. Oh, yeah, I guess it does. That one really fucks with me, though, man, because that's a very specific angle on the word. Like, you're telling me that's the... I don't know. I guess I suck, y'all suck, we all suck. Good job, whoever got that though, Chris and Ace. And thank you for everybody trying, because trust me, that was helpful. To think this Shack Attack guy has a wife who got one of those and two genuinely will forever sit rent free in my head. She guessed a word, he guessed a word that didn't actually do anything, and then she got the word on her next try. Like, she essentially got it in two. I'm never gonna not think about that. That is genuinely insane. I'm not reposting that. Everybody on Twitter has probably posted it 6,000 times. Slipknot, Booger Knot. Do I even want to know? What's up, though, stream? How are y'all doing? How is everybody doing in here today? Thanks for all the clicks on the stream. Thanks for all the likes. Over 30 likes is honestly really dope. Thank you, guys. Either Sanddollar isn't live in the stream or he is genuinely, like, still locked in on that word. Jaegernaut. An Aaron Jaegernaut? A Jaegerist knot? Is T-Bone in here? Sir Panda of T-Bone Land? T-Bone of the Pandas? That's a crazy name the more you think about his name. T-Bone Panda. Is he T-boning a panda with a vehicle? Or is he, you know, making a T-bone out of a panda? It really gets you thinking. Afraid not. I'll be back. See you, $10. Man, this is some killer music, dude. This is exactly the kind of music I thought I would hear as soon as I hear it. You know, interest rates and, you know, federal speaker. Sick. Unchanged. Called it. Warsh was never gonna. It's funny too, because like I even talked about some of people's theories about why they could hike it. But I don't know. Warsh doesn't seem like the kind of person that's gonna come in here and first fucking second just start opening fire. Now anybody saying September and on, like, okay, I'm with that, sure. If things are still that bad, sure. But Fed leaves rates unchanged for the 5th straight meeting. Fed votes 9-3 to hold benchmark rate in 3.5 to 3.75% zone. Hammett, Kashkari, and Logan dissent in favor of rate hike. Fed says economic activity is expanding at a solid pace despite uncertainty. Fed says job gains have kept pace with the workforce. Fed says it remains committed to its 2% inflation goal. I've been hearing this for God knows how long. The longest Fed pause since the 2008 cycle continues. The cycle continues. It is crazy though how many people in the first like couple months though, Data J, when they get Fed president though, they do change some shit though. I was looking at this historical sheet. It's actually very common for it to happen. But in my opinion, this isn't the same scenario as those other ones though. Did I research why different platforms had different candles/quotes? I wouldn't say I researched on it. I would just say I stumbled upon it as I was going through other shit. It's just because they grab it from different sources. And then also, your candlesticks are sometimes plotted differently than mine, which I figured out is a default setting for a lot of other platforms. Default setting for a candlestick on this platform is open, high, low, close. But there's actually a lot of examples of that. You stand corrected? I mean, you're still not wrong. It's just in the first few months, I think, of each of them, there was something they did. But this one was a little different. I wouldn't really say you were wrong, though. Because it would be surprising if he did do it this meeting. That's why I was like trying to talk it out this morning with you guys in stream. I was just trying to make sense of it. Like, why are people thinking that? I mean, I guess I get the theory, but I don't know. It felt like, to me, like everybody knew exactly what was going to happen, and then because that, they had to throw in that uncertainty of like, oh, 40% chance they raise hike. Yeah, they rate hike, but it's like the vote was 9-3. How did it ever get to 40%? How did anyone ever think that it was doing that? Like, I know the Fed market, that's the Fed market tool, but like still, what even made that go up? Like, there was no cause for that. Nothing changed. So why did that change? Like, it just, I don't know. I felt like bullshit. I will be interested to see what Homeboy has to say, though. Oh, I heard something. They're messing with mics. I did it. How loud is that, though? I did it, chat. Holy shit. Oh, y'all can't hear it anymore, though. Fuck. It's so loud in my ears. Why can't y'all hear it? Man, this sucks. Because now I don't know how to fix it. No. Oh my god. Are we back? Yeah. Oh my god, it's right here. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god, I don't have to hear that anymore. That was so hard to listen to. Alright, we're just gonna pull it up how I had it. I don't know how to fix what I broke. I wanted to look cool. Every time I try to do that, it like bugs out. Y'all can hear that now, right? Yeah. Fuck it, y'all don't care. It looks fine enough. I fucking threw off my chart. Clicked the wrong one. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Data J? Like a completely different source. Oh, guys, shut up. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet when it starts. Oh, don't get quiet on us now.
Here he is.
There he is.
Good day.
What's up, Kevin?
My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks, or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. Two economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee, and market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they see fit. This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal, and where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business CapEx boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, We know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. Chairman. Sure. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
He's like my favorite
So I
guy.
think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting. The message from markets is the message from markets. What I've really been trying to do, Steve, as I think you appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message, letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, you know, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's your question. So, interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers, like market pros, can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly, but the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals and in reals. Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterize the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much, not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is...
All right, now if you guys are
the
following the
historic
FOMC
problem with
guide,
data dependence
this
is
should
the
go up
data
to
and the
740.45 to
dependence. We are not relying
743.39.
on any
Once it
one
gets here, that's where you're
individual
looking to
piece
see
of
if it is going to
data
reject
as
to make
cover
that
or
downside
as
move at end of day,
excuse
which
or as
is going to be what follows
validation.
the FOMC guide.
What I care about and what I think the committee cares
If not, and it does close over and push over 744s, you are possibly looking at a good end of day pump. But again, you are looking for a liquidity grab or 90% entry around this area between 740.45 and 743.39.
for, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead, but I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. Suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate, inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we see.
Well, I was meaning the move here, Data J. I just meant like the overall day. That's why I'm on the 15-minute. The move up, everybody should already be, like, you should already be looking for. It should, that's what I was saying, like, it should go up to here. We'll see if it's making its decision here, though. Because it did just jump straight up to a pivot point.
7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3.
This guy sounds like he's trying to sell me something.
The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. but I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand.
Did he just
and
riz her?
identify
What the fuck?
underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. But we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effects,
Bro, you ain't
broadening
lying.
in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions. And I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause, they reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction. And nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. Well, how do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you've characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods, but they matter more. What are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order, but really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business CapEx in and around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us, they weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there
He
was
says that
more
as
uncertainty
SPY's
in the
going
markets
up and
about what the
oil's
Fed would
still
do
up.
at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question
The
is
dollar,
about,
though.
is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we're saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. Surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained.
I'm glad
by the
someone
full
said
range
that.
of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of
This whole time I've had like Bill Clinton jokes in my head, like from like Family Guy, where it's like, I'm gonna get that pig, Peter.
reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast. We don't want your dot. We just want your reaction function. Part of me hears what we really want is your forecast. What we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, where in crisis mode, we were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all of that information, so I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy, but our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. It's coming. There's a mic coming.
Thank you. When you talk about the 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
Yeah, so I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every January outlines a statement of purposes and strategy. And in that strategy document, which I believe was dated January of this year, it describes a measure of PCE inflation as the objective function there. I have enough of my own, so that's our number, we're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more. But to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without sort of fully revealing my cards, I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science. I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Mike McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So believe it or not, this press conference is not all I've done today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty? So the decision we'd made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine. As a point estimate at this very moment, in a choice between two alternatives, you heard the results of it, but I would tell you that this discussion was far more robust, and our thinking about how best to achieve that target is advanced. And over the coming months, I expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If you were to if I were to steal a follow-up question, I won't let you, you won't be giving it up. If I were to steal a follow-up question, well, what's the world think about what you've done? I would again reiterate, what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not just about what we do. We're in the performance business. And so if I look at the Treasury curve, if I look at the dollar, if I look at a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets, I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks, but we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as well and ask, what vetting did you do of the people that you appointed to the task forces? In particular, given Mark Andreessen's substantial political spending, $25 million in just the past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation, how can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned with the interests of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I selected 15 incredible subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by, these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick people with extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses. Impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job. We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion in the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those, and as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes, and they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period, and that has given us that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information. not a determinative source, not a perfect source, but if we're trying to land the plane and deliver 2% inflation, and we take a very useful source of information and we get it all fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary, I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys, but if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a relatively short time we are.
We'll go to Brian Chung for the last question.
Hi there, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance. For the average household, I guess, what was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that. Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day, and I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Well, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that, so we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
Bye, Kevin. Kevin.
And their leader, the coolest jellyfish enthusiast ever, Kevin the Sea Cucumber.
Kevin!
What's so great about...
What's so great about that? He ain't pink and fat like me. I bet that cucumber couldn't roll up one like me, SpongeBob. Oh, yeah. 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 Okay. You called low of day, you called short at top, you got out the bottom of this move, time traveler confirmed. It might not be the bottom, but I definitely got the momentum of that 15-minute candle. I just knew I wanted to be out before 15 minutes was over. Because I knew, if you were watching when I typed that, it was when this candle was like a red flipping green doji, and it was like right at 741.92. So when I got momentum like that, it's like, man, you gotta be a greedy bastard to not at least trim on that. It could still go down more, but you gotta be greedy to not at least trim that. $4 in what, 8 minutes? It still looks like it should come down. By the law of the FOMC guide, it should come down, but I'm not gonna sit here and hold the FOMC move. I'm happy with what I got already. 2 callouts on a FOMC day, and they actually worked out very well just because I knew downside and then wait and then downside just because of some guide Leland made in our chat like fucking 2 years ago. It's crazy. You know what's funny too? I've never actually traded FOMC day. I've gone through the guides. I've even called out the moves before. I've never actually traded it until today. That was my first one. I've watched countless meetings of them. I've always steered clear. I've always, you know, been a good boy. I haven't like gone out of my rules. But today we broke those rules. I wanted to prove that guide true, just because, you know, I did just post it on Twitter. I did just post it on the chat again and again and again. So I wanted to show people, look, this shit fucking works. Hopefully you guys had some confidence in me, some sort of confidence in Leland's hard work. If not, I hope you at least had confidence in the levels on your screen. As you can see, they are picture perfect. We redid every single level together that you see here on Monday. Everything was drawn again because I wanted everybody to have the same stuff. I've been reposting. Hopefully you guys have picked up some of your confidence at least. Not that FOMC is a great day that you should be sitting here going, man, I can't wait to get rich and pick up my confidence. No, I mean, you shouldn't be looking to trade. You should just be looking to see if the opportunity is there or not. If it is, awesome. Take the risk. Why I like this is because it was good risk reward. That was a really big reason on why I liked it. Sure, you could have started shorting at any point on the way up here, but dude, he just started talking. Give the man some time. And now we are almost hitting 737s. All because we waited for the area to get tested. It did the move. It did the bullshit move. Now it's doing the move again. It's going the same direction it's always been. It's always been bearish under this level. It has been the whole time. So why, when it pops up, are we still trying to be bullish over it? We shouldn't be. You should be bullish to this, bearish away from it, like we said in the stream, and just like the FOMC guide says. Bum 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 bum. That music's coming in at the perfect time. Come on, give me 737. That's all I asked for. I'm not even in this anymore. I just want to see it. Hold up, Lily. Calling out pivot points. Key pivot here is 736.63. Shout out to Pikachu in the chat. He's saying some really cool shit in VIP floor. I really appreciate that. Your dog's name is Lily too? I have like a million nicknames for her too. I mean, I'm not going to say them on here because, you know, I'm not going to speak like a baby on stream. I'd be speaking like I'm talking to a baby when I'm talking to my dog. If you ever wanted to get me committed to an asylum, just record me home alone with my cat. Yeah, I think if I ever had footage of me getting exposed, it'd be just like straight up top. Dude, I think I would get in. I would be in trouble. Cause I'd legit talk to my dog as if I'm talking to a person. I'd be like, "You want to go?" Or I bet. Yo, come here. Like, and she listens. Like, she's really fucking smart. So it's like, it's not my fault I'm conversating with her. She's like genuinely listening. This is the smartest dog I've ever owned. I've never had a dog this smart. Like, every dog has been really fun. Some of them have been kind of boring. This one's fun and smart. Damn, bro. Y'all are saying so many nice things in VIP. Y'all need to chill. One of my cats has 3 legs. Got it that way. Got an entire backstory about how and why he lost it. Oh, God. He's seen things. One of your cats is a main character. He has lore. That is entirely fictional. Well. Dude, I never trade FOMC, but shit, Bueller did it, so we ball. I thought you were trying to spell Weeball, and then I looked at what you said above. Weeball would be a dope-ass app. Just make it Weeble, but make it, like, better colors and better UI. Just call it Weeball. And have one big chat room. Not one for each ticker. Have a big chat room for everybody. Have, like, 100,000 people talking to each other. Wait, Lily! Kevo in the chat right now. I told y'all, bro. This was going up. It's got to come down. The FOMC guide said so. I don't make the rules. I just try to follow them. It's the guide, bro. Leland literally made that shit fucking years ago. And it still works. I'm gonna do a post for that article now. Check this out. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This one got 8.5K. This one's at 1.5K. I don't understand it. Even had trading in the thing. I thought this was going to do better than that because this was like actually educational. This was like trade this shit this way. It was like super aggressive. Okay, then I'll take it. $7 down in 20-ish minutes. We top ticked in live stream at 7:42. Good puts. Risk reward was stopped 743.40 at 202. Where is 202 on the 1 minute? Let's truly see where I typed that. Because remember, I was on the 15 minute the entire time. No shot that's the 202 candle. No shot that that's the 202 candle. Am I tripping? That is the 202 candle. 1402. Jesus. Jesus, bro. I actually kind of impressed myself there for a second. Man, I think this oval deserves a special color. Let's give it blood red. Alright, I'm done typing, sorry. Oh, the story of how he lost it isn't. The cat is real. Okay, I was like, so the whole cat's fake. This guy does need to be in an insane asylum. Out of the money. Out of the money shack attack. Because a lot of the time we're doing scalps. So a lot of the time I'm doing like an out of the money. It's funny, actually. We actually just had a huge like thread on that in the chat yesterday. Everybody was like telling ESB what deltas and gammas they like to buy their options at for quick scalps. Yeah, out of the money. You want to aim for, if you're doing like same days are different than end of weeks. Same days you want to do between like 0.08 to 0.15. Somewhere around there is all right. But your entries need to have good risk reward. Like, don't just be shorting. Like, don't start shorting like after a break of a level. You need to be looking at like when something's gone up and it's slowing down, or when it's already broken something, like moving away from something and it's giving you a retest here. Like, those are the two areas you need to be looking at. On a same week, let's say it's like Monday or Tuesday, and you're like, fuck it, I want to trade a Friday con. Yeah, that's fine. Around 0.40s to 0.50s is what you want to aim for, but it's changing every time because, of course, volatility, so. Find your ranges. You like to trade your deltas and gammas on your scalps, and then stick to it. Don't try to move away from that range. It's a little cheat code. Too many people are like, well, what about your theta? Brother, if you're thinking about your theta on a scalp contract, you are worried about the wrong thing. I only see dumbasses complain about theta when it comes to scalp trading. Only someone who has no idea what they're talking about would complain about theta in a scalp trade. Truly imbecile behavior. And you know me, guys, I'm not trying to be mean to people, but that's genuinely gambling. And it's right there. As soon as you start learning about options, it's right there. It's not like it's hidden fucking information. You know what's crazy about this one? It was kind of like this one. It was already down. It went back up to the area. It fell again. That's insane. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, I took that too. I took 740.2. Oh, you did trade that. I didn't know if you were in here when you did that or not. What strike price before only took one contract while I figured it out. No, that's good. That's good. That's good thinking. I didn't hold through most of the move. Wasn't sure how fast decay would creep in this later in the day. You really want to... I mean, like, you saw me do it, but I, like, entered here, and then I was out here. Like, I didn't even catch this. So it's not about catching the whole move. It's just about getting a good risk-reward entry, because you're up so much, it's like, who the fuck cares? Get yours and move on. As you get used to it. Plus, you shouldn't try to get used to FOMC moves. But this theory, this template is really good, though, for other trades. Because this is how you should be trading everything. It just, this is very specific to this day. Good shit, though, Chris. Chris. Who looks at the Greeks while scalping? Actually. Most people in my chat are only looking at Delta Gamma to get in. Once they do that, it's like, we don't even look at that ever again. It's literally just like an entry condition. Like, oh, I see this is a good con. You know, you can quick see it and quick jump to it and instantly get into a trade. You don't have to think about it. You know it's a good con. You've done it before. Who looks at the Greeks? Bums. It's easy. I think they made this one easier to see too, in my opinion, because the ones I usually see are like this. Where it's like, you know, the trend is down, so you're already bearish. But then it does the move above, and then it breaks below. And during this, sure, after, it's easy to say, oh, you should have known it was going to go down. But in the moment, you're like, damn, dude, this is going to pump. You're not thinking about the other scenario. So, in my opinion, today was even easier because they never broke the thing that was making us bearish. We've been bearish under this whole area before today even started. So the fact it went right up to where we're bearish at is kind of insane. It didn't do the liquidity grab or because remember I said that too. I was like, look for 90% entries here, and we did get one with current day open. There is a 90% at current day open. One did happen, but not above the area that we were saying, you know, be bearish underneath or be bullish if it retakes. So that was something interesting that I saw compared to what we see in the guide. You know, it's like, it's insane. January of 2024 is his last example, by the way. So this was like mainly 2023 examples. It's just 4 examples. It's crazy. 4 different iterations of it. They're like this one and this one and this one are all similar. This one and this one are like the same kind of. And then this one's a little bit different because it has the 90% entry. And then this one's different entirely because it didn't do the whole fake move. It just was up already, cascaded down, so it kind of did the thing, but not in a way you'd imagine. And then it did its thing. New low of day. Yeah, this is but this is how it's supposed to go. That's the thing. That's the crazy thing. I'm gonna post polls. Go to polls message before I forget. I better see some green on that today. Jesus Christ, Kevo. Reacting to levels here. I bet the 1 minute looks nasty as fuck today. In a good way. A good nasty. $11 move in 40 minutes. Damn, good looks. Well, I don't really know what else to say, guys. I really feel kind of numb to this, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's because I'm really tired. I don't think it's truly hit me what we've done today and this week in the stream. And I don't want to come off as cocky, guys, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Holy shit, have I been stupidly fucking accurate. We've been talking about oil when it fell. I said yesterday that today we would get a green day on oil because we're going to get an oil event. News came out. We're launching missiles, baby. The dollar's down because interest rate remains unchanged. It's still at a key pivot here. That is a little concerning to me. Right as we're reacting on SPY, so it makes sense. They're rotating into each other, out of each other. If this breaks about the 100.0 or 100.8 mark, if this pretty much 100, if that breaks, the little low 100s. If that breaks, we probably are going to see a test at higher low. If that breaks, you will probably see a continuation down. This would be a very bullish scenario for the market, for the stock market. If that was to happen, the only thing else that would be hanging in the air would be, do we still have more energy in Iran news with oil trying to continue higher? It's still not above level, so it's technically still a rejection here. But moving into the end of this weekend and next week, if we see continuation upholding this, it does bring cause of concern for the equity market. But with the dollar cooling off, that would be cool. I wouldn't complain. But that would be a really good thing for the market if the dollar continued down alongside oil. But we're not getting that. Oil's still up, the dollar's going down. So we only have one of the two relieving pressure. Bitcoin still is technically rejecting, has room to the higher low. If that breaks, you are seeing 58 to 60K. Triple Q, honestly, I don't even know what to cover on this anymore because we just keep falling. Everything I feel like I've been covering has just been bearish, so I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but clear signals all the way down. Here recently, we've been using 685 to 689 to keep ourselves bearish. If we saw a retake of that or any big dip, we would expect tests of that. Haven't seen that. Gap down, another lower open, continuation down to the next historical level, which these guys are just fibs up. If you draw your fibs up from higher low to high, higher low to high, you get these levels. They're just bullish fibs up. It's like a lead test, but up. You guys don't know how to do it because you're all puts and bears. You guys probably know how. I'm just kidding. But if you get a break of this, tech does have more room below. And then your SPY chart, you guys know. We got targets on that, so we'll see if that continues down or not. Same key pivots on every single chart I flip through. I just have different targets to the downside on this chart, so it's a little more clean to see. But yeah, and since this day, we have flipped telling everybody, like, yeah, we got to be bearish, guys. So, again, not trying to sound cocky. You guys can back everything up with any of my posts, any recordings, any other live streams. You can go see it for yourself. I don't really give a shit if you believe me or not, to be honest. But I hope you guys have been paying attention. I hope some of this stuff gives you confidence in some of the levels. Like I always try to say, none of the credit goes to me. All of the credit has to go to the levels, to the system, to the thinking behind the things we do. If it doesn't, then you're going to forget it, you're going to get egotistical, and you're going to stray away from the path. You got to remain disciplined. But good shit, guys. I'm really proud of everybody. I really hope people were paying attention in today's stream and on Twitter and stuff too, because I've been hammering that FOMC guide since the other day, trying to get people to pay attention to it. I'm really proud too, because I don't think anybody in chat got like a personal, like felt like I personally attacked them. React bought on the way up. Kevo got in a little early. I'm really happy to see them not be like, yo, what the fuck, Wheeler, you're just calling me out. You know, no ego checking. I'm not even ego checking. It's just nice to see everybody on the same page. So cool that Ryaku had the nerve and the mental to actually get out on a pump. It is extremely hard to get out when you see something pumping like that. Same thing when you're on a dump. And then Kevo, little horny, but you did good, even though you went a little crazy on having to, like, you know, get in more. You had faith. You knew what was coming. You knew what direction that we were going in. You just got in a little early. But you're fucking killing it now. You're up too much. We can't even talk about it. So I doubt you even will care about what you did here. But just for future's sake, you know, just remember, you know, let it get to that value spot so you can get a better spot. But you still fucking destroyed this chart. I don't want to take that away from you. Good shit. And good shit anybody else in here who's doing that as well and trying to go through the reps, not just with stream or off stream, but just whenever you have the time. W everybody. And W egos. Nobody's like going crazy in chat. I mean, I'm probably the only one that's going crazy, let's be honest. But I like that everybody's like just keeping it real. Good shit. We don't need to go overboard or start acting all weird because we're doing this or that. Let's not do that. I bottom ticked and top ticked today. You're not even going to hear me talk about it next week. So, just stay normal is what I'm trying to ask. And speaking of slop, where is Microslop? I read his post on the floor. Now I can't get it out of my head. He said, holy crap, did I buy slop puts at the top? Love it. What a flush. Jesus. Me when Kevo hires me as a bodyguard. That's funny. Yo, what's up, Kevo? My bad. I'm like excited reading stuff off, clicking around, trying to be active on Twitter, but I can chill now. What's up? Yo, yo, yo. What's up, guys? Kevo here again. Just Kevo, one of one. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Damn, we got 38 likes. You guys are real as fuck for that. Waited all day for 2 p.m. On God, bro. I waited all day. Or actually, that's not true. I did take a trade earlier on stream. But yeah, we did wait fucking all day, bro. 2 o'clock. I was here all day waiting for this shit. My fingers was cramping. No, I feel you. I'm not judging you, bro. I'm not judging you. I would be more mad if you did that and you fucked it up on the second half. But you didn't fuck up the second half. You knew it's got to come down to at least this. Which I don't know if you were still down at that or not. Which if you were, then you really were earlier than I would have guessed. But by this point, by the point of it pulling down to here, you should have been fine. If you really did need this, though, that is a lot earlier than you should. You really were horny. That is, like, extremely horny. But I'm not judging, though. I get it. Like, I understand. Because when you have confidence like that, you know, like, it's one of those things where you're like, you know it's got to come down, you know? You want to get in early. You want to get in because you don't want to miss out in case it happens earlier. I get it. But that's also a really bad thing because it could, you know, get you in early trades that don't work out. Let's say it range traded from here. You know, you'd be fucked right now. So, but I'm not judging, though. I'm not judging at all. Trust me, this is a judge-free zone right now. For now. I just like that we emphasized how insanely easy it was just watching I've been spamming 740.45 to 743.39 for God knows how long now. I was pouncing at that 72. Oh, I bet you were. But I bet when you saw me start being super bearish, you were like, all right, fuck yeah. It's time to go. It's time to go. Because you know me, I'm a big pussy. I'm going to enter passive as fuck. So if I'm entering here, you know it's like, it's go time. Just for anybody in here who doesn't know me. But Kevo knows me. He knows, like, I'm a pussy when it comes to entries. I'm going to get the most passive thing I can. But if I see something as impactful as that, after that happens, it's like, all right, I got to get in. I got to tell people, get puts. Get puts, get puts. We kicked ass today, though. Like, literally everybody did. Like I said, it was really cool, too, because, like, seeing React get that in-between trade, like, that was still fucking crazy, too. Like, shit ran from 733 up to 742 in, like, one part of the day. That's insane. And that was after it did all this. I mean, that's just fucking insane. Oh yeah, I did see Garden and Letterbuck talk about an outside bar. Was it this one? I did see 2 people mention an outside bar on Triple Q, but I was more focused on SPY. But I did see both people mention that. In Discord and YouTube. Y'all really have been hammering everything away. That's the 15-minute. And then the 5-minute is an outside bar at Hive Day. It overtook the last 2 candles. Jesus. Y'all got a really good clear signal on that chart too. And look, the area we've been bearish under, lower open here. Sorry, hold up. I messed that up. Previous day highs right here. Look at, we're bearish. We know we're bearish. We already know that. It came up. It's like a 3-day Lee test. Then it came up again, new low. Like it's rejecting the same fucking spots. Good shit, guys. Good mentions. Oh god, I can't. I have to actually remove these manually. Yeah, Garden, Letterbuck, good mentions on that. And I didn't post this, but yeah, my IWM levels have been leveling in the background while we haven't been looking at it all week. Pretty cool, I guess. Too bad we weren't looking at you, bud. The dollar's still dumping. Oh god, I did not mean to do that. SPY still at low of day. Oil still trending up, as well as on the larger time frame, so we have to keep an eye on that. Not just today, but going into the rest of this week and early next week, just to kind of see, is that retaking 85s? Is it giving up 81s? Until it's out of that 81 to 85 range, keep that marked on oil, 81 to 85. Make sure y'all go to Pol's channel. I better see some green in there. Also, thank you guys for all the cool messages. Just showed that off in VIP. Seriously, that was really cool. Y'all almost had me tearing up. W Pikachu. WESB. And one more. Josh Hart. W Josh Hart. Just don't tell anybody we're the best group. Brr. Yeah, Kevo's sitting pretty right now. Now, chat, what are we not going to do going into the rest of this week? Oh, yeah, there's a ton of channels you can't see. Like, I don't think you can see this channel. That's my channel. And then this is kind of like another channel that's mine, and this is definitely my other channel. I even said it, look, on the 26th, but still holds a very key pivot area that dictates direction, 81 to 85. That's literally where we bounced from when we got news. I was more bullish on it, but still like, okay, there's a lot of red flags for this dollar chart. Because Iran deal, September meeting, FOMC on the 29th, interest rates. It's like, Jesus, dude, we got so much shit. Pumping into news like that, okay. Pretty cool, though. There's a lot of shit in here, honestly. There's a whole lifetime part of this trade for chat, too. I need to post in here more. Most people get lifetime just to kind of, like, have it, though. There's a lot of shit in here. Oh, whoops. But, yeah. Am I actually going to have to chart lower for SPY? Also, this happens on Triple Q as well, but when you chart the upward fibs for when we're going up, it hits the low and it's the meat of the low over here. It's insane. For anybody who didn't know that. Insane. All right, chat. What are we not going to do for the rest of the week, though? Full port. Yeah. We're not going to go crazy, right? Nobody's going to go crazy. We're not going to go blow our load after... I'm not going to lie. Pretty easy week yet again. I have to say, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for the last 5 weeks has been some of the easiest trading of my life. I guess I should read the Discord. No, you're good. I mean, everything that gets posted in Discord for the most part is said in here. I just like the Discord because people can hold themselves accountable, like Letterbuck or Kevo, for instance. They can go in there, or Ryaku. They can go in there and they can be like, look, I like this. I think I'm going to short from here. Here's why. And then some time goes by. They go reply to that post. And they're like, yeah, look at this now. Check it out. Therefore, someone reviewing can go back and see, like, okay, wow, he got 100%. How do I see that? And you can go click back through their messages they're replying to. So it's like a story. And you're kind of holding yourself accountable in front of the gang. In front of the Jedi Council. The whole Jedi Council's watching, for Pete's sake. XLK is breaking another level, and Triple Q is making a new low of day in the 15-minute. This might not actually be over. As crazy as that fucking sounds. Wrong chart. Where are my charts at, yo? There we go. Oh, I didn't chart further. That was the other one then. Fuck it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh no. Loads will be blown. Man, if I come back to chat and everybody's like, bro, I lost all my money, I should have just listened to you. I am just kicking people. Like, I swear. With how clear we've been and how open we've been about everything, and like how like ahead of time I've been with these things, like I would be pissed. I'm not gonna lie. I've been applying extra energy and love into the chat recently to make sure everybody's on the right track. I've been posting stupidly ahead of time on all kinds of things on stream and all the setups and the macros. Q's headed up for an unfilled gap at 658.47 to 651.42. Oh, headed. I don't know why I read that message as headed up. And then I read the numbers and I'm like, that's not up, that's down. Good looks on the gap below. Letterbuck. That's a really big gap. That's a large boy, huh? How long ago is that gap? Oh, you posted it. Sorry, I'll shut the fuck up. He literally posted it in chat. Okay, the one from the red candle to the bullish kicker. I see it. Or is it a different one? I can't tell. Good looks, though, either way. Long time. April. Okay. Good fucking looks, then, dude. Good looks. When in doubt, look to the left. Microsoft ripping? My bad. You said it a couple times and I totally forgot to pull it up. Microsoft is ripping, technically, after a huge drop. They are hammering at the low of Wednesday and 329 you wish. 392.32. Can we get 40 likes on today's stream? One more like. Can we bully someone into liking this stream? Just kidding. I don't really like bullying. That shit's not cool. Visa's still green after all that. Seeing Aloha's name made me think of Visa. Oh, it does have 40 likes? Oh, my shit's lying to me then. I appreciate the double confirmation, though. Yeah, mine's lying to me. That's not cool. It is honestly insane how much I tweeted today. I need to not do that again. I think I was just excited because everything connects to the FOMC guide. Plus, like, I'm putting Leland's stuff to work, you know? I gotta look good for his work. He didn't put all that together for nothing. And people think I'm not joking when I say that. Like, he is hands down the best trader that's ever been in this chat. So if he posts something that makes sense, or he posts something that I find important, like, why, it would be genuinely ignorant to ignore that. It would be the dumbest thing to ignore it. So if he posts a guide about an event that happens, you know, every now and then, pretty important. Especially with crucial moments like this. Like, is every FOMC meeting going to be like this or important? No. Why was this one extra important? Because we've been waiting to see if rates are going to get hiked or not. So this one had a lot more importance than others. So I think that's especially where the guide works the best, is on important FOMC events. On his examples, every single one of those were important because we were still looking to see how many more hikes we were getting. That was back when we were hiking every other damn meeting. But we haven't been doing that since this meeting. So now it's, you know, I think it's the importance that also adds to the impact of its accuracy. If you just do another random event where everyone is 100% expecting something, then yeah, it's not going to do much. But this event, it went from something where everyone knew rates weren't going to change, and then the last week or two, some things changed, and everyone started like thinking, "Oh my God, they're going to raise the rates." And Warsh just got in; he's going to raise the rates, and we talked about that in stream yesterday. We talked about it Monday. Like, it's a very big chance he's not raising rates. He's not going to do that. So I'm happy to see you were right about that, because I don't typically throw my name in the hat to kind of guess how he's going to do or not do. But I would like to say, I did just call not Taco Trump, and we just called no rates unchanged, and we called oil news event up. Like, we're really just hitting all the macro indicators, and I would love to sit here and be like, dude, it's because I'm so smart, I'm so locked in. No, it's not me. It's genuinely just because I'm checking the right charts. I'm just checking the sectors, the macros, kind of understanding which one's reaching resistance as another's reaching support, and vice versa. It's insane how powerful the information you get from these charts is. The context is insane. I would love to sit here and be like, dude, I'm fucking so smart, but I'm not joking. Do it yourself. Go through the sectors yourself. Go through the dollar, oil, all the time. SPY, triple Q. Make it a daily, a weekly habit. And seriously, like, do it. And I'm not joking. You will feel like you can kind of tell where the market's going. You'll never 100% know, but you kind of have a feeling on where it should and shouldn't go at certain parts of whatever chart or market or sector you're looking at. 100% credit to the context. Like, and you guys kind of got to do the same. Like, and you'll see what I mean. I'm not even trying to be humble. Like, go do it yourself. Feel what I'm saying. And then come back to me and tell me that I'm not wrong. Like, come back and tell me I'm right, because it's insane. Like, you feel like you're getting information that's just right there in front of everybody's faces, and the reason it's not being used a certain way is because not everybody values it the same. Think about it in like a different way. Let's say, hold up, 1 second, my dog's doing something. All right, sorry. What was I saying now? But let's pretend like what's something someone would value that another person wouldn't, and then the thing starts doing things for him. Honestly, I'm gonna take this back to SpongeBob. Do you guys remember the episode with the magic conch with Squidward and Patrick and SpongeBob? This is a really good example, actually. So he doesn't value the magic conch, and neither should any person with a brain. But the magic conch does things, right? It's actually magic. It actually does things. So Patrick and SpongeBob value it, right? Now, it starts dropping picnics for him and all kinds of resources for him and like helping him out survive out there in the middle of nowhere. And Squidward, he's dying. You know, he doesn't look like he's going to make it because he doesn't value the magic conch. This is the same thing as valuing something a part of your system or your strategy. If you value pivot points, if you value certain levels, if you value candlestick patterns, volume, whatever the fuck you guys use, if you don't value it correctly, you won't trade it. You will ignore it. You'll forget you even were looking at it. You have to actually value the things that you're using, right? In priority. You know, we always go over halfway point, CDO. These decide direction. You know, we value that. That is the most important part of our system. If those break, we listen. If a candlestick pattern happens at a resistance, we listen. Same thing at support. So it really does give you everything you need. I didn't even realize it's been after the close. I was like, why aren't the charts moving anymore? I was so locked in. What is up, though, chat? Who's all still here kicking it? Who is all still somehow here? Who can believe we made it 3 full day streams in a row? Who can believe it? I can't. You know what was funny? I planned Monday. Like, not planned, but I was trying my best to intend on Monday being like a full day stream. And when we did it, I was like, yes, I did it. I got my 1 full day for the week. And then I just was like, we got into yesterday's stream. We vibed, we pushed through, made it all the way through. Then today I kind of felt the same thing. I was like, you know, I don't really want to do a full day. It's fucking FOMC. But now I'm kind of glad I just kind of kept forgetting that I didn't want to. I just kept pushing through. Very cool though. Over almost 22 hours of streams in just 3 days. All full market streams before open, all the way to close. I didn't do any call outs yesterday. I did do some on Monday. I did 1 on Monday. I did 2 today, which honestly that's really cool. Or did I not do any on Monday? I don't even remember anymore. The days are kind of mixing. Today, though, was the hot day. That's all that matters. Thank you guys for being here, though. Seriously, if you're here, I appreciate you. Seriously, Sandollar, Data J, Aloha, Letterbuck, Shack Attack, sorry, Garden, Mike, Maddie. Maddie was here. He's probably busy right now, but Maddie was here. Jiatsu, trying to scroll up, read everybody. Kevo. Just seriously, anybody. Venture Fit was here. This 3-day stream, these 3 days of streaming have been fucking almost perfect. Contexto would have been better. I mean, we did play a little. Why on so late? Because I love you guys so much. What do you mean? I can't stay on late? I can't love my community? I can't love you guys? Honestly, I'm also just kind of still numb to what I just did today. Like, I know I'm pretty accurate. The levels are accurate, but today was like stupid accurate. If you guys remember, my first call out from today was this candle. Then it was this candle. Like, I basically top ticked twice. And then React in the chat almost bottom ticked. And he got the move up, the in-between move. You missed the games? I mean, we can still play a game. We can still play a game if everybody wants to. Y'all want Contexto, or what are y'all thinking? I honestly don't care. My brain feels like time doesn't matter right now. My brain is like out of it right now. I can confidently say I'm not trading tomorrow and Friday. And yo, whoever keeps sharing my link around, you haven't revealed yourself yet, but I appreciate you. We've been getting like way more people in here. Bye, Garden. Everybody say bye, Garden. We love Garden. Everybody say bye, Garden. Starbucks is way up. Oh, yeah. What earnings are happening today? And they're like Microsoft and shit. Or not Microsoft. Actually, I don't even remember who reports today. I low-key already forgot. Microsoft. Okay, I was right. I think not seeing the symbol threw me off. All right, we'll turn on extended hours for you people. Holy smack, Microsoft. What you doing, dude? You said Microsoft, Meta. Jesus. We're probably going to open lower tomorrow. Just based on what I'm already seeing. Qualcomm as well. And then you and you and SF both said Starbucks. That's down as well. Honestly, I don't even think they're going to react to any of their earnings. Like, unless they came out. I was going to say, what kind of guidance did they release? What did they say, though? I see the numbers aren't bad. Damn, well, good for whoever the fuck owns Starbucks. I never try to bet against Starbucks, but I never bet with them either. You worked in operations at Taco Bell under Brian Nicole? Same guy that brought Chipotle back from the dead. Oh, Jesus. Doing the same at Star. Oh, it's him again. Okay. Damn, maybe he's just a ball knower. He's the CEO of Starbucks? Damn. I needed that guy at PayPal then. What a legend, though. SPY's not down too much with the Microsoft and Meta move after hour. Oh, Microsoft's back up. Meta, though, that's still down a little. Makes my chart look crazy. Oh, that's not good that they're breaking that. You know, this almost feels like a break retake chart, though. So it being under that level is not that crazy. It's the fact that it's this far below the level. Like, that's 560. It doesn't look that bad on that chart, but that's way down here. Like a gap fill. Oh, I guess you could... Oh, my God. Do you know what this chart looks like before the chart did it? This looks just like AMD from like end of 20... Was it beginning of 2025 or was that end of 2024? I mean, end of 2025 or beginning of 2026? This looks just like the same thing. And then go here. Yeah, it's at the other one. Watch it do some crazy shit like that. Look how it's trading between just 250% I just threw up. That is just insane. All because we drew a halfway point of something that happened. And we actually had to chart lower than 720 for once. It's been a while. He moved the entire company from CEO to Newport Beach, then bailed. Oh, on Chipotle. He sold the top. Thank you guys again for all the likes on the stream. I think I am finally going to end it there. Or are we playing a game? Is that what we're doing? Are we playing a game or are we ending it? This is the longest of the 3 streams right now. I think they kept increasing in time. One round of game, then we end. I like that idea. Real quick, because I've been kind of sitting here fucking off. I need to post a quick update for chat. Is that cool with y'all? Or am I going to get my head ripped off? I'm not going to lie. I think I am just going to stick to posting this one. But when I go to smaller time frames, I think I am going to stick to this because I'm getting like a very good combination of levels. And this is actually how I used to chart. I used to always have one chart for larger time frame, one for other. But they would have a lot of the main key levels. Like they both have this. They both have the key supports below. But one of them better highlights something for smaller time frame while the other's for larger. I gotta do this before I turn my brain off. So if I turn my brain off, these updates ain't coming out later. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Dun, 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 dun. Expected. Da-da-da-da-da. $6.50 to $6.55. Nice. We got him out, guys. We did it. Holy shit. Is the old Bueller back? The old Bueller used to do 5 full day streams every week for months on end. That Bueller was a fucking maniac. We're not doing that. All right, let's close this ish. Anything else? Am I missing anything else? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh yeah, dollar and oil. I knew it. I knew there was one more thing I had to post. I'm going to put this in sectors and swings. Dollar plus oil. And then what even is this area? 1080s. Yeah, I'm just going to type that. Dollar rejecting after FOMC event, but still holding key short-term pivot area of 100.80s. Oil pumping off 81 as we expected in stream my recent updates. We even guessed news. I suck at typing. Holy, that's not how you spell that word. Guessed news would hit, and it did just because of how news hits around major pivots. 81 to 85 remains the key area for direction on this chart. Side note, remember we watch macros to see the pressures around equity market. We all love to chart and trade. Dun, dun, dun. All right, now I can close charts. Oh, it feels so good. One more thing. Jesus. We just saw that. Hey, I just saw that. Oh, wait, y'all can't hear that.
Fucking ass. I'm gonna be a fucking asshole today.
That's got to be one of my favorite internet clips. I can still remember what video I took that from. Dun, dun, dun. Just making sure all these updates look good. Dude, my feed looks crazy today. Oh, gotta sit up. Maybe I posted a little bit too much today. Where the fuck is the beginning of today? The Islamic Republic of Spiran. Repost that shit. Oh, it's disappeared now. Here it is. I like doing these eyes. They look creepier. Man, what a freaking day, man. What a week. Fauci's trending again. It's like we're back in COVID times. Puts are back on the menu and Fauci's trending. Puts are back on the menu, boys. All right. Holy shit, it's so small. The person, place, thing method fails. Holy shit, look at all these ads. Okay, somebody help me with this. Look. Resume ad blocking. And then watch this. Whitelist it. Okay. I'll whitelist it, sure. I don't mind. It tells me how to do it, right? Oh, wait, this isn't that one. This is ad block. Click the puzzle piece icon. Under pause on this site. Click always. Brother, I just did that. And look what I'm getting. And now I'm stuck. Pause on this site. Wait, did I just fix it? Nope. What a joke. Animal. Oh, nice. Holy shit. We're on a roll. Monster. Let's get this one quick. Oh my god, Cheetah was close. Oh. Cub. Okay, it's really close to lion, tiger, puma, panther. Yeah, leopard. There you go. Wait, we're actually close as fuck already. Jaguar. Who said jaguar? Mike. W Mike in the chat. W Mike in the chat. Guys, 14. Guys, 14. I think we call it there. I think that's a perfect ending to this already perfect week. Oh my god. Mike, W. Totally redeemed yourself, literally. 14 is a lot better than 120. Thank you guys for the stream. Seriously, share this stuff around. Share all the stuff we did. If you can. If you're not one of those people who gives a shit about sharing, then I don't really care. Just be you. Be comfortable. But engage more. Engage in the chat. Engage. You know, this stuff that you guys have been watching me do on stream, there's people who do this in this trade floor every day that I'm not here. Kevo, React. And I hope to see more of you guys in here do it too. Letterbuck, too. Letterbuck is becoming like a really big leader in the chat again. Or not again, but is one. I don't know why I said again. Kevo, Letterbuck, though, React. And there's tons of other people. Rob's always dropping like just really good, clean updates for about like macros of the market, all kinds of different things. Of course, we have our jokes in here. And we're not ever going to like hold each other's hands too much, but like at the same time, we kind of are holding each other's hands in here. But yeah. Daily 8 EMA. Look, he said it 7 minutes after I said it. And then look, that's where it rejected. What a crazy call out. Dan, I see you. But yeah, just, I don't know. It's crazy. If you just like show yourself in here, you'll enjoy the other people and everybody will value each other's posts and stuff without affecting each other. Remember, no ego posting. You know, we can give constructive criticism without being a dick. You know, I think I know that as good as anybody in here. But yeah, show out. I drop updates in my channel. There's updates in this channel for SPX Triple Q. This is the macros. I do the dollar, the oil, the sectors. I do sector updates. We do videos. Swings channel. I haven't done swings this week because we're not doing any swings on FOMC week. Right now we're on a win. I even forgot we're even on a streak. See, that's another thing about this is like now we've taken the pressure of the win streak off. Like we don't even know that we're on a streak right now because we're taking this week off of swings. You know, so going into next week, it's gonna be fucking beautiful. But I'm excited. I'm very happy with everybody in chat. I don't think anybody's like going too crazy. Hopefully there's nobody suffering in silence in here. And stay on top of your shit. Get in here and start posting your reviews. If you're in here posting stuff, like reply to it so people that are trying to review can see like, oh, okay, this is what he's talking about. Oh, okay, this is what he's talking about. Oh, okay, this is what he's talking about. You can click that stuff on the phone as well, if you didn't know that. But yeah. Yeah, we're even perfect in Contexto. We're just killing it. Go to Poll's channel, though, guys. Let us know how you did today. I had a green day. I always have to wait for you guys to vote so I can put one on there. See, like when there's one here, I can't take it off. Good shit, though, guys. I don't even know what else to say, seriously. Celebrate your wins and your gains. Damn, bro. Poland. No, I'm kidding. Looking good. Look how good Frankie looks. Looking chill as hell. Yo, what are with these eyes? What is she trying to do? She's trying to scare us. Good shit, though, guys. Updates on SPY Triple Q. We're chilling. I'll see you guys next stream, whatever the F that is. If it's tomorrow, it's tomorrow. If it's Monday, it's Monday. You guys know how it goes. But we did back-to-back-to-back full-day streams. If you guys want to see more of these full market streams in a row instead of just getting one a week, let me know. But thank you guys again for being here. I appreciate you all. Share everything around. I'll see you guys later on. Love you all.